And welcome to the PAZNIA Radio Network, our true first ever Sacred Sunday transmission. I'm DJ Brian FreeRobot, coming to you from our studios here at the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. I've had my coffee, a late breakfast, and a stroll across the homestead here. It is certainly a peaceful, sacred Sunday here. I hope you're feeling something similar, wherever you might happen to be tuning in from. On these Sacred Sunday digital gatherings, we will explore the topics of mental and spiritual self-liberation. Just as the action is nothing without the underlying philosophy, so too, self-liberation is irrelevant if you're enslaved to your own mind, or if your mind is still wrapped up in statist servile society programming. You can view our full schedule of shows, show notes, ways to listen, the future roadmap, and ways to support/donate by visiting PAZNIA.com/radio. There, you can make a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. You can become a stakeholder and reap the benefits of this burgeoning parallel network, and you can also find embedded video players to stream directly from the website. I would also recommend checking out the large selection of PAZNIA merchandise now available: shirts, hats, mugs, beach towels, flags, pens, and more. Just visit PAZNIA.com/shop, again PAZNIA.com/shop. The plan for today is this: Coordinator Rayo had the opportunity to interview Keturah Lamb and her husband, Andy aka Hickman. Keturah Lamb is the fourth generation of a family without socialist insecurity numbers or birth certificates. Her great-grandfather decided to trust in God, Creator, over government, and spent much time traveling and preaching, as well as fleeing from truancy bureaucrats when they found out there were a dozen children not attending public school, back when homeschooling was highly illegal. She's obtained a passport and spent some time in Europe. That is just one of a few interesting legal interstices discussed therein. Andy, aka Hickman, is a long-time nomad. He's done a lot of freight hopping, hitchhiking, and many other forms of nomadism. He tells us a bit about his philosophies, his experiences, and some tips and tricks. It is definitely a fun discussion, and one I'll turn you over to momentarily. After that, you'll hear an audiobook teaser of the book, The Family That Doesn't Exist, a book we'd highly recommend you pick up. That tells the full story of Keturah and her family, and is truly something every self-liberator needs on their bookshelf. Next, you'll catch Coordinator Rayo's interview with Paul Rosenberg, recorded live and in person in Chicago. Paul is a hardcore cypherpunk, but he's also a Renaissance man. So, this time, they got together to discuss the parallels between Christianity and anarchism, the Bible, natural law, and contentions with modern marriage. Then, we'll take our first proper ad break, featuring our regular Bitcoin Bugle blurb, before returning to two discussions Coordinator Rayo had with some self-liberators along the general theme of spiritual self-liberation, the first with Raffael of Team Rabbit Hole, and the second with former Halo 3 pro gamer, Ace. I'll be back a couple times throughout, and again at the end. So, for now, please enjoy this discussion with Keturah Lamb and her husband, Andy. And please do consider supporting the PAZNIA Radio Network. Again, that's PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers.
Los You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
All right, and welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. I'm your host, Shane, Radio 2, coming to you from the Free Republic of PAZNIA, the Self-Liberator's Paradise. For more information on this burgeoning parallel network, just visit the website PAZNIA, PAZNIA.com. I must say the springing of energy is providing a lot of motivation and inspiration. I certainly always this time of year. I put it that way as I'm back with another seemingly rare interview podcast, but the second one in under a month. Today I'm joined by Keturah Lamb and Andy, her husband. Off those names alone, unless you follow them on Twitter, you may or may not be familiar. But I was lucky enough to stumble across them a year or so ago and appreciate a lot about their currently lived and in many cases lifestyles. Keturah is a part of a family that has never acquired socialist insecurity numbers. She and her grandpa Lamb recently published a book titled The Family That Doesn't Exist, telling the true, real story of 100 years, multiple generations without those dirty SSNs. It's a true story of trusting God, Creator, etc. Over government. So we'll get the backstory and learn about Keturah and her family. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. She can let me know before I do it too many more times. We'll get into some nuts and bolts of life without an SSN. For example, how she acquired a passport, how her interactions with government agents, bureaucrats, taxes, etc. And we'll learn about their liberated lifestyles and plans for the future. and for Andy specifically, it appears he's done some freight hopping. And someone who's been planning a freight hopping adventure for quite some time. I guess I'd just like to get some background on his experiences. So after hearing an overview of today, I'd highly recommend you order a paperback copy via Liberty Intertact Publications. Just visit libertyintertact.com/lamb. Again, libertyintertact.com/lamb, and secure your copy of this great story, this great book today. Bitcoin and Monero accepted and preferred. And finally, before I bring our guests in, this podcast is debuting on the PAZNIA Radio Network as part of our Sacred Sundays transmissions. If you'd like to tune in to live releases or catch more of our liberational media, just visit PAZNIA, PAZNIA.com/radio. All right, let's get on with it. Keturah, Andy, it's welcome to the Vonu Podcast. Thanks a lot for making some time to come on and chat. How are we doing today?
Oh, we're doing good.
Great. Loving life. No spring here yet. Still fighting the snow, but we'll get where you're at soon, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys are out in kind of out east somewhere, New York somewhere. Is that right?
Yeah, we live in Adirondacks.
Okay. Very nice.
We've had quite a few feet of snow.
Yeah, we were up to probably 5.5 feet of snow at one point. So
yeah,
we're down to 1.5 feet now.
Gotcha. Very nice. So I guess we'll start. Keturah, if you could start with, I guess, just an introduction to your family. Kind of give us an overview of the story of how you got here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So my name is pronounced Keturah. It's a very unusual name, but it's more common like among Amish and stuff. So maybe they'd be familiar with it. But yeah, the Social Security numbers, I guess, came out in the 1930s as a sort of program to give young men jobs, and then some of the earnings from the young men's wages would go to help families who were in need. And my family could have been one of those families because my great-grandfather had 13 children, but he saw it as something that could be potentially like evil and dangerous. Like he had a lot of I don't know, some people would consider it weird beliefs. Like he thought it was like the mark of the beast or whatever. But it was supposed to be only a temporary thing. So for him to say that, oh, this thing is not going to go away, kind of like painted him as like a crazy person, because everyone thought it was just going to be like a temporary program to help families get on their feet and help young men get jobs. But as we all know, it wasn't a temporary program, and he was at least partially correct that it would become a sort of system that everybody would think that they couldn't exist without it, kind of thing. So he raised his 13 kids without any help from the government and did that until he passed away. And then of those 13 kids, quite a few of them still do not have socials. Most of them are like in their 60s and 70s. And my grandpa is, I think, nearly 80. And I don't know. He's just got so many exciting stories from his childhood. So I've been begging him for years to like write about those stories. And he had, with my grandma, he had 9 children. And my dad's the oldest of those. And my dad also raised us the same way with no socials and no birth certificates. So I guess we're technically 4th generation. And then our children will be 5th generation with no socials, no birth certificates. Not all of my cousins and aunts and uncles stayed that way. A lot of them, I don't know, like just fell away or thought it would be easier to not even try. But I don't know, pretty early on, like I said, I loved my grandpa's stories. I liked my dad and his stories. And I just thought it would be fun to at least try to see if I could live in a modern world without a social. And I was part of the first one who actually tried. Like a lot of people either embraced the lifestyle and just kind of like chose to live separate from the world. And then others were like, well, or if I need to live in the world, I've got to also get a social. So I kind of went the middle road. I was like, I'm going to see what I can do without a social. And I found I could do quite a lot. So that's my in a nutshell.
Awesome. Very good. Very good. Yeah, that's a great start. I guess the back description, I like the back description in the sense that of the book that basically, everyone was, probably, during the Great Depression around, the mid 30s was probably struggling that day. And your great grandfather, I think it was, he could have probably used that financial assistance. So I guess, could you, I guess, tell us a bit about how, you guys how your family survived in those times, and I guess even up to today, how you're how you're I guess making your way through.
Yeah. Well, by all perceptions, I guess one would think that our family would be from all the generations would be needing a lot of help, because like there's a lot of children. There's 13 children with my great grandfather. My grandfather had nine children, and my dad, I'm the oldest of 12 children. So there's a lot of children in that, and of course there's a lot of cousins, a lot of extended family. There's a lot of family in there. But my great grandfather was a very creative person, very charismatic, and he also was like a traveling evangelical preacher. He just thought outside the box. He wasn't like your typical sort of person who's like just gonna like be beat down and submit to whatever is going on. And he had a lot of older sons too, of course, and they were all the same way. They were all very creative, hardworking, industrious, responsible, and honest. And when you have a bunch of people who are like that and they're all together, they're really good at like finding ways to make money and getting along with the people around them and becoming sort of assets to their community instead of burdens. So they could have like just been like, oh yeah, we're going to get on welfare, because like that would have been the thing to do. And a lot of people thought they were crazy for not doing that. But instead, they traveled the country. They preached at any churches that would have them. And they worked as farm hands. So they basically would go from farm to farm or from different ranches and just work on those ranches and make money that way in the summertime. And a lot of times in the wintertime, they would do a lot of caretaking. And they were able to subsist off that for years. And things only probably got difficult for them when my great-grandfather decided to start homeschooling his kids, which was extremely illegal I believe that would have been like in the 70s when he started the homeschooling. So basically that made them have to move even more often. And they ended up often living in a bus or just renting, because as soon as like the local truant officer would find out that there was a family of 13 kids and they weren't going to school, she'd give them like a weekend or 2 weeks to get the kids in school or else. And so they just move. Yeah. So that kind of was like, they just were really good at like sticking to their beliefs and making it work for them. And my grandpa was the same way. He homeschooled his children. It was slightly less illegal then. They didn't have as many issues with like truant officers and stuff, and they didn't have to move as often. But there still was a lot of moving and a lot of just like working as like ranch hands and farm hands. My grandpa was a mechanic, so he did a lot of mechanical work. And for a while, he was a commercial fisherman before that became illegal without a license. And his book is full of stories with some encounters that he had with game wardens when they kind of started like requiring more paperwork and more license and permits than he was comfortable with getting. And when he quit the commercial fisherman, he eventually did mechanic work. He also worked on, was it one of the first Walmarts?
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Back when that first came out. I don't remember the year for that, but anyways, he's just really good at finding work. And a lot of times he'd go to a place and they'd be like, oh, we can't hire you without a social. And he'd be like, oh, you can't? He's like, but what if I'm a really good worker? And they're like, oh, well, I do need a really good worker. So he'd often still get the job, because sometimes people are just more willing to pay someone who's like good and honest and like gets the job done than someone who's not going to get the job done, even if it means like, paying under the table or something. But my dad was the same way. He did all sorts of odd jobs like tree service, construction, roofing. Always but by his day it was a lot easier in some ways. Like he just never had a problem with not having a social. And homeschooling was legal by that time, so we didn't have to like move for those reasons. We moved for other reasons, but we weren't always having to move because of like local superintendent seeing that we weren't in school or something like that. That wasn't an issue for our family. Mm-hmm. But again, like that, I feel like by that point it was still in our blood that we just moved a lot and we worked simple, honest jobs and just like got along with the locals and got along with neighbors and just became like an asset to our community.
Yeah, that's amazing. Especially, I have done, I guess it's been a long time, probably a decade ago, my co-host and I did a long episode on homeschooling, and he lives in Texas. And that didn't, homeschooling was a pain, even illegal in Texas up until, was it the early 80s, early 90s. So, you gotta, that's a, again, much appreciated, hardcore, radical lifestyle, to where the point where that, they actually have contact with the truancy officer. And then it's just like, all right, yep, time to leave. We'll move on in our bus or whatever they're, living at that time.
No, it was a crazy time. Like, a lot of people got their children taken away from them in the 70s and 80s. And especially the Amish, some of what they did to those kids during that time was horrific. They would take these kids who were used to dressing a certain way, and just to traumatize them, the CPS workers or whoever it was that was taking care of them would cut the girls' hair short and force them to wear pants. And they do this for 2 years, and the girls would be like, "Oh, I don't want to do this," and like they would just like literally traumatize these girls for like years before they were forced to give the kids back to the families. And in most cases, the families did end up getting their kids back, and homeschooling eventually became legalized because of this like huge lawsuit battle that happened during that time. But in the meanwhile, all these kids got taken away from the Amish and conservative families and various Christian families and various families who like fought to be able to homeschool their kids.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, certainly. So I guess Andy, I get to get a little introduction and background to you. I guess give us a little background on your path here. I guess you guys got recently married too, so I guess whatever you want to whatever you'd like to introduce it here.
Yeah. Thank you. I I grew up in upstate New York, kind of down the southern part of the Adirondacks. Just strange kind of backwater place that most people don't even know exists. They don't come here. They just think they hear New York and they think of New York City. So I grew up in a little village and left the house about 17 and did a little college, but I dropped out and then I started traveling. I spent about 5 years doing that. Mostly hitchhiking. Did a little freight hopping here and there. Did a little bicycling, long distance walking, and such. And I spent a lot of that period living without any money. I ate out of the dumpsters and got leftover boxes on the streets. And I went to 48 states and made it well over 100,000 miles by thumb. And into a lot of Canada and in Mexico too. So that was my life for a long time. And then joined the military, and I was in the Coast Guard for 4 years. I got out the Coast Guard and I started writing. So people are interested in some of my stories, and a lot of folks find the traveling stuff really interesting. And so I'm happy to talk about that stuff. Even if now I'm definitely living in a very different way than I was before, with different ideas and just different ways of getting on, So I guess that's me in a short few sentences. Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's great. I'm looking forward to getting more into some of the freight hopping stuff. But I guess for the purposes of the Vonu podcast here, we're big into strategies on making ourselves invulnerable to the coercers, and not having a social security number is definitely one of those things. But you talk about that to people, and it's like with anything. It's like, well, how are you going to live if you don't have a driver's license? How are you going to live if you don't have a social security? Like, they've never thought about it seriously, and it's far outside their perspective. So it's I guess very it's kind of where I'd like to go here. So, driver's license is easy to acquire, whether Mexican or South Dakota. Residency is pretty easy too. But acquiring a passport and traveling to Europe without a social security number is a little bit harder. But you've done that, right, Keturah?
Yeah.
I guess tell us a bit how you accomplished that, and if you want to tell us a bit about your trip too, that'd be cool.
The funny thing is, I actually thought getting a passport was easier than getting a driver's license, just because I had such a stressful time with the lady at the office with my driver's license, and I think it was just that time because everyone who's gone in there since has had it easy. And I got my license in Montana, and we've had licenses in various states. So I know you can, like most states, it's simple to get a license, and they've made it easier now. They've created a paper at most driver's license bureaus for an exemption form for a social security number. It's the second half of the exemption form for the real ID. I think it's the same form, I think. But for the passport, you literally all you got to do is of course not have a social, but like you go in, and when you start to fill out the application form, You put all zeros in the form, and then you have to handwrite a letter explaining that you don't have a social due to religious beliefs. You don't need to expound on why those are your religious beliefs. You just need to state due to religious beliefs. If you say like due to financial reasons or whatever, like that's not okay. It has to be due to like a conscientious reason. And then the social security number part is easy. That's all you have to do. Write the handwritten letter and put zeros in the form. They might ask for proof, which means that you would have to go to the IRS office. And what I did, I just went to a local IRS office and asked them to look me up in the database. Of course, they couldn't find me. So I asked them to print out a statement saying that I wasn't in their system. And then I used that letter to just verify for various things to people when they are like, well, are you sure you're not lying to me? I'm like, yeah, here's the proof that I don't have a social. Like the IRS office directly like has verified that they don't know who I am, kind of thing. So that's easy. The harder part with the passport is the birth certificate, because what they really want to know is that you're a U.S. citizen. They don't care if you're paying taxes or not. They basically just want to know that you were born in the U.S. and that you belong in the U.S. So in order to establish that I'm a U.S. citizen, I have to prove that I was born here, which is very hard to do. And for me, it was because I didn't get my passport until I was like, it's probably like 22 or 23, which makes it harder. If you're under 18, you can use your parents' information, because if they're both U.S. citizens, then you are automatically also a U.S. citizen. But because I was over 18, I couldn't use my parents' information. And I had a home birth, and we didn't even have a midwife attending. My grandma delivered me. So I didn't have like any paperwork from a midwife, didn't have any hospital records. The only thing I had was my parents had put a paper in an ad in the paper announcing that I had been born. So I had that. And then I had, my family had done like a genealogy in the family Bible. So we had a photocopy of the front page of the family Bible's genealogy. And then we wrote to the state that I was born in, asking them to look me up in their birth records, because we also had proof that I didn't have a birth certificate. And they just like sent back a statement saying that there was no record of my birth in their system. And then I had to get, you get these forms at the agency office, the post office, wherever you go to apply for your passport. They have affidavits of birth and witness affidavits. And you usually, if you do 3 or 4 of each, it's pretty good. You can like use family members for the birth affidavits and friends for the witness. And you got to bring them in with you, because they got to sign it in front of the agent so he can notarize it. But that's all I had to do basically to prove that I didn't have a birth certificate, but I was also a U.S. citizen. And so if I do with all that paperwork together, and the handwritten letter explaining both the social security number and now also the birth certificate, both due to religious reasons, there was a little bit of a back and forth correspondence with the agency elsewhere. Mm-hmm. And the first time I was denied, it was a year-long process, and they denied it. But the second time I did all the same stuff all over again, the exact nothing. I didn't change anything I did. And they didn't even send me a correspondence letter back. They just accepted it right away and sent me my passport. And of course, doing it twice means you got to pay for it twice, because they don't give you back your money if they deny information. But I'm the only one in my family who's had that experience. Most of my, not most of my siblings, but quite a few of them have Jesse, I think, got his passport. A couple of my siblings, I think, have gotten their passport on the first try. And many of my friends have gotten their passport on the first try. But again, most of them were under 18 when they tried, which makes it a lot easier.
Okay, that's interesting. And actually, the only time I've ever brought up, and you're probably the only person I could actually bring up, or that would bring up recording births in the family Bible, because that came up in a conversation with my host Kyle and I. But I had no idea. I mean, obviously didn't know. So that does I guess hold some credence then.
Oh yeah, I have friends in Hawaii, and they all got passports. There was like 12 kids in the family, and the only thing they used was the family Bible. They didn't have any other information. That's all they used to prove that their identity. Of course, that would have been like a dozen years ago, so maybe now they want more information, but it was post 9/11. Yeah. So it still was post 9/11, which I think is the main thing that makes a lot of things difficult.
Yep. That is certainly the case. So I guess So yeah, another parallel question that comes up here is, you mentioned that you were born at home. I'm guessing a lot of your siblings and family were home births. I guess on that, I guess do you have any siblings or family members that have gone on to get their birth certificate, and I guess for whatever reason, and have they ever had any issues? Or I guess could you speak to that a little bit?
I don't think any of my siblings will ever. All of us 10 older ones were born at home. The 2 little ones were born in the hospital, but none of us have socials or birth certificates. As for my aunts and uncles, the majority of them do have socials and birth certificates, and they think that everything is rather silly that my grandpa and great grandpa, my dad, stand for. But when they went in to get their socials and birth certificates, again, it depends on who you ask. Like, all bureaucracy is hard, of course. Like, it's never pleasant paperwork, but it was rather easy. Like, they got their information within a couple weeks or months, depending on the person. And one of my best friend was also raised this way. But before we met each other, she went in to get her social and her birth certificate because she wanted to get a driver's license, and she didn't realize that she could do it without. And she said that it was very easy for her to get her social and birth certificate. And she's the same age as me.
Okay, gotcha.
So I know it's an easy thing to do if you decide to do it. Or I wouldn't say easy, because paperwork is never easy, but it's a doable thing, and it's not something that's impossible.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So I guess just a more general question. Obviously the family doesn't exist. In any government databases. You went into the IRS office and found that out. So I mean, you don't have people coming after you for I guess taxes, at least federal taxes. There's probably, with your lifestyles, there's probably minimal interaction with bureaucrats, on a day-to-day basis. But yeah, I guess what are your dealing with bureaucrats, government. Could you guys give us an idea on I guess your interactions or lack thereof?
Yeah, we've had our fair share of interactions with bureaucrats. My dad has been in court for several things. He's actually a political activist, and so he's very public in the political atmosphere. He's ran for state senator, and he's ran for another office in Montana, and done very well both times as a libertarian. And he's like I said, very much in the public eye, without a social, without a birth certificate, and everybody knows it. We're all very vocal about it. And same with me. Like, I've done a lot. I've been to federal courts to witness the trials and things, but I haven't actually been to court for myself. I'm trying to think. Yeah, IRS office. The thing is, it's not illegal to not have a social, and it's not illegal to not pay taxes that you don't owe. Like, if someone was here from any other country and they're working here, they're only illegal. They're not, the work they're doing isn't illegal. They're here illegally because they're not supposed to be here, right? Their crime is that they're not supposed to be here. But I'm supposed to be here. I'm an American. So I'm allowed to work, and I'm allowed to earn money. I'm allowed to make money. Now, maybe someone isn't allowed to employ me, and maybe they would get in trouble for employing me for certain things if they were caught. I don't really know. I think that's kind of a gray area, whether or not that would actually happen, because I've never seen it happen. And like I've said, our family's been working and making money for 4 generations, and we've never had an issue with that. And we've definitely had our fair run-ins with CPS and truant officers. My family less so, but we still the superintendent knows us, and if they don't like how we fill out a certain paperwork for the homeschool paperwork, they let us know. They're honest. But yeah, it's not illegal. And we do pay taxes. We pay car insurance, and we pay property taxes, and we pay sales taxes. We pay all the taxes that a person has to pay in order to live a life. We just don't pay income taxes because we don't make income, if that makes sense. Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. I guess you bring Andy on this one too. But yeah, I guess in terms of generating income, another part of Vonu is financial independence, entrepreneurship, those sorts of things where you take the power back, where you create your own avenues of income. So I guess I know both of you. I think both of you are on Substack. You do some writing for different places. I guess tell us a bit about that, and I guess just any other side hustles worthy of mention. Now, Andy, I'll jump to you now.
You should mention about being anti-car.
What? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, my number one job in making a household run for my wife here and our future children is keeping the expenses low. That's the first job of any person when they're thinking about stuff of this nature, and really just in any regard. That's my philosophy. So we have it set up here where the way that everything is, we could live and thrive for maybe $500 a month in 2025 USA and eat well and have a warm house and even have the tax man satisfied with what he wants for property taxes. So that's what we've got going on. And that's number one. But number two for me has become writing, most of which I get from Substack. I do write for a magazine called The Free Press out of New York City, and they pay me well to do, monthly installations for them for the next year or so. But the real bread and butter for me is my Substack, which, I got hundreds of people giving me monthly subscriptions because they like to hear me ramble about whatever it is I'm rambling about. And I'm still trying to figure out what my publication's actually about. But my readers seem to have figured it out well enough for themselves, well enough to put a little bit of coin in my pocket. So that's what I do. And that consumes most of my time. So I don't have a lot of other hustles. But the thing with the Substack is, if you want to talk about the downsides of the Social Security thing, is I can get payouts from Stripe. Keturah can't, because that's not a government thing. That's a Stripe wants to cover its own rear end if the IRS comes knocking thing. So they want a Social Security number, which I have one, so I can do it. Keturah, on the other hand, who does also write on Substack and has people who want to pay her, she has not been able to figure out a way to do it, and we're still working on that. We're still wondering if it can be done, because Stripe has another service beyond just the regular Stripe Express payout system called Buy Me a Coffee, which is a little more informal. However, they do have monthly recurring subscription possibilities now, which was just released last month, I think. And for whatever reason, you can use Buy Me a Coffee with or without a Social Security number, but the regular Stripe Express, you must have a social. So we're still navigating the online payout world with some of this Social Security number stuff.
But I can use everything else. Like I can use Venmo, PayPal.
Right.
I have an international bank.
Right.
That I use. I can do pretty much anything else. One of my brothers has a credit card. Like he's figured out quite a lot. But Stripe has just been the one hang up. But I feel like it's a minor hang up for me.
Yeah.
But yeah. Also, you should tell him about the car. He'll find that interesting.
Oh yeah, I suppose I could tell you about that. Yeah, we don't have an automobile. That's a large part of why our expenses are so low. We live in a rural village of 250 people, and we do not want to have a car. We don't own a car. I voluntarily renounced my license, so I don't interact with the DMV because I don't like what they do. I think they're a system that operates in an essentially Soviet communist kind of manner, and employing humiliation and saying you've been a very bad boy. For whatever reason, now we've taken away your ability to drive on roads that we force you to pay for, and so therefore they're your roads. And I find that whole thing to be so disgusting and untoward that I refuse to do it. And in refusing to do it, I save hundreds of dollars a month. I limit the risk of killing our whole family in a car accident, which is sadly a common occurrence. And I reduce my interactions with law enforcement officers, I don't know, by a factor of 20 or more.
Like 99%. Most interactions people have with bludgies, we call them bludgies on this podcast, like bludgies.
Okay, sure.
But yeah, it's most of the interactions happen in traffic stops.
That's right. Walking down the street, I don't know. It has happened to me very, very few times that I've ever been approached by a police officer in normal life. So, yeah. Anyway, the no car thing has been a winning success for us, and I don't anticipate ending that anytime soon. And with other vehicles like ATVs, for example, is like to get my firewood, I need an ATV, but the government doesn't really regulate them like they regulate cars. It's
No, not at all.
gotta pay a small permit fee once a year or something. It's very, very small and minimal. Uh, you know, $20 to $50 a year keeps you good with the government for using your ATV on designated roads. So, we can cook up alternatives where they need to be. Or if you really want to get into that side of things, is I even go for the 49cc loophole, where if you have bicycles that are powered by a 49cc or below engine, or hint hint, it could be a 79cc with a 49cc sticker on it that you bought from eBay, and that doesn't need to be registered, licensed, insured, or inspected, and you're not subject to traffic laws of any kind. So I've used those extensively, and I actually took a recumbent tricycle south of Las Vegas on Highway 95 through the desert with a 38cc Honda 4-stroke, like a weed whacker engine and a belt drive kit. And I made it way down into Arizona on that thing with no issues. And I got 100 miles to the gallon, and I went 35 miles an hour on the thing. So there's a lot that can be done. And there's more that we're going to figure out yet in that department, such as building an Amish buggy that has no horse, with a 700-watt electric motor and a 49cc gas engine. I think we could drive around as free citizens with absolutely no harassment that could stand on any legal ground. So that's my big liberty crusade. I think is on transportation stuff.
Hey.
So.
I love that. And I guess just to harken back, going back to the 1960s, to the founder of Vonu. Now, he started out as a band nomad, and then very quickly he and his freemate pursued wilderness farming, where they just lived in tents in the middle of the woods, because he could not stomach the slave tax. He called them slave tax, whether it's driver's license or registration or whatever.
Right.
Like if you have to ask the state for permission first, then like you can't say that it's a free lifestyle. It's kind of
Right.
his perspective on it. But no, I'm with you 100%. There are alternatives. I mentioned this one. Like I said, I won't even go there. But yeah, there's always alternatives. Always alternatives, and I like the that creative those creative directions you're thinking. Very, very much appreciate those. I guess we'll stick with you, Andy. You talked a little bit about I guess one of your nomad adventures on that bike. I guess tell us a bit about freight hopping. I'll preface this by saying that I found one of the best freight hopping, jumping points or getting on points isn't that far away from me. It's 40 miles or so in a town called Effingham. Very major freight hopping east-west location. Some random YouTube video I stumbled across this freight hopper. He's like, "Oh, yeah, this is the best spot to jump on." There's so I guess down in the southern Illinois area, there's like Garden of the Gods. There's a lot of very Egyptian stuff in southern Illinois, weirdly, and a lot of Shawnee National Forest. You can if you'd hop on at Effingham, you'd have it'd be like a very introductory freight hopping ride. It'd be like a 2.5 hour, 3 hour ride through the middle of the woods that you can't drive through there. Which is like one of the most attractive things there. It's like you see spots that no one else could ever see, and if you wanted to jump off and do a night of wilderness camping, if you could get back, get on and off safely, pretty amazing to think about. So yeah, I guess tell us a bit about some of your freight hopping adventures, if you could, and I guess any tips or tricks or anything like that.
The first thing I'll tell you is don't do it. And I'm not lying. I know several people I know or knew are dead because of it. and several more have no legs now or no hands, because it turns out that those trains are made of very heavy, hard, fast-moving stuff that doesn't mix well with how soft human flesh is. So the default on a train, on a freight train, is death. And there's been way too many people with a justifiable romantic ideal, and I'll get into that and why I do think that's justified in a second. But there's been too many romantic types who hopped on a train not knowing what they're doing. They do wind up dead quickly. So, but if you do feel hell bent to do it, what I recommend always is get yourself started, preferably with somebody who you know and trust, who's already done it before, and have them be your guide. Because if you go into it blindsided, I'm telling you, there's a lot of things that are realities that can happen, that are just features of doing that no reasonable person would anticipate those problems. And so you need a little bit of know-how. And one of the ways to get the know-how involves hanging around with people who do hop freight trains. And they are people who many would find to be difficult to be around. These are drunks. They're violent. They've got face tattoos and dreadlocks, and some of them are shooting dope. But if you can become friends with some of them might have what's called the crew change, which I believe still does go around and is never published online, or it shouldn't be. And you have to go to the print shop with somebody who has a physical copy and get yourself a copy, and only if they deem it that you are the type of person who should get it. And anyway, if you can do all that, or if you want to forego all that, then the other thing I'd say is stick to the older lines that are not on the CSX, BNSF, or what's the other one? Any of those major, what they call main lines. Mm-hmm. The ones that have constant traffic, don't use them to start with. Go up to one like what do they call it? The NECR runs up the Connecticut River on the border between Vermont and New Hampshire. That's one that I have done, and it's one of the best beginner routes because the trains run slower, they're more infrequent, the speed limit for the track is lower, so there's fewer problems with like shifting cargo or knuckles or any of that. There's no hump yards going up, and a hump yard is where they have a hill in the yard where they basically push the cars down the hill and they crash into the train, build the train. And if you happen to be in one of those and you don't know and you're asleep, well, you might wake up with a broken neck. So it's good that lines like the NECR don't have them. And actually, as you go further north into some of the paper country up in Maine, or even up in the Maritimes up in Canada, a lot of those lines, they're still running on old style signal equipment. And they do go into wilderness a little bit more. And I find those areas to be more fascinating personally. But yeah, and the other thing I would say too to anybody who would want to do something like that is you have to not care where you're going or when you get there. If you have any pretensions about saying, oh, well, I'm going to get this train and it's going to go here and I know it and I got to get there to do this other thing, don't do that, because you will be sorely disappointed. Because a lot of times you get on a train that's moving north out of the yard, but it's on a rail spur that flips around and sends you southwest, and next thing you know, you thought you were you thought you were going to Tennessee, but you wake up in Tuscaloosa, and that's a common greenhorn thing. And if you're not in a position to be okay with that, then that might not work out. But anyway, I don't know. I've done some of them. I've done some of the main lines out west, like out in Nevada, which I do recommend that. I mean, because Nevada is a vast and desolate state, the most desolate state, really, maybe even more so than Wyoming in its middle parts. and that area is just stunningly beautiful. I especially at night. I remember being in a big gondola, the big open top cars that they put gravel in and such, but it was empty, and I was in with probably 6, 7 other guys. Actually, one of them was a woman, and they had a dog with them, and we're sitting up there, and they had an accordion with them and a bunch of liquor. So we got drunk under a full moon, zipping down on the main line there in Nevada, and it was a ball. It is romantic and addictive. But I quit doing it because I just knew too many people had hurt themselves doing it or caught federal trespassing charges for doing it. And it just is, you really got to be a little crazy to do that type of thing for any length of time. But it is beautiful. And the NECR is another one I've ridden up. I'd mentioned that before, up Vermont way. That goes up through White River Junction and out of Greenfield, Massachusetts, and it goes all the way up to the northern part of Vermont. And that's a really good one to run. But these days it only runs once a week. So be prepared to camp out in Brattleboro or Greenfield for however long. And you got to watch the tunnels too. Like I went through the Hoosac Tunnel through the Berkshires before. And that one's not long enough, but it's a little spooky. You go in those tunnels and it's like, oh, I'm in a tunnel in a non-ventilated space.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Right? So if you're out in the Rocky Mountains, there's a couple of those tunnels where they're 5 miles long, and it takes so long to get through them that, you start to be in an oxygen deprived environment. And if that train stops for whatever reason, which ain't in your control, and they don't know that you're there, you will suffocate to death. So you have to be really, really careful with all this stuff. And I'm telling you, it might sound like I'm just telling scary stories to spook you, but you cannot be too careful doing that stuff. And you will wind up in places with some of the wildest, most drunken, violent, insane people you ever met in your life. And there, on at least one occasion, I had to defend myself in a rail yard in East St. Louis. And it was maybe the scariest encounter I had in 5 years with a meth head who was trying to rob me or violate me, or I don't know what he was doing. But I suggest carrying a piece of 3/4-inch rebar in the back of your backpack with a little bit of foam and duct tape to make a handle so it doesn't shock your hand if you have to hit somebody with it or a dog. So anyway, it's a rough thing to do, and it's a wild thing to do, and you should do it if you got the types of screws loose you got to have to do a thing like that. You will enjoy it then. But if you don't, you'll come away horrified and possibly maimed. So I'm giving you the God's honest truth on it, as I understand it. So
yeah. Well, hey, I appreciate that. And obviously, there's some freight hoppers I watch on YouTube that the real hardcore freight hoppers hate. But usually they're over in Europe, the ones that do the dumb shit of like surfing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, don't do that. That's a quick ticket to death.
Yeah. So I guess that channel. But I guess it's just like you said, it's a romanticized part of it, where they get off in this like vast wilderness of Europe, and wilderness camp for a night or two, and it's like, well, that's like out where you couldn't hike to it. You couldn't hike to those places.
Right.
So it's a cool idea, but I guess maybe it is just a dream for me. I'm not sure if we'll go through with it, but I haven't gone forward with any of the necessary precursor steps. So anyway, I appreciate that. I appreciate all that a lot. So let me see where do we go next? Keturah, one thing I've seen on Twitter is that you offer I guess sort of gatherings for people, or you have in the past at least, gatherings for people to come and, I don't know, learn knitting and sewing and cooking and baking and, whatever else. Could you talk a little bit about that? Some of the gatherings you have there?
I definitely want to get back into that. I've been on a pause since May, but I used to host, I just did it for a summer, and then I met Andy. Or I would have done it longer probably. But for summer, I hosted 2-week immersion courses in my house, and girls came to live with me, a couple at a time. And for the whole 2 weeks, they would learn basically everything that a woman might want to learn, like do in a house. So like there'd be sewing and embroidery and cooking and cleaning and other things too, like how to dress in a way that's like healthy and beautiful and natural, but also like taking walks and reading. And we did journaling and letter writing. Basically just did everything. It was like a finishing school, but without the etiquette. We didn't have very much etiquette involved, but like everything else. Yeah. It was very fun. I really want to do more of that. Like I became friends with a lot of the girls that were my students and still talk to a lot of them. But I, like I said, I only did it for one summer, but I hope to do it for more summers in the future. And maybe even like make it open to like mothers with babies or like mothers and daughters kind of thing. Make it kind of like a fun retreat for women.
Yeah. I've seen some of the stuff, and like I said, from following you guys, I appreciate very much of your lifestyles. And something else I can that's also very, very evident from what you guys discuss is spirituality. And this, like I mentioned earlier on, this will go out on I guess the Sacred Sunday transmissions of the PAZNIA Radio Network. But spirituality is definitely an extremely important component to both of you. And your past, how you choose to live today, how you've lived in the past. So I guess tell us if you could, and I guess we'll start with you, Keturah. How does spirituality impact, the way you live? And I guess your views.
Yeah, I would say it would be a huge part of life. I cringe a little bit at the word spirituality because I feel like it's a lot more than that. Yeah, it's just a lot more than that. But my great-grandfather had been a Pentecostal preacher. And then he left his Pentecostal church and became like, an evangelical preacher on the road with no denomination. And then my grandpa eventually, I think we all have those Pentecostal roots in us still. But we became basically a non-denominational Old Testament type Christian that still believes in the New Testament. But my grandpa just basically got to a point in his religious life where he was like, I love all the Bible, not just the New Testament. I love all of it kind of thing. So he tries to put as much of it in his life as possible without renouncing Christ, but in a way that honors Christ still, but also honors as much of the Old Testament as possible. So that's how I was raised. I was raised with that charismatic element going on while also being, I guess we call it messianic, because there's all the Old Testament stuff with New Testament stuff, a lot of Hebrew, a lot of almost Jewish type stuff, but we don't affiliate with Jewish customs because we say it that's is after the New Testament, a lot of the Jewish stuff is. But so that's kind of how I was raised, and then for a while I also attended many other types of Protestant churches, like Baptist churches, Assemblies of God, Seventh-day Adventists. Then my family lived with the Amish for a few years, 3 years when I was a teenager. So that had a lot of influence in our lives also. And and then there was a period of time where I wasn't really sure what denomination I wanted to be affiliated with. I knew I still liked how I was raised, but also that's a pretty lonely religion if you want to have friends and get married. There's not a lot of messianics that I respected in my circles. I actually pretty adamantly said I did not want to marry a messianic man. I just didn't like most messianic men in our circles. So I just started church hopping and visiting a lot of churches and writing essays about churches of any denomination. And for a time, I was interested in Orthodoxy, the Christian Orthodox Church, just because it felt very historical and very traditional in a way I hadn't seen in any other church. And I loved the hospitality aspect of it. And I loved, it was just very beautiful in a way. But then I ended up marrying a Catholic man. So I've gone all the way back from very non-denominational all the way to Catholicism. And at first I was very hesitant about that part of Andy, just because my family is extremely anti-Catholic. And I was raised being very anti-Catholic. And of course, reading all the stuff in the history books and all the stuff, it talks about how evil Catholics have always been. So it's been a little bit of a journey, but I'm definitely at a point now where I'm like, oh, Catholicism actually is very good, and I love it. But yeah, I'll let Andy talk about Catholicism, though. he wants to.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I was raised Catholic as a boy, and a little boy at that. And then my family all gave it up kind of all at once. And in my traveling years, I was an anarchist, I guess what you could call an anarcho-primitivist, like I read Ted Kaczynski and stuff such like that. And I'm like, oh yeah, like the problem is the emergence of civilization, and like techno-industrial civilization is like the thing that I hate. And my entire mentality was kind of oriented around like an apocalyptic return to a state of pure and unfettered wild freedom, and I don't know. I think what I realized in my years on the road was that this makes sense. Like the freedom oriented mentality makes a lot of sense if you believe in a conception of human nature where human beings are perfectible or at least improvable by their own will or by social will through education and what have you in the secular sphere. But I found this not to be true. It was just beating me over the head that human beings left to their own devices will destroy each other, they'll destroy themselves, and they'll destroy practically everything that they touch. And in cases where they don't, there's this weird little thing that keeps them from doing it. And I guess it's what they've been calling cultural Christianity lately. But I think I kind of came to realize that, you can't just run on the fumes of a faith and have this just, oh, it's Christianity, but it's only cultural. We don't believe in it, but we in just a couple of generations without the actual faith. And I eventually hit a low point in my life and sort of realized that I needed a little help. And so I also looked into Orthodoxy, and I kind of wanted to go back to the most ancient form of Christianity that I could, because I came to believe in hierarchy and order, and not because I wanted to. They're very uncool things to believe in, and they won me no friends to believe in these things. But I had no choice given what I had observed of mankind in 5 years of traveling continuously. And so slowly I sort of realized that the global vision of the Catholic Church has all of the truths of Orthodoxy embedded within it, but it's also Western. It's mine. I'm a Westerner. And more than this, it is truly universal in that there's a Catholic Mass happening every hour, every day, in every time zone on Earth, which is incredible to me. So I wanted to be a part of that, and I wanted to have a marriage and a family and raise up children who would not go the wayward path of the kind of more nihilistic, secular, often freedom-obsessed mentality, where the freedom just winds up being the freedom to destroy yourself. So I more believe now in securing freedom as a space in which to serve God. And I don't mean serve him in a sort of namby-pamby way. I mean, literally, I want to be a slave to Jesus Christ. And what does that look like? How can I bring that into being, to order my passions and my capabilities in a way that doesn't result in ruin and destruction and mutual destruction? And I think the church has given us the absolute best rubric for that has ever been conceived in human history. So that's kind of my journey with that, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's really interesting. I certainly appreciate all that. Yeah, I looked into Orthodoxy. I guess I kind of went the 5 years or so ago. I kind of went, very much Eastern traditions path, and then I came across, I guess Russian Christian Orthodox Church, and it's interesting for sure. I'm with you on the servile society. what we call the first realm. There's no doubt. There's no doubt that most folks out there, whether they're, and I don't like to use this term, the real human beings. But like if you consider the past 100 years, in the USSA with all of the programming and all of the all of the public indoctrination, all of those things. I mean, it's hard. Like the anarcho-capitalist vision of like free society based upon free markets, or even the anarcho-communist version of that. The communist paradise. Like those aren't going to come into fruition. They just aren't.
No.
And so I guess maybe that's a little different. Like I guess I no, but again, like I appreciate your perspective. I guess it's kind of different though, where I guess go even more radical with the free. And this led me back to I guess in this religious spirituality question. I think this is the Book of Enoch. Not sure if you're familiar or not, but there's a quote from there. Quote, "The solution which the Essenes offer for economic and social harmony can be applied in every age, as well as the past, ignoring 4 factors. 1, separating from the chaotic conditions of the mass of mankind, which refuse to obey natural and cosmic law." So that's the solution of PAZNIA. That's the solution. I mean, the vision that's that I guess that I see is trying to live these principles that we believe in the here and now, regardless of what's transpiring, outside of us, outside in the society. But I guess that's good stuff, guys. Good stuff. And anything else? Anything else on that?
I can't think of anything else.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Cool.
No.
And now, an audiobook teaser from Keturah and Grandpa Lamb's book, The Family That Doesn't Exist, available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/lamb to secure your copy today. Bitcoin or Monero preferred?
Introduction by Grandpa's granddaughter. These are the true memories of an old man, and like anything worth telling by any grandfather, they are of a fantastical nature. Some may doubt their authenticity. Who could ever experience even a tenth of the miracles depicted in this book? The wise remember what it was like to be a child, to have an imagination, and to be grateful for the good times. It does not matter if you believe you have the power to doubt these tales any more than if you think you can disprove the accounts of Robin Hood, Jesus, or Moses. Once a legend has entered the magical realm of oral storytellers, it is forever ingrained into the fabric of legacy and culture. What can be more true than the faith that shapes us? Doubt if you wish, the romantics will always want to hear what Tom Sawyer has to say about the world. I am my grandfather's oldest grandchild, and the 4th generation to be raised without a social security number or birth certificate. This meant very little to me until I reached the ripened phase of angst all young adults. Most youth who are raised as I was end up falling prey to the lies of society only because they did not have a happy childhood. For instance, homeschooling is often viewed poorly because abusive parents misuse educational freedom, and yet the culprit is not the educational style but the bad parents. The same is true of any child raised out of the system. If they have traumatic experiences, their first thought is to dismiss the way they were taught or brought up. Nevertheless, there will be horrid parents in all walks of life. I was blessed to have caring parents and wonderful grandparents. No upbringing is perfect nor completely satisfactory. I don't claim to have lived a fairy tale existence. We experienced moments of true poverty, and our lives were riddled by trauma like any other family, and yet, when the time came to question my faith, my heritage was not repugnant to my soul. If anything, it offered me a seemingly impossible wild card in life. My legacy is unlike any other in modern life. I am free from the expectations of the daily grind and the clutches of paying Caesar his due. I am free to dodge conventional standards of success by avoiding societal expectations dumped onto youth as the pursuit of happiness. Perhaps one could argue that it was a dangerous experiment to raise so many children without social security numbers. The same could be said of any alternative way of living that hasn't yet become cool in the world at large, from homeschooling to free birthing to fostering children to interracial marriage. And there are many stories that might suggest any of these things are either harmful or the answer. Obviously, they are neither, but mere social constructs that can build a family culture of pride and the desire for power are laid aside. If you want to do something good, you will almost always be a pioneer of some sort. But if you do it right, people will watch and they will admire even if they mock. They will wonder deep down if they might be brave enough to do the same. If they might have enough faith to match your own, if they might not also desire a life as beautiful as yours. This is the gospel in a nutshell when we are told to be peculiar people, set apart for a good work, the salt of the earth, the sweet fragrance of Messiah. I feel it's no coincidence that my own name, Keturah, reflects this truth, meaning sacrificial incense. If we are to be odd, we must life in a pleasing manner so that, like a moth is drawn to light, others will be drawn to virtuous change. In a nihilistic society of passive-aggressive, wishy-washy behavior, the common folk have forgotten what it is like to choose a hill to die on and make a noble stand. My great-grandfather was willing to go through every valley and over any hill his God asked, and my grandpa followed in his steps. It takes many different types of people to proclaim the good news, and it's good to remember this or division will tear our faith to shreds. Elijah passed his mantle to Elisha, and the same nature of miracles were performed by the same God, and yet the two men walked slightly different paths. Peter and Paul were each uniquely anointed to spread the Christian church, and even though the two of them offered differing messages, their words both pointed to the greatest truth. Recently my grandmother told me, "It is time for your grandpa and me to decrease so that the gospel can continue on through our grandchildren." My life does not look identical to my grandpa's, nor my great-grandfather's, and yet I have accepted the staff and the calling to continue the work they were given. I am excited to pass on this gift to my own children, to meet the halfway mark of the 10th generation, when the way of a father is completed in perfection as it is shown in ancient biblical days. I grew up on Grandpa's stories. I believed him when he told me he ran across quicksand as a boy and that when he and his brothers were a little older, they chased a demon out of the woods. He would jump on the trampoline with us or deep fry whole wheat donuts for us, and while he told us stories from the Bible. My favorite story was of the little girl who saved a king from leprosy. She told the king of the prophet in Samaria, "I wish the king would go see the prophet and be healed." Another I often asked to be retold was of the talking donkey who didn't allow Balaam to distract himself from obeying the voice of God. Of course there was the story of the Rechabites and how Jeremiah went to them to tempt them with strong drink. They were a generation obedient to their grandfather's warning and knew of the coming travesty that would befall Israel. In readiness for doom, they did not plant vineyards nor drink alcohol, but lived intense awaiting the voice of God to move. These stories stuck with me as I discerned the lifestyle I would choose for myself. Would I forfeit my rich history for the chains of commercialism? How could I forget the sacrifices made for me and for my children? I couldn't disrupt this enriched posterity. I wouldn't, just as my own father and my grandfather couldn't when they, too, decided not to join the rat race. It has done something splendid for these men. Wide grins nearly always spread across their faces. Where they walk they are prosperous, and when they aren't, it is only because some story is about to take place. Such a lifestyle isn't unbearable. It instills skills and ingenuity and gathers friends and community in such a lasting manner that you begin to wonder what it is that the outside world yearns after so strongly anyway. What could they possibly want that we don't have? It's been an honor to see this book shape up. For years I begged Grandpa to write his stories down. One day, as I asked him again, he let me know, "I've actually written it. I'll email it to you later, and you can do whatever you like to make it good and to publish it." I rewrote the entire manuscript, trying to keep it true to his voice. I restructured passive sentences and decluttered clunky grammar. I added a lot of dialogue and repositioned paragraphs so the story flowed. Sometimes a story would be repeated 2 or 3 times, and I would put it all together in one place. This took me about 6 months, but I was planning a wedding and making my wedding dress at the same time. Overall, this is his work, and in some ways, because I am his offspring, it is all his work. We still know some of the people in this work. One man, John Runyon, though barely mentioned, is still alive and nobody knows how old he is. Perhaps he is immortal. He lives on a junkyard of his own design, and he has a lot of cattle. He introduced my mom and dad with the hope that they'd like each other. Some of the other characters in this book, including Grandpa's siblings, are names on a page to me, too. I know a few of them have also written their version of the story of their upbringing. I am currently reading my great-aunt Rachel's book, She Loved Her Father, and my great-uncle Daniel's book, He Hated His Father. Rachel's book goes over a lot of the same stories in Grandpa's book, but being the daughter, her stories center more around her mother and siblings rather than the thematic elements of their life. The book opens with her mother having a new baby girl and saying, "That was the easiest time I've ever had." What is it? I love this comical scene from Rachel's book that isn't included in Grandpa Stephen's book. Begin quote. "We didn't celebrate Christmas, but when Christmas came round, one woman, Bessie Wise, went around to all the businesses in town and collected lots of toys and candy for us children. I wonder who those people are?" Philip questioned, as the strange car pulled past where we were playing near the drive. "Look. They are getting out of the car and now they are shaking hands with Daddy. Boy, they look old. I wonder if they have any kids." "They're taking lots of stuff out of their car," I said. "It looks like toys, maybe. It is Christmas time." Philip reminded me, "But we don't believe in Christmas, so what are all the toys for?" I asked. "We probably won't get to keep them anyway," Philip blurted out. Philip is a year older than I am. I'm only 5. He knows more about those things than me. "Why won't we get to keep them?" I asked. "If we keep them, it might be believing in Christmas or something. I don't know." Philip tried to act all grown up. "Oh," I said, "maybe we believe in Christmas now, 'cause Daddy is taking the toys." "Oh goody," Philip shouted with glee. "I see some candy too. I'm going over to see if we believe in Christmas now," I said. "Mother, do we believe in Christmas now?" "We still don't celebrate Christmas," Mother said as she laughed at my childish fears. "We just can't eat too much at once." Just as soon as Bessie Wise and her husband, Bob, left, we kids dug into the candy. With 13 kids to watch, it's hard to know how much candy each one eats. We ate too much. Boy, what time is it? I woke up with a start. It looked like it was still dark outside. Someone was throwing up. What was Tommy saying? Mother was telling Daddy that Tommy was talking out of his head. I wondered what she meant. Is Tommy going to die? While we're eating breakfast, and we're all together, I have something to discuss, Daddy announced. We had lots of candy given to us yesterday. Candy has lots of sugar, and sugar is unhealthy. He paused for a moment to let it all sink in. We can't eat any more of this candy. I wonder what we'll do with it if we're not going to eat it, I thought. Maybe he'll just put it up somewhere. That shouldn't be too hard to find. There are not very many places to hide it in this little trailer. We'll have a little funeral for the candy. Daddy broke into my thoughts. Bury the candy? How awful. Oh well, I can mark it with a tombstone. All graves have tombstones. Then if I want some I can just dig it up. That afternoon, Daddy gathered us all together. We gathered up all of our candy and put it in a bundle. Daddy dug a deep hole in the ground and laid our beloved candy to rest. We all joined hands and prayed, praying that we would not be tempted to indulge in too much candy again, even if it was given to us. After we had prayed, we all threw dirt in the grave until we had a little mound over the candy. It was kind of fun. I stayed longer than any of the other children. I had to find my tombstone to mark the grave. There's a stick over there that will be just perfect. I'll always know where the candy is if I want some. I visited the grave every day to be sure someone hadn't moved the marker. I never dug it up, but it was comforting to know I could if I so desired. I did find out many years later that my older brother Stephen had dug it up and was eating on it. End quote. My great-uncle Daniel has now passed away, and lived a very different sort of life. He embraced the system and tried to convince me to do the same until his last days. I was lucky enough to get my hands on his book just months before he died. However, I didn't read it until this winter, right after reading through my grandfather's book. His book is available on Amazon, and is called The Second Coming. It is written as a novel, loosely on his own memories. It is a bitter, erotic tale of a prodigal son that doesn't return. In most ways his and Grandpa's books are complete opposites. My great-uncle hated his father. Grandpa revered their father. Grandpa's book is filled with miracles, the hard knocks are merely adventures. My great-uncle viewed everything as trickery, and took a nihilistic perspective. Nothing was from God, and nothing was good except for sex. It can be disturbing when even the people who were raised somewhat like you hate this lifestyle. I always felt particularly close to Daniel since he and I were both the oldest children of very large families, and we had similar desires to not be too separated from civilization. I am sad that he never lived long enough to see my success. Perhaps it would have melted the bitterness he felt toward his father and family. And yet I continue to see embittered family members who are consumed by indescribable desires to find their identities through forfeiting their roots. I don't understand this mindset. They aren't any happier for it. There are those who would claim this upbringing was mentally jarring and unsafe, and they left when they got the chance. There are those who lived and loved our lifestyle, but whose memories might vary from Grandpa's own. This is to be expected, just as we have 4 accounts of the gospel or countless Robin Hood retellings. Not getting a social security number once I was old enough was one of my most difficult coming-of-age decisions. Like my grandpa at the end of this book, I didn't want to do something that would be illegal. And I wanted to be a writer and to travel. But I also didn't want to give up my freedom. Could I have it all? After careful consideration, I realized I could. I now travel and speak to young couples on how they can raise their children in a healthy way to be set up for any choice they might make. I teach them how to get their children passports and bank accounts without birth certificates and social security numbers. After the end of this book, my grandpa continued to live a very abnormal lifestyle, moving a lot and dabbling in all sorts of pursuits. At some point, his son Thomas left home in a fit of teenage rebellion, and Grandpa was pulled into false allegations that sent him into hiding for 17 years. During that time, only some of us grandchildren knew he was our grandpa. Most of the younger ones thought he was a well-loved neighbor man. He was gone a lot though, and lived on an island in Florida for a while, taking his boat out to sea for months at a time. During these secret, reclusive years, he developed a foolproof trust contract, a type of common law contract for owning property in such a way that makes it potentially untaxable, that he now shares and teaches to others. He was finally caught driving through Tennessee, something he'd avoided doing during the majority of his outlaw years. Of course the charges were bogus and long ago dropped, but because he'd run for so many years they still gave him a year in prison. He speaks of that time as the height of his ministry when he had the opportunity to witness to a lot of different people. He now lives on a small farm with Grandma in Arkansas, continuing to live out the law of faith. Visiting them is like being home, always, and I can stay for days without wanting to leave. Grandma's favorite recipes are written all over her kitchen walls. I love to work with her and receive her advice, quirky, scandalous, and deeply humble nuggets of wisdom. Grandpa will play some of our favorite hymns on the piano, many of them written by his father. Although I studied music theory and play classical piano, I've always wished to be able to pound out gospel music as fluidly as he does. There are just certain skills you can't teach that are obviously spirit-filled and outside the realm of this world. He's not always the easiest man to get along with. He's an old man with memories, and sometimes those memories murky the current flow. We've had our fair share of falling outs, even as I've worked on this manuscript. However, I believe in our family legacy even if I sometimes doubt the man who's kept it strong. Sometimes this book might feel like a religious ramble. Sink into it, and enjoy the fever dream. I'll leave you with a quote from the first chapter. Quote, "Yes, there is a devil, for I had quite a few personal experiences and meetings in profound literal and physical spiritual manifestations. But Daddy had taught me to be no fool and to know that there are other personal experiences, too, from which we have power to overcome whatever fear we may face." End quote. Many blessings, Keturah Lamb, March 2024.
You've just heard an audiobook teaser from Keturah and Grandpa Lamb's book, The Family That Doesn't Exist, available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/lamb to secure your copy today. Bitcoin or Monero preferred? Yes, it's DJ Brian Freerobot, back with you once again. I hope you enjoyed the interview with Keturah and Andy, as well as an introductory teaser from the aforementioned book. Now, let's hop inside the UFO time machine and go back to around 2018, downtown Chicago, Illinois. Coordinator Rayo traveled northwards to conduct an interview with Paul Rosenberg at a fellow self-liberator's house. Shout out to Christy. Herein, the three enjoyed a stellar weekday privately, and the upcoming interview was recorded. Coordinator Rayo and Paul discussed themes found in Paul's book, A Lodging of Wayfaring Men. A Lodging was and still is a cypherpunk classic released anonymously soon after 9/11. But as was mentioned in the introduction, Paul is a Renaissance man and his knowledge goes far beyond operating the once greatest multi-hop VPN service in the form of Crypto Hippie. An interesting side point, after this visit, Coordinator Rayo stopped by the Baha'i Temple there in Chicago for a second time. It's one of a few massive temples, scattered throughout the world. If you're unfamiliar, do a search for Bill Cooper and the Baha'i religion. In brief, it was meant to be the coming one world order religion, unifying all religions. They even call for a one world government in their welcome pamphlets. If you want to see so-called Nazi symbols on really quite beautiful buildings constructed in the early 1900s, I'd recommend doing so. Of course, the Nazi symbol long predates 1930s Germany, and even could potentially relate to one of our Free Energy Fridays sometime. Anyway, that's all for now. Please enjoy this discussion. DJ Brian Freer Robot, out.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
All right, and welcome to Liberty Under Attack Radio, your home for anarchism in action. I've got a very special episode for you today. I'm actually up in Chicago at a fellow anarchist house, Christy Day-G. Met her at the Midwest Peace Liberty Fest last year, and she was gracious enough to host us here so that I could interview Paul Rosenberg in person. I interviewed him back in January, I think it was, and we covered a lot of really awesome crypto-anarchist stuff. But today we're going to do a little something different. Still going to stick with topics discussed in his book, A Lodging of Wayfaring Men. If you have not read that, you need to. It's great for every crypto-anarchist, agorist should read it. But it's a lot more than just crypto-anarchism, as you'll see as we get into this episode. So we're going to talk about a couple other elements in your book. You talk about spirituality, religion, some teachings about Jesus. I think, the healing was one thing you mentioned specifically in the book. So I figure we can cover that. And then also your views on, what you wrote in A Lodging of Wayfaring Men about modern marriage and how it you may have some issues with it. So issues that I would definitely agree with. So thanks so much for taking the time to meet with me here. How are you doing today?
I'm well, thank you. I'm glad to do it. I'm glad you could get this far and we could meet in the middle.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess let's go ahead and get into it here. So in A Lodging of Wayfaring Men, you talk about Jesus, spirituality, religion, and I've been digging into Mark Passio, actually. He had one presentation, this is the most recent one I watched, called Fake Ass Christians, and he talked about, definitely kind of an inflammatory title, but he talked about how the Christianity that's practiced today really isn't the Christianity that Jesus, promoted. He also kind of makes the claim that, the Bible is natural law, and I'm kind of starting to, even as an atheist right now, I can kind of see where he's coming from, and it's really, really interesting to kind of dig into that realm. So I guess, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you wrote in Lodging of Wayfaring Men about Jesus and that sort of subject?
Sure. I think it's really important to separate Jesus from Christianity. This is not to say that the earliest Christians were dishonest or immoral people. They were mostly good men and women really trying to do what they thought was the right thing. But they really didn't understand Jesus very well. If you can look through the Bible and find lots and lots of times where he says, "Why don't you understand? How can you not understand? Do you not see?" Over and over to these same people. The teachings of Jesus were very, very different than even what's in the later parts of the Bible, and certainly from Christianity ever since. The earliest Christians worked very hard to do, that word, do, the things that Jesus taught about. They had recordings of his sayings, not as good as the ones we have. They had little bits and pieces usually, and passed them around and wrote them down in their books, so they had copies. But they tried to do what he said. Within about 100 years or so, the focus completely changed. What happened was the very first Christians, Jesus' immediate friends and followers, they were people who were not religious leaders to begin with. They were carpenters, construction workers, probably a better word than the one that is probably a more accurate term. They were construction workers. They were fishermen. They were a variety of people, but they weren't professional religionists, theologians, or whatever. Within about 100 years, it began to change. And you have all sorts of people, all the big names, or not all, but most of the big names from the 2nd century on, are people that were religious before finding Jesus. They were professional intellectuals. They were idea sellers before finding this new philosophy. And it changed. Whereas in the 1st century, people were laboring very much to do the things that Jesus said. By the 2nd and 3rd century, for sure, the leaders were having long, extended, excruciating arguments over who he was. And was Jesus all man? Was he all God? Was he both in one? How could that possibly be? And all of these arguments endlessly, and they completely left off doing what Jesus said. Now, the average Christian, the people whose names we don't know, the ones who didn't write the fancy letters, they still were good people, and they endeavored to do the things that Jesus said. But the leaders, they became just arguing over theology and fine points. And to this day now, Christians spend their time trying to decode their rule book and trying to prove that they're right and the other one's wrong. They don't actually try to live the way Jesus said to live. They argue about doctrine endlessly, and they've made almost no forward progress. So I think that's a really important point. I think that's really a crucial thing that was left behind. And I tried to make that point somewhat in the book.
Right, yeah, and I think you did it quite well. So I guess just a really open-ended question here. As I said, Mark Passio makes a claim that Jesus was an anarchist. So was he an anarchist?
The whole Bible's anarchist. Jesus was very definitely what we would call an anarchist, sure. You can find it pretty much from end to end, not only in the Bible, but just the words of Jesus in particular. The story in Luke, where he turns down all the kingdoms of the world, said they're not mine. He took that as a serious statement, at least according to the text. And the most potent line along those lines is in Luke's gospel, where he says, that which is highly esteemed among men is an abomination in the eyes of God. Wow. Yeah, wow. And this is all through the Bible. It begins in Exodus. It actually begins in Genesis, but Exodus, the great story, is the one in, must be 1 Samuel, where from the time of the Exodus until the kingdoms of Saul and David, they were in anarchy. Israel was a tribal anarchy. They had some judges that were set up from time to time, but it was essentially a tribal anarchy. And then when some of these people, saw the kings in the other countries and said, well, we want to have a king like they have. And Samuel, who was the big spiritual guy that everyone looked to in that time, he goes to God and says, look, this is what they're saying. I don't think this is a good idea. He says, don't worry about it, Samuel. They're not rejecting you. They're rejecting me. And this is in the Bible pretty much from one end to the other. The things that people use as justifications that, this is a Christian nation and God wants us to obey the policeman and whatever else. First of all, it's really convenient for them because it makes things easy. You don't have to suffer for righteousness. Okay? You don't, because this is the enforcers are us. We should obey them. God told us to obey and do whatever they say. Well, that argument falls apart in all kinds of ways, from the beginning of where Jesus and all of his friends disobeyed openly the authorities of their time, to the point where you say, oh, really? We're supposed to obey Stalin? Hitler? Mao? We're supposed to obey those guys? This is what the Bible tells us? No, it doesn't. And plus, those things are later than Jesus. The one they particularly go after is a passage in the book of Romans, which is written sometime after Jesus by someone who didn't know Jesus, and some of the scholarship questions that passage anyway. So it's a long, involved argument. But there's no question. The Bible, if you look at it with a fair set of eyes, people argue about the Bible, nonstop. And they all try to prove their own point with it. And they pick and choose, and they do a lot of what I call theological engineering to try to prove their point. But if you just look at it and read what it says and look at it like an honest-minded human being, the Bible's an anarchist book. The Hebrews and the Christians were essentially anarchists.
That's really, really incredible to hear. So, I mean, look how far gone that is. Unfortunately, looking at this country, you mentioned Christian nation. Well, that seems pretty contrary to, I guess, what I've been looking into. It seems like it's a very, anti-Christ, definitely. So, I guess, what's your, I guess, as a historian, what do you think? How did, like Romans 13, how did that get tossed into to the Bible? I mean, I guess my what I found out is that the rulers found that it was religion was a great tool to control the masses. So they started to toss in pro-government nonsense. So I guess how did it get to the Bible get to that point?
Well, let's stay with the New Testament here. Let's pass off discussing the formation of the Old Testament canon. The New Testament was created at first with people saving pieces of reports. Anecdotes is the way they called it in the old days. Things that Jesus had said, and they would save it and keep it and share it with their friends. Eventually, those became our four Gospels by a sloppy process, not a dishonest process, but a sloppy process. I mean, these were things that people pieced together. If the record, if the guesses of sincere people are right, the first gospel written was that of Mark, and then from that was copied Matthew and Luke, and of course embellished by Matthew and Luke. And I don't think dishonestly. I don't think there was any intent to do anything bad or to twist things. I think they were doing the best they could. But these were all written 20, 30, 40 years after Jesus. And then, of course, is the Gospel of John, which is written even later than that, which is a story of its own. And we should probably pass up on that for the moment. But these things began to be written and passed around, and those really became our gospel texts, the stories of Jesus. There weren't even names assigned to them to about 180 AD. Well, they might have been Mark, Matthew, and Luke and John. They could very well have been. No one really knows. The letters, though, began circulating in the 50s AD, 50s and 60s, and then they got around too. And these were primarily the letters of Paul. Paul was a brilliant, erudite, and very, very brave man. This is a tough guy. What this guy went through to do what he thought he needed to do was stunning. So, whatever complaints we can make about Paul, make no complaints about his determination and his commitment to what he believed. This guy was serious. But I don't think he was right about everything. He didn't know Jesus personally. He had his very strong philosophical and theological ideas, again, some of which were brilliant, and he really made what we know as Christianity. There was another version of Christianity up until about 70 A.D., centered mainly in Judea, centered primarily in Jerusalem, run by Jesus' brother, James. That brand of Christianity eventually faded away, and Paul's remained. So these writings of Paul are what became the core of modern Christianity, and then these were, of course, collected and distributed amongst people, and then put in to some sort of form in the late second century. This really began. The funny thing is, the rulers, Constantine and those who followed him, I really don't find any evidence that they really screwed with the text. They obviously screwed with, Constantine in particular, with things around the text, the Nicene Creed, the Council of Nicaea. Constantine was all over that. And he essentially got all these guys who said, no, you're going to come here and you're going to make one statement of faith that everyone is going to be forced to agree with, and that's it. And you're going to do it, and you're going to do it right now or else. So he definitely did this, and he made some decisions on how some of these issues would be resolved, but not with the text itself. I really don't see a lot of monkeying with the text. People like to say that, but I don't find any evidence of it, or at least very minimal. Around the theological issues, yeah. The various Christological issues, oh my God, they're all over that. But the text itself, not so much.
Right. Yeah. Well said. So I guess the next question I have along these lines is, people have, so we've covered that Jesus was an anarchist, and his initial followers were anarchists. What about, I guess, the Bible being natural law? Do you think there's evidence for that too?
I guess that depends how you look at natural law. I think it's probably a fair statement. The Bible definitely agrees with that type of thinking. I'd have to kind of, look at how any particular person was defining natural law and compare it, but I think that's probably a good general statement.
Okay, interesting. So I want to read just one excerpt here from your book, and then we can talk about it, because I have not heard this I guess this sort of interpretation of this, but it's an interesting perspective on the biblical stories of Jesus' healing powers. So you wrote, quote, "What really stands out is Jesus' discovery of healing. This type of thing happened occasionally in Judea and elsewhere, but nothing like what Jesus did. He treated healing like it was a typical ability common to all men. He was introducing healing as a newly discovered ability that we all had, a human tool that he had newly figured out how to use. He would come into town and heal the sick people town after town after town. And the last thing that always bothered me, at least until I understood it, was that he refused to take credit for a lot of the healings. He would always say, 'Your faith made you whole,' and then he goes out of his way to prove that point. He sends out the 12 to do the same things he does. Then he sends out 70 to do the same thing he does, and they do those same things. They get the same results. It's as if he's saying to the entire nation of Israel, 'If I'm special, how are your children doing this?'" Ellipses, through all of this, he is trying to show that all men are capable of doing extraordinary things, that men have amazing abilities that they have not yet used. He believes deeply in the greatness of men and sets out to prove it to all who have eyes to see, end quote. So, I mean, that's pretty powerful, because if you look at it's the modern interpretation of Christianity. It's that, he's kind of the all-powerful, he's, one with God. And, we can only strive to be like Jesus. We can't actually, be Jesus. So I guess, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. I hadn't read that passage in a long time. Thank you. But people over time, in any system of orthodoxy, likes to make God very, very high and humanity very, very low. They like that great gulf in between. For one thing, it makes it better if you're, a minister or a priest or whatever at some point, because you're necessary now. For the other side, it makes it easy. You don't have to strive to be great like the great man did. He was special. We're not going to be like him. You can relax. You don't have to try so hard. You don't have to grow. You can just be what you are. It's okay. Jesus didn't teach most of the things that are attributed to him. The virgin birth, never mentioned it, never said a word about it, not once. The word Trinity never came out of Jesus' lips. No record of him ever saying such a thing or even dealing with the concept. He said, my Father, my Father, my Father. But he never said Trinity. He never said, I'm co-equal with God. None of these things did he ever say. And this idea of natural sin, that man is born into sin, and he never said that. Didn't say it. Other people said it. He didn't. So people really conflate Jesus with Christian doctrine, which is a huge, huge error, because he was entirely different. There are things, the most common thing Jesus said is something nobody even pays attention to. No one ever noticed, so far as I can tell. And it's that Jesus recreated the method of judging right and wrong. So far as I know, no one else has even talked about it. We're getting secret notes being passed in class here.
You want to read that and then...
Oh,
I didn't want to interrupt.
that's fine. Hey, you. Were Jesus Powers lessons from ascended masters? I have no idea. No idea.
So he took off for a long time and theoretically went and traveled, right?
Well, did Jesus travel to India, for example, and do these things? No one knows. We don't know. We just have no idea. Best we can tell, he was, the son of a construction worker in the north of Judea, or actually north of Judea in Galilee. And he lived there, and at 30 years old, he decided he had to go out and start teaching. But we just don't know. And who can say? I really don't know.
I guess I ask because, do you mind? Yeah, if you want to. I guess I ask because Jesus's powers were very similar to what the Hindu religion equates to what the yogis did, who reached, I guess, what Christians would call Christ consciousness. So my understanding is that he went off and took lessons from these ascended masters, these yogis, because obviously Hinduism was way predated Christianity, and and all of that, Trinity and all that symbology came from other creation stories.
It's entirely possible, but I've never seen anything real to put those together. I've never seen any evidence that put them together. As best can be told. Now the story of Jesus is really solid. Almost no modern scholar questions whether he existed. People may have different thoughts about what he did, what he said, what he believed, but as that he existed, there's just so much evidence now that he did, and the evidence, there's more documentation of him than there are of Julius Caesar, for example. So there's all kinds of documentation. But the more I go through, the original transcripts, the original old evidence, I don't see much that really contradicts the gospel accounts. And I don't see much that's solid at all of anything else. There are a lot of could-bes, but I don't see anything solid. I forgot where we were before.
No problem. Because I guess there's another guest too. And this is the one that Passio presented, and they presented in Fake Ass Christians. Again, that's a kind of inflammatory title. That Jesus actually went to Egypt and studied the mystery schools and the occulted knowledge. So it's, especially when you're going back this far, it's hard to really figure out, if there's not evidence available. Then unfortunately that's why I'm digitizing a lot of libertarian publications from the 70s and 90s so that they're accessible. They didn't really have that possibility back then. So maybe they're hidden in the Vatican archives. I don't know, but that's something that's curious to me. If Jesus, went to India, or if he went to Egypt to, study the mystery schools or the occult, I really don't know. But it's just kind of a new realm that I'm I guess investigating. But
well, that's a good question. And as far as I can find and I can see, Jesus was born in whatever way, if we want to say, it was providence, divine, whatever, or just like Mozart, just where did this kid come from? Jesus was a better human being than the other people. And that's why he was killed. I mean, he was just better. And some people, the people who loved him and followed him, wanted to learn. They were able to bear that. The ones that hated them weren't able to bear it. People who are noticeably better than others in some good way, they suffer for their virtues pretty strongly sometimes. Had Jesus been born in any other place, he would have been killed too. It wasn't just there. It wasn't just the religious opinions of that place and time. Anybody would have found a way to kill him, because this was a man who was noticeably better than other human beings. And people have this kind of sick status obsession. And if he's better in some way, that makes me worse. And they would have found a way to kill him anywhere, because he was simply a better person.
Wow, yeah, that's interesting, and I don't know. I've got to get back to kind of the modern iteration of Christianity today. I mean, it's mind blowing that there's so much worship of the military and the cops, the bludgies. It really is. And when you raise the point, well, to Christians, well, who killed Jesus? Well, it was bludgies. It was the cops. So it's just really crazy to me that they can, have a lot of them have these really strong Christian beliefs that, their families have had for a long time. Yet, the symbol of their religion was killed by, the agents that they support. Obviously, a long time ago, but it's just really, I guess maybe I'm lucky because I started, looking into this stuff, about 5 years ago. So I never really had, this long period of time where I was, my head was full of contradictions. So I have a hard time understanding how people can hold both of those positions simultaneously when they're so opposite of each other and they're so antithetical to what they're claiming. So I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Well, what happens is people, first of all, a lot of them are raised that way, and they come to see the world in that way, and they kind of form their decisions and their mental universe around it. And the contradictions, they kind of blank them out, to use an Ayn Randian term. But they do, and they kind of blank them out, and they don't think about it. Or if they're very clever, they find a way to harmonize the two, and then they kind of become an important person in their community because they dealt with this contradiction and eliminated it for everybody. But it remains a problem. War and Jesus together. Are you kidding me? Please, it's ludicrous. But people are stuck in this, and like I say, it's easy. If we're supporting our nation because it's a godly whatever, then you don't have to suffer for righteousness. You don't have to take a stand. You don't have to stand alone. You don't have to have people ridicule you. You get patted on your back all the way through life, and you just hang out with your guys, and you can pretend that you're okay, that you're spiritual, and you're going to get the magic fix after you die, and everything's going to be great. And so you find ways to not think about certain things. And one of the things you have to do is not see a lot of the things that Jesus said. But if the preacher who's got perfect hair and a perfect suit and got everybody saying what a great man he is, and he says this and everybody agrees with it, it's very easy to go along with it. So those kind of things happen every day. I'm really seeing glimmers of light from younger people who say, really? I had lunch with a young man not long ago who's saying, I'm still a Christian and I still believe in God, but I don't think all these other things are right. And I'm seeing a lot more of that. And I think that this war church thing, I hope at least that it goes away, because it's just, to Jesus, I can guarantee you this would be a horrifying thing, that in your name we're sending armies around the world to kill people. Wow.
Yeah, turn the Middle East into glass, let God sort it out. Yep, that's I guess the mantra of the neoconservative. Yeah, it's hard to understand. It definitely is. It definitely is. So, I guess did you have any other questions on religion, Christy, or are we good to move on to the next subject? Good. Okay. All right. So this next one is you talk about in a lodging of wayfaring men. Some issues with modern marriage, and then also just I guess the subject of sexuality in general, how it's treated as this really evil thing, yet or you aren't supposed to talk about it. You're not supposed to if you do it before a certain age or do it before marriage, then you're just a bad human being. There's a lot of oddness surrounding that. So I guess let's go ahead and move forward into what are your views on modern marriage? I mean, obviously there's some issues. If I think the last time I looked, I actually did a paper on it in higher level indoctrination when I was there a few years ago. But like the divorce rates are like 50% for people that get married. It tells you that's something's a little wrong here. So I mean, what are your views on that?
Boy, talk about a big subject. Humanity has always had a problem with sex and marriage. Any society of any coherence develops its own mandatory sexual mores. And it's been a problem because all of these things are not based upon who and what we are, but they're based upon the concerns of primarily older people. And some of them are legitimate concerns. Back in the old days meaning before the 20th century, certainly before 1960, I'll explain that in a minute, there were issues. In other words, a healthy boy and a healthy girl, they're going to want to do things that result in babies. And babies need to be fed and need to be taken care of. Raising, any of us who've raised kids knows it's a hard job. And so a lot of these societies made ways of scaring young people from having sex, even though biologically we're entirely designed for it. And, 15, 16, 17, 18 years old, healthy young Johnny and healthy young Susie, that's what they're going to do if they're left to their own devices. And probably they will love each other, and they will care about each other, and they will take care of each other. In most cases, there's a few aberrations everywhere, but in most cases, they will do that, and they will have children, and they will work to take care of their children. It's not necessarily a bad thing to get married young. It's a bad thing in our current society. But to mate at a relatively young age is biologically normal to us. So when I was writing Wayfaring Men, first of all, I didn't really think I'd ever write anything like that again. You see, and I was trying to throw everything I could into this, everything that mattered into this book. So I pulled out these things because they're really important and because nobody really pays attention to them. We have our way of doing it, and mostly it's been scaring young people, specifically scaring young girls, keeping them ignorant in many cases, and scaring them away because the girl is the custodian of the next generation. I mean, nature, man is necessary, but nature has given the bulk of it to women. I mean, she carries the baby. She's does most of the job. Everything changed in the 20th century, specifically in about 1957, 58, with the birth control pill. Effective, cheap birth control changed the game. So now young Johnny and Susie can have very warm feelings for each other and do things that would normally result in babies and they can prevent them from resulting in babies. This shook up the moral foundation of lots and lots of things. And for better or worse, humanity has this proclivity to run off the road on the left, get back on, then run off the road on the right, instead of trying to find some sort of, sensible middle sort of course. And so we've had free lovers, everyone should have sex with everybody, which doesn't work because sex is not like shaking hands. It's more meaningful and it's more affecting than that. But then again, you may never do anything with anybody except within such and such criteria. It really doesn't quite hold anymore. And where this goes, it's really hard to say. And it's really a difficult thing even to talk about because people have very heavy instinctive leaning certain ways. And it's a very difficult subject. And I think probably we're some decades, centuries, hopefully not millennia, from coming to a real middle-of-the-road, sensible thing that works for us. But even that, it's not going to work for everybody because we're different. And most of us do best in a monogamous, long-term, loving relationship. We just do. Now, does that mean everybody must do that? No, it doesn't. There's differences, everything from people who don't want to be married forever to gays to whomever. And you can't lock everybody in that same mold. And when you have societal, mandatory sexual relationships, they're locking everybody in the same mold, and that's a crime just by itself because we're not all the same. Most of us do best in monogamous relationships, or at least some version of monogamy, but not all of us, and we don't have to. It's up to the individual. So it's a real difficult area, and I brought it up because I wanted to put some new ideas in there and to toss them in, but nobody knows what the right way for it is to turn out is.
Right. And you mentioned in the book, I think it was it was either one of the essays at the end or maybe it was in the main text, but how, and I forget the names now. It's been a month or two since I've read it, but I think it's is it James Farber and his reporter woman, I think it was. And her mother was wrote her some letters about I guess her thoughts on it, and she was kind of, looking back on her relationship with her husband, and he said, me, restraining him to only me probably made him, not as happy, because I wasn't, I didn't always want to do it. I didn't always want to have sex. So I think I might have, made his life worse, in some way by, restraining him in. So I guess, with that in mind, with I guess the major issues when it comes to this, abortion, where do you see, I guess, let me back up. There are also kind of the advents of things like, and this isn't new, obviously, but like polyamory, and there's free love, which was back in kind of the crypto culture sort of hippie movement. Where freemates, where you're together by contract, but you don't contract with the state, which state shouldn't be involved in marriage anyways. That's super intimate between two people, not they have no business knowing whatsoever. But I guess what are your I guess outlooks on polyamory and the free love sort of movement? Do you think those are positive things going into the future?
I guess my outlook on it is twofold. One is if that's what people want to do, and if they're not bothering anybody else, do what you want to do. No, it doesn't bother me. I don't care. The other side of it is, I've never really seen it work. I've seen lots of people try, and I've never really seen it succeed. Now, I'm sure I've missed something along the road somewhere, but I've seen a number of tries, and it just doesn't really work in real life. Now, is that the fault of human nature? Possibly. Is it the fault of the societies, the ideas that we're born or grew up with? Maybe it's just we're not evolved enough yet. Or maybe it doesn't work for 99% of us. It's hard to say. But again, first of all, if somebody wants to do it and they do it voluntary, there's no coercion, there's no deception involved, fine, I don't care. No problem to me. Secondly, I haven't seen it work.
Right. So I guess to read a little portion of A Lodging of Wayfaring Men to give people to give the listeners an idea of what's something that you wrote on this subject. Just another short excerpt. You wrote, quote, "Well, there is something similar later on. I call it adolescent misery. The miseries of dealing with your sexuality coming alive. You've been told repetitively that sexual desire is bad. More importantly, everyone you know treats it as something to be afraid of. They speak of it only in hushed tones and not in front of children. They are not allowed to discuss it in public. It is made taboo. Then you have desperate floods of passion. What is a young teenager supposed to do with this overload of contradictions? And God help you if you've had parents who cheated on each other and tore your family apart. Then your sure desire is dangerous. It can warp the soul. If you survive it without scarring, what is the teenager supposed to think? My body is coming alive with passion and pleasure, but these feelings are evil. How twisting is that?" End quote. So I guess let's talk about you kind of mentioned it there, but what effect does this have on the development of young children? Do you think it has a really negative effect and stunts their growth in some sort of a way?
Yeah, I do, particularly teenagers, as I wrote about there. Nobody has a balanced view of this stuff. And I know it's hard, and I know we're coming out of a very difficult environment. But I think it's important to tell children when you're having, the talk as the parent, that this is normal, this is the way it is, but there are consequences. And there's nothing wrong with it, but you have to use it in some way that's productive and not difficult, because, if you and Susie follow nature's course, there's going to be a baby. And I mean, for 90 some percent of us, there's a few people that can't. You're probably going to have kids. Think about that and decide what you want to do. But when you make it something that's evil, something that's bad, then you're forcing them to contradict themselves. My body is evil because it wants to do these things that, for whatever reasons are considered evil. Well, your body isn't evil. What you're doing is normal, and it's a normal, healthy thing. God help you if you don't. This is a fundamental part of humanity, and it's not wrong. It's not bad. But we have to use it in the current world, and you might want to do this or do that. Think about the consequences of what's going to happen and act accordingly. Act like a grown-up. I'm only 16. I'm only 17. Well, your body's a grown-up. Your body's ready to reproduce, and you're going to have to step up and act like a responsible human being and deal with this. Might be good for most of the kids to face that directly rather than just be told, "Thou shalt not," because this, and oh, by the way, we're going to give you condoms in school. Don't worry about it. And again, treating sexuality as if it was just like shaking hands, which, everyone learns that it isn't, but they usually learn with a lot of scarring.
Right. And I'm just thinking about this. Obviously, for most folks, especially those with I guess kind of statist families, statist parents. It seems like that it's just contradictions abound, as they grow up, and then it's no surprise whenever you see them, turn into adults, or you see them going to higher level indoctrination, college, not being able to use rationality and logic to come to reasonable conclusions or certain conclusions. So I think whether it's sexuality, whether it's X, Y, or Z, teaching, I guess raising children, with those contradictions abound, definitely leads to, I don't know, a more irrational society, and I think that's kind of evident to anarchists. I guess one. Oh, go ahead.
Hold your question for just a second. I just want to add on that point, is that it's a complicated world out here, and there's lots of things going on, some good, some bad, all the time, and even those of us who spend their days trying to figure all this stuff out, we still don't know it all. And we still have things. And I think it's really important if you have children, and when a child comes to you with a problem like this one, and you say, "Look, honey, here's what I think, here's why, but it's there are exceptions and difficulties, and I don't know what the best answer is. I've been trying to figure out, and I don't know. But here's what I do know. I think it's important to be well, in 100 areas, to admit your ignorance, because we're all ignorant about lots and lots of things. And I think it's important not to try to pretend that you know an answer to something because, well, my mom said so, or my grandfather was a saint and he said so. Well, maybe Grandpa was a saint. I hope he was. But it doesn't mean he was right about everything. He was a good man, and he was trying to figure out things as best he could. Well, we're good men and women, and we're trying to figure out things as best we can too, but we don't know all the answers, and I think it's important to tell children, here's what I know, here's what I think, but I'm not sure, and beyond that, I don't know. And, think about it and tell me if you think of anything, and we'll try to put our head together and come up with answers. I think that's a real healthy way to deal with children, whereas the other way that this is the ruling of the elders or the whatever it is just anti-mind. It shuts people down, and it puts a lid on top of them. And I think it's really important for parents especially to admit ignorance.
Right. And one of my pretty regular guests on LUA is a guy named Daryl Becker, and he kind of he isn't a fan of firm conclusions, because I'm not sure if you're familiar with the trivia method, but your entire life you're collecting grammar, which can help you form conclusions based off of evidence. And if you're consistently learning, consistently gaining more information, then your conclusions should change throughout your life from new evidence that you've gathered. So I see it all the time, whether it's in the religious sphere. It's like, well, we know this for certain, and it's really hard to even have a rational conversation with those folks, because if they have these extremely firm conclusions and they aren't going to listen to the evidence that you present anyways, it's just wasted time, unfortunately. If it's not going to be a two-way conversation leading to more knowledge on both sides, then it's kind of a waste of time, unfortunately. But going to #Agora, another book on the Anarplex website, it's kind of interesting. Like obviously through like the 20th century, you had kind of the puritanical sort of conservatism where you married someone, it was for life, and that was final. And then now it's divorce is so easy to do. Well, it's not easy, obviously, because the figuring out who owns what and who's going to get what is difficult, but it's getting a divorce on paper is not a very difficult thing to do. So you are right that you went from the far right to kind of the far left. But in #Agora, it's kind of interesting, the dynamic of Katie and I don't remember the protagonist's name, but in #Agora, I mean, it's a pretty, sexually explicit book. And it really is. And I didn't have a problem with it at all, obviously, but I don't know. It was just strange. I've never read a book that was, it's just that out and open in front. Like, I think that might be, at least in this author's, at least for Anonymous, who's the author of that book, maybe that's what he sees kind of the culture of the second realm being. It was only with one woman, but still, I don't know. It's kind of hard to see how these things would come about spontaneously in second realm. So I guess, do you have any insight on that? For these free autonomous, communities, do you think, obviously, when it comes to property, private property and autonomy, that'll be radically different from the first realm. But how do you see kind of the culture, whether it's sexuality, spirituality, art, aesthetics, all of that? How do you see that coming into fruition? Because I think you do have a little experience with this from your past. So,
I think that the open second realm culture, which I really think of as just the future taking root in the present world. I think that is going to give us more and better ways of doing things in a lot of areas. And there'll be experiments along the way. Some people think, oh, this is the new thing, and for them maybe it is, but for most of us maybe it won't be. It's funny how I really think that over time, a lot of the second realm culture will become fairly conservative. And I don't mean politically conservative, but I mean just societally conservative. One of the great stories, this is an interesting one, there was a group in the 19th century in Oneida, New York, and in a bunch of other places, but their headquarters was in Oneida. And they believed that monogamy was wrong, was contrary to God's will. They were, they had Bible verses and everything else, and God did not want people to live that way. And they believed in group marriage and sharing the children and everything else. And they really did this over decades out of Oneida, New York. And they found out that the thing broke down because the next generation wanted to be monogamous. Johnny and Susie wanted to be with each other, and they didn't want to sleep with other people. They wanted to be, and so they would run away, and it was enforced. These people enforced things, and they found that it broke down because people wanted to live in monogamous relationships, and they would leave and they would run away and at great cost to themselves. Their families sometimes wouldn't talk to them or things. They had pretty heavy consequences for this, but this is the way they wanted to be. So I think a lot of these things, this is just my opinion, but I think a lot of the things will kind of go back to more conservative things in the end. I think art, in particular painting and sculpture, will go back towards maybe Renaissance stylings. And I think music is likely to go back to more, a folk, classical sort of base rather than more and more loud and more effects and more everything else. I suspect it's going to go back more towards classical, or maybe probably some version of classical mixed with some type of more modern rock and roll sorts of things. It'll be very interesting to see, but my guess is it will be more conservative than most people think. But that's just my guess.
Right. And I think we obviously, when it comes to second realm culture, we do have some modern day examples of this, like freedom festivals, these temporary autonomous zones. So I think as some insight into what second realm culture might look like, a more permanent sort of one. I think freedom festivals are great to look at. And I think you're going to I don't remember what it is. It's a one out in Vegas, right? You're going to be speaking at one of these conferences coming up.
I'm going to Libertopia in San Diego. I may end up at Freedom Fest in Vegas, but I'm not speaking there.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't know you. You did those talks and such. So I guess to kind of. I'll finish off this one thought, but yeah, I think we can look at freedom festivals and see, what, because they're spontaneous. I mean, there's no enforced culture, and obviously the culture of anarchism is radically different from the servile society. So we can kind of look at freedom festivals as an example of what the culture might look like. But I guess what are you going to be speaking about there in San Diego?
Well, this will be the very first time anybody's ever asked me to speak about raising children. And I have some long experience in this subject, but I've never been asked to speak on it before. And it's, I said yes, but with a little bit of trepidation, because what everyone expects you to do is to say, I raised so many children and they're doing so well. One is an architect and the other is, whatever. They expect you to give this litany of how well your children, and I homeschooled them, and I don't want to do that, because then it kind of turns your kids into like tools of proving you right. And I can't do that. They wouldn't like it and I wouldn't like it. But I agreed to do it, and it'll be interesting. I haven't put it all together yet. I've got some notes, but I haven't put the presentation together yet. And it'll be a very interesting one to do. Usually I speak on cryptography or data privacy or history. I did one recently in Austin, Texas, talking about how cryptocurrency is the future taking root in the present world, and it's kind of the separating point between past and future. And so I usually speak about things like that. This will be the first time I've done kids.
Right. Well, that'll definitely be interesting. I hope they put a video out of that. But with something you said there, speaking of really terrific crypto anarchists, when I get down to, I've got my plan for Van Emmett hasn't figured out. I'm going to go to Texas first so I can meet my host of the Vonu Podcast, who we've been actually like 3 years. This past March, we've been working together on stuff. He goes by a pseudonym. I've never met him or anything like that. So when I got into Austin and to meet him, and I guess a bonus is that Cody Wilson is there too. So for those who aren't aware, who are living under a rock, he came out with the Liberator pistol, which you can find at libertyunderattack.com if you want to download those files. And then also the Ghost Gunner, which is out now, which is basically making the gun control debate. It's not even a debate anymore. It's the science is settled with crypto anarchism. So what are your thoughts on Cody Wilson? Have you ever met him? Have you ever spoken to him?
No, I've never really have. I've been at the same show as him, and he was across the room, but I never actually spoke with the gentleman. And so I really don't know. I know as much as anyone else does about what he's done.
All right, I was just curious. I guess I really don't have much else. Do you have any other closing thoughts for the listeners you'd like to leave them with?
Oh my. Live your life. Don't follow anyone else. Find out who you are. Find out how you want to live. Take input from anywhere you can get it that's good. But live your life and do it the way you think is right. If you make a mistake, well, join the club, because we all make mistakes. Fix it, apologize, move on, do whatever you have to do. But live your life. We are humans. Humanity is better than we used to be. By a piece better. The cruelty of the old days was just horrifying. Things are better now. We're getting better. We're going to be a lot better in the future. Be part of that. Don't be the ones who get dragged along. Move forward into the future. Yeah, you're going to make a mistake here and there. Fine. It sucks. Pick yourself up and keep moving forward, because that's the only life that's really worth living.
Right. And I guess to close out, you've written some books, The Lodging of Wayfaring Men, which I've talked about so many times on this podcast before, especially during our Building the Second Realm series. But why don't you tell the listeners about the new book that I still have to read, the most recent one that came out, and then make sure to plug Crypto Hippie and tell them what they can purchase from you there.
Okay. The new book is called The Breaking Dawn, and it again is a novel. There's a couple others. There's a history book called Production versus Plunder. One that my partner in Crypto Hippie and I wrote called The New Age of Intelligence, which is interesting. But The Breaking Dawn is a real broad book. It covers a much wider area than The Lodging of Wayfaring Men, although obviously there's some overlap. But it's a much broader book, and it actually goes into the future a long way. So I think it's wonderful, but then again, I'm biased. And Crypto Hippie is a professional level VPN. It's cryptohippie.com. And it's a very good privacy network. We protect surfing and email and chat and mobile data and so on. And then, of course, there's the newsletter, freemansperspective.com. And that's weekly articles on all sorts of subjects, and then the subscription newsletter, where we go into a lot of these things in considerable depth.
Right, yeah, and I actually did subscribe to the Freeman's Perspective, the newsletter. It's fantastic, so definitely go do that. So, Paul, thanks so much for taking the time here to chat. It was fantastic, and I never thought I'd meet you, so it was really an honor to do so.
Very much my pleasure.
Because that's really the issue that we're dealing with these, ghost phones, ghost pads, whatever, is that there's no way that you can organize with other people and have these distributed tribes if you have a snitch in your pocket all the time. Mm-hmm. People are literally wearing wires all the time. They have a snitch in their pocket and they're trying to do clandestine things. That's never going to work. I'm focused on this project now because I really see how the unfettered flow of communication is what really has prompted this, shift in consciousness. And that if this can't continue this way and people can't communicate freely with each other, then all the distributed networks that have formed aren't going to be very effective, and they're not going to be able to do what they could do. If you can't communicate, especially when you're basically part of a dispersed tribe at this point, if you can't communicate without being monitored, it basically hamstrings anything going forward.
Step up your privacy and order a ghost phone today. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/ghost phone. Again, libertyunderattack.com/ghost phone. And make sure to keep a lookout for more ghost pads, privacy tools, freedom boxes, and more. libertyunderattack.com is the website. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
The intent of the GhostPad is to offer a complete security and privacy hardened computer system that is built from the ground up to be an effective direct action countermeasure for those who want to actively resist the privacy intrusions of the entire surveillance state hydra, both public sector and private sector. A user-friendly computer that the owner maintains exclusive control over every aspect of its operation and has complete control over who accesses what data. A GhostPad is your virtual corner of the room where the cameras, microphones, and other data collection devices have no power. After all, power comes from ownership, which is exclusive control. Unlike practically any other available option, when you buy a GhostPad you are truly its owner. And while the masses beg and bleat to their political corporate masters to loosen their chains, GhostPad owners can use their systems as virtual bolt cutters and cut themselves free. GhostPads are high-quality business rugged laptops that have had the security-compromising system firmware, BIOS firmware, Intel management engine, etc., removed and replaced with more secure, free and open-source alternatives. The closed-source binary BIOS firmware has been removed from the system board and replaced with free, as in freedom, alternatives, as well as the Intel management engine also being neutralized. That combination makes them more secure by design, and preemptively thwarts any attempts by threat actors, both public and private, to gain access by exploiting its vulnerabilities, either by an engineered in and hidden backdoor, or a zero-day exploit in the factory, supplied firmware or the Intel management engine. Perhaps the most important security privacy-enhancing feature these systems have is the neutralizing of the aforementioned Intel management engine, IM. The IM is a separate computer in a computer that is embedded into all Intel platforms made since 2008. It has its own operating system called Minix. It operates out of band, meaning that your primary CPU has no access to monitor what it is doing, and it has direct access to all the hardware that your primary CPU does, making it the ultimate embedded spying device. You can't audit what it's doing. It's always on when the computer is plugged in, or has battery power. It has its own network interface with its own MAC address that can bypass any system firewall configuration. It has its own storage you have no access to. It can access your microphone, camera, keyboard, can record keystrokes and display, can screenshot your encrypted communications while you are reading and writing them. The IM can only be disabled by modifying the system's firmware. That can only be accomplished by using an external programmer to reprogram the chip that stores the system's firmware. Only select laptop models can be modified. We concentrate on the compatible models with the highest performance available. We offer models that are 2x as powerful as any configurations sold and supported by Lenovo. Transitioning your computing activity to privacy-hardened platforms is a direct action strategy to resist the attempts at total omnipresence by the surveillance state. To put it simply, these systems are some of the few available that are likely compromised in some way on the firmware level, so they are some of the most secure and private available for use cases where those attributes are the most important. It is also why systems configured this way are considered as ideal to use as a base to install a security privacy-hardened OS, such as Qubes OS, Parrot OS, or other privacy-focused Linux distributions, on. To view the full selection of GhostPads, ghost phones, and other privacy tools available via Liberty Under Attack publications, just visit libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. What are you waiting for? Step up your security culture today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
Coming up next, our regular Bitcoin Bugle blurb, and some messages from Liberty Under Attack Publications.
The following ad is presented by the Anti-Toxicity League, working tirelessly for a safer and less toxic world.
On January 20th, 2025, Elon Musk turned my life upside down when he did the Nazi salute in support of Donald Trump.
We had bought the Tesla because we wanted to virtue signal about the environment, and so that all our friends knew that we were liberals, not so that they would think we are Nazis.
If we had wanted to be Nazis, we would have bought a Volkswagen.
Now our friends have turned their backs on us. I was driving my Model 3 to Whole Foods yesterday, and my friend Clara flipped me off from her Nissan Leaf. The video cameras caught my husband's friend John rubbing his balls on the hood of the car.
Even though we have a Vote Democrat sticker on the bumper, people still think we are Nazis. We have tried so hard to not be Nazis, accepting our white privilege, virtue signaling for every possible cause on the left. Yet no matter how hard we have tried, our friends have turned on us because of our car.
It would seem that the only place we are accepted now is at Trump rallies and amongst the normal, uneducated Americans who don't have time to focus on irrelevant social causes.
We can't just change our friend group because of this. We don't want to hang out with people without college degrees, those who aren't focused on equality, those who refuse to state their pronouns, and conspiracy theorists who don't care about climate change.
That is why today we are proud to say that we sold our Tesla because we aren't Nazis.
This decision proves that we don't support unelected officials auditing other unelected officials in the government.
It proves that we are willing to make brave decisions in the face of adversity in order to promote equity and inclusion in our communities, that we are willing to stand up against hate.
With this move, I hope that our friends will forgive us and the lady at Mimi's Cafe will stop spitting in my avocado toast.
Doing the right thing means that sometimes you have to stand out from the crowd and make hard decisions. Stand up against hate. Stand up for the government officials who have been laundering our tax dollars for a better world. Stand up for climate change, for the right to take your children to Drag Queen Story Hour. But more importantly, choose to be brave and to sell your Tesla.
My name is Fred Smith.
And my name is Janet Smith Schuster.
And we are choosing to stand up against hate.
Timmy Tether here. Are you ready to unleash your thermodynamically sound style? Then check out the Bugle's 40 Hours Per Week collection, available exclusively at Orange Label. By wearing 40 Hours Per Week tees, you're making a statement. You're letting people know that you don't have time to waste. Made from premium cotton that feels as good as withdrawing your Bitcoin from exchanges directly into cold storage, these shirts come in various styles for both Bitcoin podcasters and Bitcoin podcast listeners. Whether you're listening to your favorite Bitcoin podcast at the gym, meet up, or just want to start conversations about the future of money, these shirts speak your language. Available in sizes extra small to 2XL and priced at just 0.00012 Bitcoin. Or if you prefer fiat, we accept that too. Head on over to orangelabel.co and look for the 40 HPW tag for the latest threads from the Bugle.
Rayo was right. Freedom does indeed need more full-time professionals, not collective movement preachers seeking a coterie of followers, but explorers, inventors, developers of liberated life ways. Undoubtedly, numerous folks are truly seeking a way out of the servile society, but they don't see any options outside of political crusading or apathy. Many are being emotionally and physically broken down by the 9-to-5 grind, the daily pressures of the servile society, and the recognition of how truly unfree They really are. That being the case, our task as Vonuans now becomes self-liberation and marketing in that order. Reason being, if we are ever going to see an alternative economy, sovereign free port, a new libertarian country, or whatever other grandiose strategy comes into fruition, we need to first break people free from the servile society and into a lifestyle change of their choosing. Additionally, if we are ever going to see the abolition of the state, we must do our damnedest to eliminate the market demand for it. A great way to do that is by showing individuals that there are other options, and to help them in the process as much as possible. Some entrepreneurs may even be able to monetize such a venture in the form of consulting, or the development of tools or services to ease the transition from the first realm to the second realm. Rayo's first book, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom, was initially published in 1983. 35 plus years later, many of these strategies are just as practical now as they were then, if not more so thanks to the evolution of technology. Yet, some recommendations he and others posited are extremely outdated, destined to fail in the modern day. Vonu is based upon reality, not legality, and therefore, it will develop according to the external factors of the present time. Freedom is not free. It takes time, effort, money, an extreme amount of dedication, and a willingness to make sacrifices. It requires the willingness and ability to create, develop, and to problem solve, as we are the self-liberators of the 21st century, pioneering the path forward to a freer future. It is not for everybody, and neither is Vonu. There's no better way to end this book than with these wise, timeless words from our friend and posthumous mentor, Rayo. Quote, "A Vonuan to me is not just someone living in a particular manner. Lifestyles may change. A lifestyle which was Vonu 100 years ago may not be Vonu today. Some lifestyles Vonu today were not possible 100 years ago and may not be Vonu 50 years from now. A Vonuan is someone who places a high value on relative invulnerability to coercion, someone for whom freedom is worth a fair amount, though not infinite, of effort, inconvenience, discomfort. To a Vonuan, Vonu is not just a means to other ends, nor is it an ultimate end. Like most qualities of life and life itself, it is both. A Vonuan will choose whatever way of living offers personal sovereignty, and will change lifestyle again and again, if necessary." End quote. Your free future is closer than you think. This was an excerpt from my book, Vonu, A Strategy for Self-Liberation, available in the Self-Liberation Bundle. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle to snag every book we offer at a huge discount. Currently 18 books. Again, libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle is where to go to pick that up. And to view our full catalog, please visit libertyunderattack.com. LUA Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm. DJ Brian Freer Robot, back for a quick minute. The PAZNIA Radio Network, and the PAZNIA Network more generally, need your help. Visit PAZNIA.com/shop and please consider making a one-time donation of Bitcoin, Monero, or Fiat, or pick up some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch. Next up, Coordinator Rayo's conversation with Raffael of Team Rabbit Hole on a wide array of topics on spiritual self-liberation. Please enjoy.
I'm very happy. happy to collaborate with you as well. We certainly, share the theme of self-liberation, which, at least to me, seems ultimately what this journey kind of is about, to allow ourselves to believe for a brief moment in the eyes of the one creator that, we are limited, we are, maybe even slaves of all of this, and then discover all the systems, all the structures, and ultimately pierce through the illusion of those contrived, artificially self-limiting perceptions and belief systems. Maybe one last thing I could mention, one last useful tool that I always like to apply is when hearing anything, anything is just a proposition of a belief system you can adopt or not. But if in any way, shape or form, anyone is ever communicating anything to you and you feel that it is limiting, you feel it's off, you feel it's feeling bad. And here again, I'm not talking about ignoring something you should transform, but I'm basically talking about any type of belief or proposition that would make you believe that you are, let's say, more limited than you feel yourself, less capable, less powerful, less divine, less infinite, less joyous or whatever. And one can always feel that, it feels kind of strange, it's not appropriate. And what I had come to discover is that those negative belief systems, all of them, they are fundamentally always wrong. Just as they say with fear, it's nothing but false evidence appearing real. And anytime one is in those states, one cannot see it, which is, the great illusion of this place that we have built within our own consciousness, that we can actually, in a way, pretend to really believe it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, one can always discover that all negative belief systems that are triggering your scarcity response and your fight or flight response, your fear of your own existence, your fear of your own worthiness, they're always wrong. And if we have the courage to investigate them, we will always discover that they are wrong. And this is also how we can liberate ourselves individually and collectively.
Yes. All right, and welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. I'm your host, Shane, coming to you from the Free Republic of PAZNIA, the Self-Liberator's Paradise. Please do check out the website, PAZNIA, PAZNIA.com, if you'd like to learn more about the Second Realm Network that we're building, and if you'd like to get involved in our seed exchange, the PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence Community Chat, or if you're interested in becoming a bigger part in what we're building by becoming a stakeholder, again, just visit the website, PAZNIA.com. You can also find the 2021-2022 PAZNIA Stakeholder Bulletin linked at the very top of the website. That'll go, pretty in depth on what's taking place. But anyway, yesterday, Sunday, I released a discussion I had over on the Team Rabbit Hole podcast this past week with hosts Raffael and Jim. Well, today I am pleased to welcome Raffael to the Vonu Podcast. I'll have him provide a more thorough introduction and background, but I figure we'll get into spiritual self-liberation topics from his perspective, the role of psychedelics in his journey, and maybe even some false timeline, historical reset stuff, since he has some firsthand, very personal experiences, and you kind of got a little taste of that at the end of that episode. But I think we might go just a touch further into it. It's a pretty massive topic, and I mean I put a lot of hours into it, and I don't really know if I know much more than it did it's starting out. But anyway, well, I guess we'll do the rest of the discussion open to whatever transpires. But anyway, Raffael, welcome to the Vonu Podcast, my friend. How are things going in Austria?
Thank you very much. Well, I'm doing well. Oftentimes people, at least in German, they oftentimes say I've been asked, how are you doing? And then people answer, well, according to circumstance, And then I'm always like, well, that's the one thing you don't want to be doing, not according to circumstance. But yeah, I would say everything is good, even, with the whole scamdemic, as you may be able to tell probably anywhere by now, it seems to be running out of fuel. But, new fear-mongering ammunition already has been loaded and is, firing from all the batteries, but I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. That's definitely good to hear. So I guess, as kind of Jem says over on Team Rabbit Hole, feel free to go, as in depth or as as more of an overview as you'd like. But I guess tell us a bit about your path here. Your upbringing, where you grew up, influences on your path to spiritual self-liberation, whatever you think is relevant and would like to share.
All right. Yeah. So I was born and raised in Vienna. And, well, where to start and where to stop? I would say in terms of the actual path of self-discovery, or even just being critical of the system, let's say, the moments I distinctively remember, and this is, of course, just, somehow of a random recollection of differing threshold moments that I would now identify from this present moment in terms of the past. It's, of course, in a sense, arbitrary. Everything is a grand process. But just to, some of the things I remember distinctively, for example, I think as a teenager, maybe 11, 12 years old, very simple thing, watching the news, local state news or whatever in Austria, and same story always goes, story number one, oh, there's a big war or something, we're going to send all the help, or Austria usually doesn't send ammunition, but we send medics or whatever. There's plenty of money for that, and then next news item, oh, there's all these poor people or whatever, all this misery in Austria even or something. And yeah, it's so bad, we don't have enough money for this, something along those lines, just a very basic realization that there's something wrong with the budgeting, there's some issue with the priorities, and even with how it's being presented and what is being focused on and what is not. And then very simple, I believe I was 15, and I had just got interested actually in, let's just say, alternate systems of governance. Mm-hmm. And at that point, it was 2005, George Bush Jr. got re-elected. And even though in retrospect, one may even say even more things about the different presidents and what is good or very bad about them, but at least in Europe, Bush had a very bad reputation, and he really came across like a bumbling idiot. If he really is, I don't know. Apparently he's painting or something, but at least here then it was like, okay, well, if this kind of guy can get elected 2 times or put into that position, and he, even in terms of public persona, appears to be an idiot or something, and warmongering, obviously, that was the point for me when I was like, okay, now I am completely putting any and all trust I have in this supposed system of democracy or whatever on hold. Because if something like this happened, that the supposed, most important individual on the planet, most powerful, can be someone like this, start a huge war and get reelected, system is broken, obviously, right? Mm-hmm. So that was one other demarcation line for me. And that was also the time, just even maybe on that day of the re-election, I don't know. Again, I was looking online for like alternate systems of governance, because in school, at least here, you're only being taught about capitalism. You're not really being taught about it, but as somehow abstract, mm-hmm. and about communism. Both seem to be very inefficient systems that bring a lot of misery. And during that point, at that time, actually, I discovered about technocracy, which interestingly enough is a system developed in the, officially at least, 1920s, 1930s in North America through the so-called Technical Alliance. Mm-hmm. They eventually got stopped. But the interesting thing is that in a new form, let's say a bureaucratic monster form, this has come back through the European Union and actually through all kinds of roundtable groups and, more or less secret society groups, because basically what they want to do, even to this day, is to create, a rule by expert, so that even the last remnants or something of democracy, which could lead to some kind of a populace-driven decision, should also be dismantled and disarmed in a sense, to ensure that there would only be, a top-down rule where ideally the question of self-determination is not even brought up anymore, because authority and decision-making power by default is being given to others, right? Makes sense?
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
So, yes, so the interesting thing was just that at that point, so 2005 or something, I learned about technocracy and the old system, because at that point it wasn't yet in, the modern version hadn't arrived fully yet, at least not with that term. And technocracy in its original form, or how it was devised, most likely always was, a device for even more control than even the fake democracies we have. However, it still contains some interesting elements, at least, or thought experiments that were not existing in the present capitalist system, or communist system for that matter, at all. So at least it had some interesting aspects. I also had read at that point Thorstein Veblen, The Theory of the Leisure Class, quite an interesting book, which is about conspicuous consumption and vicarious consumption and stuff like this, kind of trying to explain the materialist side of why capitalism and consuming and so on even, can hold any sway over a population, or how the psychological dynamics work. Ultimately, it just allowed me to see at least that there is at least one, differing system in terms of technocracy. Then for some time I was pretty interested in that and was researching a lot about it, telling friends about it and so on. Until then, not too long after, there was a small European group, just a few guys in Europe, and they said, okay, we really like the system, but we would like to develop it further. And what they basically did, and I kind of joined them for some time, at least in discussions and so on, was to integrate the idea of, I almost want to say, well, we called it holarchy or holons. So the idea of having a fractal system of organization. So basically combine the idea of an expert-driven system with the idea of a distributed system, because of course, having it highly centralized, even all of us, we could see, that's unsustainable, right? So this was maybe the first foray into, exploring different systems, thinking about them in different ways. And then it was maybe somewhat similar as to what you described. In my case, it was when I was, I believe, about 22. And I had never really perused, this is where we can already, if you want, switch into the psychedelics, never really perused any substances. I maybe drank a little bit and really just, tried to see what it does 2-3 times, where I realized it's not the substance of choice for me, because it's too heavy on the body and it's, just not resonant with my frequency. Mm-hmm. And a friend came around with some weed. And we tried it a few times, and this was basically when I would say I had one of my, if not the very first, very conscious, very strong, quote unquote, awakening experiences. I'll let you ask any questions and then I'll go on.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I guess the first thing, there was one thing you said earlier, and it was definitely, it definitely related, it definitely resonated with me in that, I know, like, early on, like, when I just started becoming, like, looking into, like, paying attention, I guess is the way that I'll put it. It took, like, one election cycle and then the next election cycle at the start to realize that, like, every 2 or 4 years, people are having the same discussions, they're having the same debates, and to kind of go out more macro with it, it was like seeing the very small cycle within the small cycle, and I don't know, like, you can kind of see the script play over again in real time, and it didn't take long for me to kind of to see that, because you had, like, because whenever the fake pandemic came around again, before I even knew about kind of the David Crow infectious myth stuff, it was like, like every 3 or 4 years, or every single year, they say that something's gonna kill us all. So, like, how are you guys falling for this shit again? So it kind of seems like you had a very early recognition on, like, with the political system, like, okay, if this is happening again, like, something's got to be really, really wrong with the way things are.
And of course, I cannot forget, in this case, 9/11, of course. I guess I was 11 or 12 years old. And that's also, of course, a big, I guess, shocker or something, if at least to some extent, you're in a somewhat middle-class family or something, everything is at least somewhat all right, even if your parents got divorced or business goes to S or something. But, overall, the structure seems to be somewhat working, But then if, supposedly, two planes crash into the most secured building of the most secure country in the world, obviously something's not right, So of course that also greatly helped. And from that point of view, even I guess America or American politics, even in a sense, even back then, actually greatly helped me to wake up, because it was even more obvious. Can I swear on this? I don't explicitly want to swear, but
yes,
I'm thinking
please do.
of shit
Please
show,
do. Yeah,
even more obvious. I don't do it gratuitously, but in this case, I think it's even more of a shit show, even more conceited, and even more blatantly warmongering and anti-human, let's say, is a reflection I could gain from American politics, simply because, you have one of the biggest, police type army, positions and so on in Austria. Not that it would not be equally corrupt ultimately. It's just that, we are not the ones to be declaring war or something on the world stage. So from that point of view, whatever happened in America, both with 9/11 and with George Bush obviously being a warmongering crazy and lying, really helped me to wake up even more strongly, to be like, okay, if in the biggest, most important constitutional republic, actually not democracy, right, things are going like this, then, there's something so fundamentally wrong. The system cannot be trusted, and the controls implemented in the system obviously aren't working, right? And that's, of course, very important, I think, to forego, which many people have, is this, probably not on your podcast, to listeners, but many people, this very ingrained default trust, as if the state is your daddy and the church is your mommy or something.
Right.
But, turns out they're not the best parents,
Yeah, that's true, and it brings to mind, and I mean, like, it's really just the, 2001 happened, and public indoctrination had been there for a long time. And a lot of, like I said in the Team Rabbit Hole discussion, a lot of this mind control stuff had been there for a while, but like, I remember, and I didn't look into 9/11 until I was like 18 or 19. So like, it was past it where it wasn't really relevant anymore. But I remember listening to Bill Cooper, and this was like in the June 28, 2001, where he, did the, whatever they're going to blame on bin Laden. Don't you even believe it? It was hilarious. He was talking about some jackass camera crew from CNN went and had an interview, a TV interview with bin Laden in his secret hideout. But the biggest intelligence agency in the entire world with the most funding didn't know where he was. So like, you look, like, even before, like, even before then, I mean, there really wasn't any questioning, or like, it was just complete lack of common sense, or as you were saying, maybe it was just, maybe it was just the, that very fallacious and naive belief, dangerous belief in this world, that like people don't do these bad things to each other. If they tell you this, and it's got to be the truth, because why would they, right? I wouldn't do that to somebody. Why would they,
Yes, exactly. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Interesting. So yeah.
So maybe.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. If you have any further questions, and then I'll go on with, whatever happened from the psychedelics point forward. But if you have any more questions about.
Yep, that's what I was going to say. If you want to get back to your story, and we can get kind of into the psychedelics discussion. Yeah, that works.
All right. We can also, of course, go back to anything, just to have very brief outline, very simple one. Mm-hmm. Actually, if you link my website, there is under log, if people manage to go to like really the back pages, there's like at least, I think, 5 or 6 essays, kind of long form, and also with plenty of sources, where I try to, in a somewhat relatable way, both relay my personal experiences and also related to some, let's say, aspects of philosophy, psychology, different teachers and documentaries I was aware of at that time. Mm-hmm. And these are things I actually started writing after I had this experience in 2012, let's say. And what had happened, I'm going to explain it very briefly. It's recounted in the essay called A Shift in Perception. Mm-hmm. Basically what happened is, for whatever reason, because the quality of this was good. I was in the right state of mind. I believe I even had just started experimenting with eating vegetarian, actually, which may have assisted or not, but certainly there had been quite a few years where already I was, let's say, very actively searching for truth, quote unquote. And my actual question for quite some time at that point already was, where is authority coming from? This was actually my question. So where can authority, true authority, be found? And generally one would say, oh, with this and that institution and with this state power or with this army or this secret society or something like that. But then, of course, eventually you realize that all real authority only comes from yourself. And as I believe, I had this question, I was, hushed along that path in a sense, also in a psychedelic way. So it's similar to what you had described on the podcast in terms of potentially having a slight imbalance into the analytical focus, left side brain in a sense. Yeah. And weed basically allowing me to shift into a state of relaxation and somewhat adjusting my frequency to simply allow, as I would say, some communication with my higher self, some realizations to come in. The experience itself was interesting because I felt as if I'm sitting or standing, but as if my astral body would attempt to materialize itself slightly next to me, let's say, or with if it were a camera, like I'm looking like this, and I felt as if my astral body was actually a few centimeters or a few degrees off. And whether this is a real thing or not, I can't tell you. But all I know is the experience of that was very strong with open eyes. And I also had some, some ideas, some quote unquote visions coming in, if you will, just some, I would say, basic understanding about how reality actually functions. The main point here being, I'm not sure if I had mentioned this on the podcast, but basically seeing different frames and realizing that everything in this world is based on definition, of course, based on limitation in order to have a particularized experience. However, our actual core being, our actual self, exists beyond time and space, and also beyond any definition. This is what one then could call God, universe, the one creator, or the higher self, oversoul aspect at the highest level. And what I basically saw is that, or felt, is that I and we all are existing in this realm beyond, and in each and every now are defining ourselves to be existing in this realm simultaneously, in a sense. And in order to exist here, what we are doing, and this was the visual representation, is we are going through all of these frames of definition to arrive in this very limited or very particular point of view that we have as a human. And how this goes then in this vision was simply, you're basically imagine you are all that is, in a sense, or you could imagine yourself sitting in an infinite void, unity consciousness. And from there on, what you do is you enter a frame, and that frame simply says, you could imagine like a golden frame, and it says, dimension 1 or something. That's one particular dimension, one particular universe. You enter that, then you have a next frame, and it would say, for example, humanoid. You enter the humanoid frame. Then in the next frame, already here you could have different races, for example, if one believes in etheric races, and one of them would be Homo sapiens. You enter that. Then you enter a particular culture, or you say Earth, you have all these definitions until you arrive at your personality. And all of these are, infinite frames stacked behind each other, and they all lead you towards, let's say, down this path of actually being able to have a particularized, individualized experience as a human body on this particular plane. And the joke is that while you exist back there, you are simultaneously manifesting yourself here, and you're actually, in a sense, going back and forth all the time, or switching on and off. There's kind of a flicker rate of reality, it seems, which I later learned through Bashar. He says something along the lines of, I don't know, like 3 billion times per second, you're actually manifesting and dematerializing yourself in this reality. There appears to be some ideas and research about this in terms of quantum science. I believe this is related with what they call Planck time. Anyhow, so this was somewhat of a glimpse of that principle. And overall, what this experience just did is that while I had already been reading about philosophy and religion and so on, in this particular moment, I said to myself, okay, either I'm going completely insane, drug-induced trauma or psychosis or something, or I can just take whatever I'm experiencing right now at full value, just see it for what it is, keep trusting my own perception, which is what I chose. However, at the same moment then, if I'm experiencing all these things, both in terms of my apparent visual perception and also the insights I seem to be getting in this particular first conscious awakening experience, simply smoking weed with some friends, if I do go along with this perception, it simply means that I need to change my frame of reference according basically to some of the things I had read about spirituality and religion. So basically in this moment I realized, oh, these interesting things I was reading about, they are not just nice ideas, but now I had the first glimpse of actually having a direct experience of those ideas. So basically I saw time and space being shattered with like some kind of a hammer in front of my astral vision,
Interesting.
Stuff like that, yeah.
Interesting. So that was just from cannabis. Then it didn't take like LSD or ayahuasca or anything. I guess more quote unquote. That's
no, it didn't take anything more, and I'm putting it in this frame because on the one hand, I would say maybe I was somewhat similar to you in having quite a analytical mind and going about it in this way, and also I was quite stressed at that point because I did not know, quote unquote, that my existence is infinite. And if you really believe you're human limited by this lifetime, at least to me, that was pretty stressful. And I felt that something's really not right. And I need to find some kind of a way, basically, to become immortal. I'm not joking now. And then I, was receiving the boon of a great insight and relaxation through that experience, because through this I realized, oh, I'm already immortal. Good. It's just kind of a game. And, but it also explains many of the people here running around as if their heads are cut off or something, or doing all kinds of crazy stuff to live longer or to try to achieve immortality. The technocracy prophet Ray Kurzweil, of course, is at the forefront of this. And this can be much more easily understood if one gets the idea that most of those individuals are strong atheists, and they don't properly even seem to understand, I don't know, basic energy physics or basic quantum science. And that's why they're so scared. And that's why they do all that stuff. It's really understandable. It also helped me a lot because I was like, in a way, I was in that position. I didn't do anything crazy, but I felt the stress of like, something's wrong. I believe I'm not infinite. This has to be fixed. Until I realized it's only my own misunderstanding, which created that stress,
Yeah, and I can definitely relate to that. I can definitely relate to that. I've recounted my health issues on this podcast a number of times. Basically, the chronic poisoning from Babylon Pharmaceuticals. But not to get into that, but I guess it was a few years ago. Like I'd made my way of eating change. I felt a lot better. I'd lost like 15 or 20 pounds within the span of like 6 months. I was extremely healthy, doing extremely well. And this is the last time I ever trusted, ever, really took the insight of like a quack doctor seriously. I'll put it that way. But I went in there for the blood test, and my LDL cholesterol was like just a touch high. And it makes sense, like for type 1 diabetics with chronically high blood sugars, that's normal. That's not abnormal at all. But I went in there after that and had gone up like 20 points. And she's like, oh my gosh, I got to put you on a statin. And I was like, they don't take you off those, I don't think. So she wrote the prescription for it, but I was like, I'll spend like one day. Like I don't have to make a decision right now. I'll spend one day. And that was like the first real dive into like a specific subsect of the medical field. But anyway, like but immediately after that, as is typically the case when you get, like, I've heard, like, with cancer diagnoses, like, that can cause cancer itself, just the cancer diagnosis, like, just the physiological change from the trauma of that experience. So I was starting to feel things, and I was like I kind of got scared at, like, for a couple days until I sorted myself out. But that's one of the big reasons too, is like, and I think that's typical for. That's not abnormal for this sort of path anyway. Is like death. Like I need to learn about death, and I need to, like you said, kind of overcome death per se. And then, yeah, it's definitely radically changed since then when you have that more of a macro perspective. But I can definitely relate to I guess that impact. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. So this was basically, this one experience. Like I said, some of it and some of what came of it is recounted in these essays, because also at that point, maybe this could be interesting to share. Was I still working? Yeah. I actually had one of the few, maybe the only somewhat corporate job I ever had as a freelancer for a startup. And, very nice. They give you all the amenities and so on, and they cook food for you, and they pay you pretty well and so on. But still, if it's still some boring IT support work, or, in this case was a cloud-based service, not open source, if you have some principles, already there's plenty of reasons why I won't be like, not sure if this is what I really want to support. And actually just about when I had started there, I had this experience, I think, more or less. So I only stayed there for like half a year. And during that time, I also started writing those essays. And then eventually I said, okay, I was also studying. I had just more or less finished my bachelor's and started with a master's degree in systems theory, actually, at a distance learning university called Open University in UK, which was somewhat decent, at least compared to what you can learn at local universities, because, you don't need to go there every day. It's basically, at least to me, it seemed like less slaving away. And I was really surprised why most people after high school were immediately, looking for the next best thing to again fill their calendar with 40 plus hours a week, and I wasn't really looking to do that. At least I was looking to be more efficient. Anyhow, so what basically happened is, after this experience, I wrote these essays, and then I said, okay, if all of this is kind of true, then it has to be even more simple, because I had read different books and started making like a framework of reality for myself. Like, how does this actually function? How does reality truly work? And how is experience really created and modeled and interpreted? And how is my life, in a sense, created by myself? And after doing some of that, I believe it was February 2013 or something, or January, I stumbled, or even, it's a good question what it was. No, it was 13, yeah. I stumbled across Bashar, whom I had mentioned last time, this channel, and all that this really did for me. There was even an old website back then, which is very basic principles, and he talks about universal law. At that point, he was talking about 4. Initially, I think there were 2, then 3, 4, now there's 5, but they still basically all say the same, or try to define the same basic idea. So I'll see if I can give the rundown right now. Number 1 is you exist. Number 2 is what you put out is what you get back. Number 3 is the one is all, the all are one. Number 4 is everything is here and now. And number 5 is everything changes except those 4 first laws. And this in association with some simple understanding that your belief systems basically are the template for your reality. Your emotions are the energy that's fueling it, and your actions are the workers that get the belief system built and manifested into your reality. That's like in a nutshell Bashar. And when I learned about it, I was like, oh, it can be so simple. And apparently there's a whole lore about this, and all you ultimately have to do, then I'm already done with Bashar, is in every moment that you can, follow whatever excites you the most with integrity, meaning discerning between having a fear-based response and actual, unconditional love-based inspiration to act towards an idea. Take it as far as you can without any expectation or insistence on a particularized outcome. And then in the next moment, do it again. And keep doing it, because following your excitement ultimately can be both the driving engine and the organizing principle of your life. And it will always, at the very least, support you with anything and everything you could possibly need in order to continue following your highest excitement. And then it is espoused that, this is not a nice theory, but this is actual metaphysical principle. And if it is applied, it pretty much always works. So I was like, that sounds interesting. I'll try that. And what can I say? Many years later, I'm still alive, and I rarely did anything ever in these many years that I didn't really want to do. So that's a win for me, let's say, in my book,
Yeah, and I've just kind of gotten there the past few years. That's why I call it a liberated lifestyle, where your time is your own, and you can you do like you do what you're inspired to. And you made a good point. I didn't realize this, but like just like everything else in the servile society, like the 8-hour workday is such a scam. Like all you need is like 3 or 4 like really good committed hours, and like you can equal or exceed like easily. So that's a good point, and it's not something I really thought about very much until recently.
Yes, and even here, the big joke is, maybe in America it's similar, but in Austria they always make jokes about people that are civil servants, for example. They always joke around like, oh, you're a civil servant, maybe you work an hour in the morning, then you drink coffee, and then, nothing's happening. Or even just from a, let's say, energy point of view, how many individuals can really work in a focused and effective sense for more than maybe 4 to maybe 6 hours a day, unless they have a really menial, dumbed down job where they just, stand somewhere as a security or something. Or they have a job where they're so engaged, like, for example, in service, or in, being a waiter or a cook or something, where you're just so kept on edge, you just have to keep working. Or you're an investment banker, but as we understand, even maybe they work 12 hours, but don't want to know their monthly cocaine consumption on average, So it's just, to me at least, pretty obvious that this 8-hour is like a scam, and like it's from many points of view, because on the one hand it's a scam because it's especially now, it's not even supporting you anymore. When the American dream started, maybe 50 years ago, a single father could, support a family with 3 children or something. This has changed a lot. I'm not sure how much you know about the whole Aaron Russo. I think it was Aaron Russo, this documentary filmmaker. And he once said, he talked to some kind of Rockefeller guy, and they spoke about feminism. And Aaron Russo was kind of like, feminism, it's a cool thing, like equal rights for women, right? That's cool. And this, I think Rockefeller guy was laughing at him and was like, yeah, sure. As if that was the reason why we did that, It's simply like this, we have, more taxable income, and we can have more control over the population if there is not even a mother anymore to properly raise their children. And I'm not even going to get into mandatory sentencing for, having whatever you would call it, an ounce of weed or something, and you're in the wrong neighborhood, maybe you're even black, you get put away for 3 years, like, starting a great cycle, while at the same time, the CIA is importing the drugs, to fund some kind of a deep state war in South America. Just one example. It's an absolute scam, both in terms of that it is suggested that this would support you or make you happy, but it's also a scam in the other point of view, that even here, it's not even about effective or efficient work. Because like I said, who can really sustain 8 hours of real output? Very few people, I would say, can. So even here, it's a scam. I would say that many people then, kind of pretend to be working, or you're there, but if you can, you try to slack if it's not something you really like doing, or even just because it's too stressful or too much. So it reminded me of like being in school or something, where there you could also say, oh no, but today I'm sick, And if you get your mother to sign it, or if you get your doctor to sign it, then it's okay.
Yeah.
Even if you're hanging out with your friends. So it's like all like scamming each other all the time, you know? And I was like, this is such a bad model, whether I'm an employee or whether I'm an employer. If this is the basis of the model, it's just everyone, if they don't really like what they're doing anyhow, is always only looking for the way out, or in a sense, how to scam or deceive or trick the other to, you know, just not to burn out, you know?
Yeah.
I'll pretend I'm sick, you know, I stay off a week. It's very common, I guess, at least here. Maybe it's a bit different in America, but here it's very common that, and yeah, I'm not even blaming anyone for it, but it just makes it obvious that this is a very bad system for everyone and very ineffective. Ineffective.
Yeah, well, it's got to be that way though, because I know, you know, as of years ago, and you know, I kind of envision this like one of the perks, you know, getting to Vonu, one of the lifestyle changes is van nomadism, and the thinking behind it is that if you can, most people's, you know, biggest expense is a mortgage or rent or something along those lines. So if you cut out that biggest expense, you have a lot more time to yourself to think or read or whatever the hell you want to do with your time. But obviously, like I think it's not even about, and I would assume you would agree with this, but it's obviously not about efficiency or the economics, because like especially thinking about the, you know, the fake stimulus money that went out over the past couple of years, like I mean, money's not an issue, right? And serving, you know,
it's not about productivity,
Mm-hmm.
It's about control.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, it's got to be this way, and because like you said, the people can't. Yeah, the 8 hours, and it wears people down. They can't do it. So as you're saying with the investment bankers, they need cocaine. I needed alcohol to make it through, you know, to be able to make it through the shit. And I mean, I didn't have the bandwidth to like I was obviously getting into anarchism and doing, you know, radio and stuff, but definitely not to the extent that I could have, obviously. So it definitely restricted my bandwidth. And yeah, it makes sense why it's like that, right? It definitely makes sense. It has to be that way.
Exactly, yes. You know, it has to keep you distracted. And, you know, we could go back even how the system has to make you feel unworthy and so on, proving your worth. You know, your mommy and your daddy didn't like you, or whatever issue you had with them, or whatever imagined issue, you know, whatever trauma there may have been. It gets superimposed onto the church and the state. And now you're bound to please them. And then this gets, you know, abstracted even further into ideas such as money, you know, and all the nice illusions we have, just in an attempt to become accepted by your imagined parents. You know, that's one of the models. I'm not saying everyone has this issue, but oftentimes it's something related with that. And the control structure knows where to attach to that, you know, and make you feel unworthy, and then give you, you know, the slightest drip of, oh, you know, good boy, maybe you actually get your 100% paycheck and, you know, not scammed again this week or month or whatever, you know, or not get, you know, you can consider yourself lucky if your boss didn't scream at you this month or something. I was never really I wasn't really much in these like servile jobs or something you called them one time. I looked at some aspect of it. You know, I worked a tiny bit also as somewhat a freelancer or part-time in a marketing agency. I worked to do translations. I did different things, but enough to experience enough of, let's say, psychopathic boss behavior. It's just pretty toxic environments oftentimes, you know, either toxic or heavily ideologized. Is this how you would say it?
Ideological.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, highly ideological, like even with the startup, and it wasn't overt. It's actually like a popular company still around. And even back then, you know, with simple things like, and I wasn't as up to speed on it as I am now, but even then it was like, oh, we have this cool client who will use our software. It's Lady Gaga, you know, and already back then I was like, oh boy, you know, I'm not sure if that's really a good sign, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. So you had that experience with cannabis, and you know, world kind of expanded, and I guess could you fill in the? I'm curious, you know, like when you started getting into some of the, I guess, the deeper and bigger subjects like Tartaria and historical resets and such, and if you kind of want to fill in the gaps there, yeah, feel free.
Right. So I mean, there's many big gaps, but I would say the real biggest or most important aspect to understand actually is about reality creation. And that's what I mostly, at least conceptually, got around to by 2014. I also did some presentation, but in this case in German, to summarize some of Bouchard's teaching and some of the other things I had read from books and different religions and so on. That for me was like the core thing, and also, if you will, the culmination of a, let's say, almost 10-year quest in a sense, to answer the question that I mentioned initially: where does authority come from? Then I was like, okay, now I can explain all authority comes from yourself. And now I have enough metaphysical understanding and at least some practical experience to be able to relay that, which was really like the most important core point for me, because once we understand that, then we understand that all reality, as I had mentioned, is based on your belief system, and also in particular any and all input you receive from the apparent outside. All that energy fundamentally is neutral. All the circumstances neutral. And what's really important is the energy you put into it. So the way you interpret it. And what I always like to use here is these images, you know, where you can see skull and bones, but at the same time, it's a mirror and you can see like a beautiful woman putting on makeup or something in the mirror. And it's like an image you see both at the same time, right? Depending on what you focus on. So I would really say that's the main point, because once one understands this interpretational sovereignty one has over one's reality, and that one is to a very large extent free to create their own reality by changing their own belief systems, this is kind of like the core mechanism, which can also in a sense explain why there are so many different perceptions and ways of life and belief system existing in parallel, even only within humanity itself. Yeah. So this is at least what greatly helped me to really understand this metaphysical idea of belief system structures and how they very much are the basis for the creation of also physicalized reality. And then basically I was kind of happy with that. I got a bit more into the whole, let's say, alien topics and so on. Also, this was something I had not gone into for some years, because I had said, well, this is not important enough. We have enough problems here, let's say, until I realized that whatever these UFOs are exactly, or these etheric entities, there are too many reports of whether, you know, lights in the sky or strange visions and different types of entities appearing. There's a whole lot to say about this in terms of which of those experiences may even be, let's say, artificially created by some kind of a human deep state. You know, there's plenty of hints towards that, even with, I believe, the cattle mutilation and even some kind of alien abduction scenarios. There is some hints that they may even have had some kind of a CIA, let's say, operation where they basically dressed up as aliens, you know, they torture you and so on, and then later they can say, oh, it was the bad alien, you know, like, don't blame your government, it was the aliens, right? So there's many facets to this, but the basic point with the aliens just being that if you have an object in the sky, and there's good movies about this, or even on the floor, for example, Crop Circle Diaries, I forgot her name now, but it's even on YouTube, where you can just see like a light basically forming on the ground out of nothing on like a crop field, and then you can see this ball of light moving around and perfectly flattening out the crops, you know. And they had some professor look at the crops and look at also known fake crop circles, and could tell in detail that the fake crop circles are mechanically broken. You know, the wheat is mechanically broken with like a rope or something. But with the others, there is some kind of a thermal, I believe, imprint. So it's just a different type of technology, or something different is happening there, you know. And again, I'm not claiming I know what is what, but there is too much evidence and also too much scientific inquiry already into this to basically discard the whole whatever alien and advanced technology idea. And where the rubber meets the road and why the whole UFO topic has been ridiculed for all these years is because as soon as I either accept this idea with the crop circles that, there's some unknown technology and some light bolts, rolling around or flying around, or if I accept any of the many UFO reports where I also have some source of light or some kind of vehicle and it's moving in patterns and with a speed that is completely out of bounds of the accepted, F-16 military technology or whatever we have, then it immediately points towards, number one, the idea that there is much more advanced technology than humanity is allowed to positively benefit from. But also it very quickly points towards the idea of some sort of advanced energy generation or transformation technology that must be available, which then again either would mean some type of free or abundant energy is deliberately being withheld from humanity, or it would mean there is some kind of superior life form or civilization that is also not being talked about because it would again threaten the perceived supremacy of the human control system we have here. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I guess I have to ask, are you familiar with the work of Ross Ben by chance? Ever come across
No.
him? Okay, well he's this guy from out in Philadelphia, and he looked at, like, I guess the occult origins of Philadelphia, and there's some really really wild stuff there, in a good way. I think he's definitely onto something. But he also talks about crop circles and that they're messages from what he calls, I think, the star family, or something along those lines. So I really appreciate Ross Ben. I mean, he's one of those folks that I immediately resonated with. So yeah, if you haven't heard of him, he's got a channel on YouTube, and he does I guess yearly, looking at like yearly, I guess, horoscopes, you could say. And yeah, he was on it, I guess, like late 2019. He said in 2020 they were going for, like, it was going to be a global resource reset. Was what he saw in the stars, and he's pretty tuned in. So I guess I bring him up because he talks about the crop circles, and he I guess there's some interesting stuff. So yeah, you might want to look into him. And I also came across, I think she was on Higher Side Chats. But she did documentaries on crop circles, and they did, like, extensive testing of these fields in the UK, and
Patty Greer.
Patty Greer, was it her? Okay, so, like, I guess they
Crop Circle Diaries. That's her.
Okay,
yeah.
that's her. Okay, I couldn't remember her name, but I guess yeah, it was basically the plasma, some sort of plasma energy, and they found out that there's like 15 or 20% more minerals and vitamins. It was healthier food after this happened. So, like, there's some wild.
I forgot that one. Yeah.
There's some wild stuff for sure. And I don't mean wild in a bad way. It's just like, it's wild as in like far outside of the bounds of what I thought reality was before. So, so yeah, I guess. Where does so you mentioned the free energy thing? Is that kind of the tie-in to I guess the tie-in to I guess Tartaria and that sort of subject?
Yeah, basically I mentioned the alien topic because it was kind of a, for me at least, prerequisite in a sense, or in my exploration it just came beforehand, because what also opens up here, and I'm not dogmatic in any way, that's why I also mentioned, there is the TR3B, which is like, you can even look this up. There's quite a few very interesting Google patents, actually. Both the patents are interesting, or you can find it through Google Patents, and also the names of the guys that register it. Like, there's some kind of magnet motor and some kind of UFO, and I think they are done by a guy whose name in Spanish literally means something like savior of the world or something like this. Like, there's some interesting patent documents, publicly available, and to look up. What I'm just mentioning this is, it's always up to one's own discernment to then be able to tell, what is a real phenomena, what is a natural occurrence, and what is another control system contrivance, Mm-hmm. And I can't say that I have the final answers to this. I can only say there's too much evidence that at least there are some aspects which are not controlled and not, done by some sort of a deep state or something. At the same time, it's pretty clear that they try the best they can to co-opt all of these storylines and ideas to the best of their abilities to steer humanity in their direction. And ideally, what they would love to do, of course, is to be able to masquerade as aliens, even benevolent aliens or whatever, and then again, be able to trick humanity, you know. Maybe just to round this out, because anyone who's familiar with Bashar, and again, highly recommended, he's gone in a sense kind of sideways the past 2 years. So what I'd maybe just like to mention about all of this is that ultimately, you know, I like to say you're never really being let off the hook in terms of always, in each and every moment, again, making your own choice of discernment and being able to feel out your own resonance as to what rings true and where do you sense there's more to the story, or where you sense you're being deceived. There's never really like, you know, a surefire way to know, or, you know, one particular channel or podcast or anything to listen to. I think we even mentioned this on the Team Rabbit Hole show. Even if someone's wrong, you can learn from them. Mm-hmm. But I think it's always important, you know, always remind yourself, you have the authority, you have the interpretational sovereignty. And ultimately, if these metaphysical principles are correct, then only what you decide for yourself to adopt as a belief system and perspective can really affect you and really matters to you. And everything anybody says is merely an offer of a belief system and perspective which you can accept or not. It's just that this process is so oftentimes done unconsciously, and then, you know, we carry around all the baggage, you know, and all the trauma of everyone and think it's normal just because it got, you know, accepted subconsciously. So anyhow, with that as a basis, and also understanding that, yeah, there's at the very least 2 or even more sides to these kind of stories. Again, you know, where is the alien really coming from? Or why I mention this actually is because of, you may be familiar with some of the, let's say, globe skepticism, or other people would say flat earth community or theories. And for them, oftentimes at least, there is a very strong dogma against any type of aliens or etherics, you know, where it's like, no, there can be no other entities. All that exists is only this realm, and there's the firmament, and we're basically locked in here, and everything else is a demon or something, you know. So even here again, then very quickly, there's a kind of a judgment being applied. And I just think it's really important to stay neutral and be able to really sort it out, and ideally be able to have different types of systems of frameworks of explanation, and ideally be able to sustain the cognitive dissonance of contemplating them all eventually at the same time, and allowing them somehow to merge, or to really be very discerning in terms of which rule, let's say, or which assumption really checks out the most in actually applied reality, and ideally has little to no exceptions. And if it has any exceptions, I need to be aware of them. You know, it's kind of a tricky game, I think, to be able to stay neutral and not get into any of these pitfalls. So anyhow, I'm mentioning flat Earth basically because a lot of the Tartarian history research is also kind of somehow tied into flat Earth, I want to say, or at least to globe skepticism. So there's all kinds of things coming together. And even here, maybe a simple example, if we just talk about the idea of old maps, then supposedly up to the 1920s, pretty much all the maps that were displayed were, you know, these like circle type maps, where around you have the ice ring, right? That was the common projection of the world for the longest time. And the globes, the way they are now, from what I understand, they are very, very recent. Maybe what I just want to say is that even here, if you find any particular stream of thought or ideology, oftentimes each flavor with certain of the proponents comes with their own type of dogmatism. And it's just super important to be aware of this yourself, and then for yourself be able to discern, okay, do I want to accept the dogma that, for example, this, let's say, flat plane realm with a dome is the only thing that exists? Or maybe I have had myself other types of experiences or insights or visions or whatever, and then I need to reconcile that again. You know, there's always, you know, how do you say, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this is a never-ending journey. So to answer your question, a few years after all of that, maybe 3-4 years after realizing all these alien topics and thinking about them, I actually saw a podcast. Maybe you have heard of Sarah Westall.
Oh yeah, I have. I think I'm not a listener, but I've listened to it twice for guests she had on. So yeah, I think I'm familiar.
Yeah, and I was actually, funnily enough, playing a game called Crusader Kings, which is like you basically have a map in front of you. It's a video game, and you're a medieval lord, and you are. It's more like a role-playing game and state simulation in a sense, and you expand your territory, you can create religions and cultures and so on, make alliances. But of course, it's using the, let's say, official timeline of whatever official history is. It's playing in the years, let's say, 900 to 1400 or something. Yeah. And I'm playing this game and I'm thinking to myself, oh, it's kind of interesting. The game is well done, but of course, any type of data they have will have been derived from official history. And how can I trust that if I already know, history is written by the winners? There's all kinds of discrepancies, and it's kind of, a long shot to assume that whatever they put in the game is actually what happened. But many people would probably just play it and again subconsciously kind of assume that it's accurate enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm doing when playing games is I'm listening to podcasts. So I was listening to Sarah Westall, and there was Sylvie Ivanova of megaliths.org or New Earth channel on YouTube. Maybe you've heard of her. She's one of the, it's like quite, she was the first researcher that I found. And at that point, she was only talking about the idea that I believe they had found some roads that were inconsistent with the history. And most specifically, they had realized that, for example, wood, I believe, can petrify much quicker than they would have expected. So basically just realizing that where in mainstream history one would arrive and say, oh, this is, petrified, this is very old, this must be at least, let's say, 1,000 years old. It's the Neolithic period or something like this, yeah. But then they realized that even they pulled out something out of a swamp or something, and it seemed to be super old and ancient. And then they realized, oh, it's a boot from the First or Second World War or something like this. So she simply brought up the idea that much of what we understand, even with carbon dating and stuff like that, is much more subject to individual interpretation, subjective interpretation, than it is an actually objective, exact science. And you have examples like petrified wood, where generally we would assume a much, much different timeline than to the time it really takes for something like this to form, which of course then completely throws your historical orientation off, right? If one is not aware of these things. And she brought that up, and then I was, I guess, watching some of her videos, and then pretty quickly, there's the whole mud flood topic she also talks about, because she also talks about the reset. And I'm not sure how much she uses the term Tartaria itself, but just basically starting with the idea that many of the historical artifacts we may observe may simply be completely incorrectly dated. So that's how I started with this. And then, there is also one other blog post, a recent one, it's called Tartaria Research Collection on my website. To anyone interested in, just opening up a few channels, I have a few recommendations and a few recommended videos of maybe 10, 15 different channels, because it's a huge topic, and takes some time to wrap one's mind around it properly.
Yeah, that's no shit. Yeah, I've put quite a few hours in, and it's still, and I've listened to Ari Aslan run through his I guess his theory, a dozen times, and I'm still confused. But yeah, I guess for the audience, I'll just mention that for any of these kind of, I guess, more out there topics that aren't just directly pertaining to self-liberation, I still find immense value. There's always, like we've said multiple times over the past couple episodes, you can learn, you can find truth in everything. And the free energy topic was one that I stumbled across, watching documentaries like that. And just a couple episodes ago, Raffael interviewed this guy named Sky Huddleston, who's he's the proprietor of a Liberator rocket heater. It's like 99.8 efficiency. He said that they got the test results back, and it was more efficient or as efficient as SpaceX. It's one of their similar things or something. So apparently it's a pretty good product. But anyway, he's working on a different. He's working on a small engine, and I am not even going to try to explain what the hell he's doing, because it's I'm still working my head around it. But he's working on some pretty incredible stuff. And he says handful of years or so. I guess it'd be a kilowatt generator, or megawatt, a megawatt generator. Basically in every house, super affordably. You can run it like charcoal. I guess they're called charcoal slushies, just water and charcoal. It's pretty nuts. But all this stuff is out there, and I can definitely see why. You start looking into some of these topics, and you realize how, like I've said multiple times in the last few podcasts, like the Servile Society is a fucking scam, through and through and through. And then you come across like George Wiseman, and he had a truck that had like 200 miles per gallon back in a while ago, and for even not 200 miles per gallon, you can get like 20% more with like a $15 part. So like all of this, everything is just such a scam, and there's not really a question there, but I'm sure you've come across. I'm sure you're kind of on a similar wavelength there.
Yes, so totally, there's even I think a Mercedes or something from early 90s. I mean, this is now recent, but even here that also only would take, I think, 2 liters or maybe 1 gallon per 100 or 150 miles or whatever. No one ever heard of it again. We know there are patented workable designs of electric cars going back to probably 1900 at least, right? Mm-hmm. Or probably then they even had electric cars, even if they went slow. But, so there's all these things. Also, just so I don't forget, in terms of liberation and why it does relate, dear audience, to self-liberation is because how can I be free, and how can I make a free choice in my own, and if you will, my cultures and my species and my planets and however else I relate, best interest, if I don't know who I am, if I don't know where I'm coming from, if I don't know where I'm going to. These are, I almost want to say, the Jesuit targets, of confusing individuals. You're not allowed to know who you are, which is, one with the infinite creator, and ultimately, and, you yourself, infinite fractal, ultimately indestructible at your core, being that has nothing to fear unless you want to play the scary ride of human incarnation and believing in your own self-limitation. Where you're coming from, where they always have to tell you, oh, humanity has always been warlike, humans are bad, although these qualities exist, and it's important, like we discussed, not to be naive, but this is a very, I still believe, at least, slim and small, let's say, proclivity in a sense within humanity in general, and also a very small percentage, if even percentage, of humanity that really acts it out in that negatively polarized way. However, of course, we allow them to get into positions of authority and power, and have adopted a servile state of mind and a slave state of mind that allows such a system to be perpetuated. But this very much also includes the idea of, like I said, where we come from, because imagine if in official textbooks they would tell you, well, only, let's say, maybe 300 years ago, maybe 500 years ago, there was, let's say, an Atlantean type civilization, just in terms of very advanced, abundant energy available, high culture, high spirituality, then whatever system we have now could never even come up with the proposal, which it does now all the time, or the assertion that, this is the best system we ever had. Just like Churchill supposedly said, or whoever, yeah, we know democracy is really bad, but it's the best we have. I mean, what a joke. If you know about the background and, the engineering of consent, Edward Bernays propaganda and so on, it's a huge scam setup right from the start. The only question is whether one is on a higher level of elite controller faction to really be aware of it, because of course what they always need is ideally a whole army of true believers or I believe in communism, they call them useful idiots, that actually play it out, and play parliament and play, this party, that party, and opposition proposal and whatever, when at the very core, in my understanding, at least modern democracy, is nothing else but how do you most effectively pit individuals against each other by assuming a party against another party. There you have division right from the start, so it makes no sense to me at all. But anyhow, within this whole complex of understanding, the question of where we come from and what our true history is, in my point of view, is incredibly relevant, even though also me, after years of many hours of engaging in this topic, I can't tell you the exact timeline or whatever. I got, some hints and some good information and some good insights, but I just know, let's say maybe it's not the most important thing to solve, but it's certainly something to look out for, and which could also then, just like I said, rectify our own self-image, because if we really understand our true history, I'm sure we can move forward much more effectively as well. Or even just being aware, for example, very simple thing in terms of history, we had an electric car in 1910 or even 1870 or something. I just saw some videos. Apparently even the US Postal Service had like these black vans, which were electric cars long time ago, Yeah. And this is not even going into any Atlantean history or Tertarian history, but even just still being aware of that immediately then screams you're being scammed at you in the present time, when they try to come around with a Tesla that nobody can afford, and then the battery is probably going to pollute your whole water and so on, or whatever, It's like you can tell there's something wrong if 100 years ago we already had this, You're being scammed, just like I said.
Yeah, and
historical understanding helps a lot.
Yeah, and the other important thing too is that, I kind of got the conception. This was my conception growing up. It was the programming, was that like this is the way things have been for thousands of years. So like it's not going to change It's not going to change anytime soon. This is the way things are and have been. Well, some elements may be fine, but if you look back, like a lot of the researchers, like I particularly like Michelle Gibson and Howdy McCoskey, to name a couple. Like a lot of these folks will put like I guess the big reset date somewhere between like late 1700s to like 1850 or somewhere in that time frame. Like I guess that I guess the mud flood or whatever you want to call it. So like with that in mind. All these hours of research, and again, they're just like operating conclusions. No, or not even really conclusions, just theories at this point. But at the same time, like if even if it's just a theory, if it happens to be correct, and this has only been that way for like 150 years, then like that's pretty significant, right? Like, so this is the anomaly in history per se, not necessarily the other way around. If that makes sense.
Yes, and from what I had heard, I hadn't read him, but Jim brought this up a few times on the show, is that Philip K. Dick apparently in his books actually talks about this idea that we exist in some kind of a time loop. Sounds pretty scary, but I mean, but now I'm always joking, and I'm like, well, if I had to bet money, most often by now I'll bet on the conspiracy,
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess at least from the last 2 years, it's become the even more rational choice than, to naively believe whatever one had been told. And yeah, just to maybe affirm it from another point of view and to give some practical information in terms of nutrition, you mentioned 1850s. There's many interesting dates. 1850 is also when they officially at least made big reforms to the monarchy in Austria, to the supposed Austrian Empire and all of that. History gets murky very quick. However, what can be traced back around 1850, I believe as well, is the adoption of grain processing. Wheat processing, grain processing. And what happened then is the official timeline then, it was some kind of a chemist. I have a dear friend of mine who spent 10 years researching and promoting this idea, which is why I can now talk about it in a somewhat succinct fashion. And basically what happened is they started removing the seed, I believe, call it the seed or the germ, from the no matter whether it's rice. In the case of rice, I believe you remove the outer layer. In terms of wheat, there is industrial processing where you remove the inner core. And you basically do that because then if you store it, you can basically store it indefinitely. And the idea was supposedly that because of, I would say, artificially created scarcity through war and strife and whatever, there supposedly was a lack of food. And then some smart chemist researchers and so on came up with the idea, oh, if we process wheat in this way, we can store it a lot longer. And, all of these benefits, so nobody ever has to feel hunger again. So I think it was a reaction to famine, according to the official timeline. However, what either they didn't tell you back then, they didn't know, they didn't care about it, or they maybe thought it was just a temporary measure, I don't know. But the issue, of course, is if you remove a part of the plant, you remove a part of the, let's say, nutritional makeup of that plant. And lo and behold, guess where all the minerals, vitamins, whatever other secondary plant-based, nutritional substances and so on, take a wild guess where they can be found in in grain, for example, or in wheat. Yeah, they can, of course, to about 98% be found in exactly the part that is being industrially removed since about 1850. And then the real issue becomes that because it looks the same, and at least in first moment it tastes the same, but it has basically none of the nutritional value, then basically what you're doing, whilst before you may have had the issue of a certain segment of the population, maybe literally starving or not, I wasn't there, but, having great strife and struggle because there is nothing to eat, to now feeding the entire population through your processed flour, but starving them simultaneously and starving all of them, because they even are not aware that what they're eating now is basically not nutrition anymore. And then imagine even the effect only this would have on their consciousness in terms of driving them into a scarcity-based mindset. And even just this small story of grain processing, can tell you how civilization got effed over big time. And, there could be assumptions, like my friend said, we only discovered vitamins in 1920 or whatever. And I was like, I'm sorry, whether it's the Chinese or however you call them, but people know about Qi, Ayurvedics know about Constitution and all of that. And if anyone would have asked around, even if we imagine some kind of monarchy system in that age or whatever, I'll have connections to the Shah of Persia or whoever, or the whatever of India, and be like, oh, what do you think about this, And they would tell you, yeah, you're completely crazy if you do this, If there was something like honest communication between these people and there was some knowledge remaining somewhere, or I asked I'm making this up now, but, I'm asking my Ayurvedic courtier or someone who came along for journeying, and I'll ask the Ayurvedic doctor what he thinks about it, and he'll immediately tell you it's completely insane to do that, So, but it's something that has gone completely unnoticed, and basically almost all the bread you can buy, if it's not really explicitly made that way to have, let's say, the full complete grain included and processed that way, then you always get denaturated wheat, but it's still called wheat. It's still called grain. It's still called bread. There is no distinction being made in terminology. And by now, it's just like with Tesla Motors. Now, if I ask you about Tesla, you're going to ask if I have a new fancy car. But that's just obfuscation of the actual relevance. And even Tesla potentially is only like a small remnant storyline, maybe even psyop, of somehow subsuming the whole idea of potentially the entire Tartarian free energy civilization, just assuming, and just, packing it into the story of this only one Tesla guy who is this big genius. Who knows, maybe just shortly before there was a huge civilization built on the technologies that Tesla described. I don't know, yeah. But here I just want to point out that if you just replace the product, you use the same name, people don't notice, you can basically poison them, confuse them, and so on, because, as so often, even with the pandemic now, they don't know what's inside, and they don't care enough to ask and to check it out and to compare. And then you get into big, big problems. Yeah. So,
yeah.
That's so just this example in terms of resets. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. Just re-released an old LU radio episode from like 2017 with Jamin Bakonik. He's a permaculture farmer, and that conversation we got into, we talked about permaculture farming. We talked about the conventional agricultural culture too, and he brought up the term serial state, because that's also, if you look at it from authoritarian centralized authority point of view. It's a lot easier to track like grain and wheat than it is like other things. So like they can basically centralize the food production around those items and then control the economic flow too. So it was a really interesting. So yeah, like how you get governments like this. I mean, I'm sure you've heard the who the hell is it? It's attributed. Is it Kissinger? Control food, you control the people. That long quote. I mean, it's basic. Like it makes sense. It's just new. I guess new ways to think about some of these things. But it's funny, like with like I've been getting into, like, I don't think about SpaceX, I don't think about Elon Musk, I don't think about these people and these companies. So like when I think about Tesla, and I talk about, like, I'm reading Tesla papers right now, and I'm reading a book on all the patents for free energy. When I'm conversing with people now, I have to say fake Tesla. So it's like, oh no, that's fake Tesla. But anyway, yeah, it definitely, I mean, it doesn't make things easier, that's for sure. And I mean that's been the biggest line of research from looking at historical resets is I guess the decentralized breakthrough energy topic, because it's not just that there's like one or two ways, it's like a dozen. Like it's not hard to do, it's really not that difficult. It's just that you get people like Stanley Meyer, who in the 1990s were on the precipice of some pretty incredible things. They get poisoned.
Not choose in each and every moment to internalize it and act accordingly. So there is no, and also what I always love to bring up is Ashby's law of requisite variety, which basically determines that any system can only be completely controlled by another system if that other system is at the very least equally complex. And if then we truly understand that we are not biorobots or whatever, which of course they want us to believe so the whole system can function accordingly, but that we each are actually infinitely complex, there's probably some kind of, probably even, for lack of a better term, black holes in each and every whatever DNA that you have, and all kinds of miraculous processes going on in the body, and some whatever kind of quantum fields, possibility to receive from what you would call your subconscious, your connection to the infinite, to all other entities. There's infinite complexity and input variability into the human system. It can never be controlled by an externalized hierarchy or authority. However, the authority can make you believe that you're only a mechanized biorobot, pretty dumb, useless, and worthless. And if you again believe it, you will recreate that reality, and you will then fuel, let's say, their version of the servile society, where a few people can feel like, I don't know, god emperors or something, if they even feel that way, I don't know, and sustain this, choke of a system. And one example for free energy, or just energy efficiency, because just like you said, this is also something I thought about in many years back, even before many of these realizations. I was like, okay, there's energy conversion, and often it's very ineffective, right? And I'm like, how much energy gets lost only because we have bad conversion tech, yeah? And of course, we waste all our food, and there's so many things we do wrong, right? And over-fertilize with chemical fertilizers, which all ties back to the Rockefeller oil and medicine story. It's all a big shit show, right? But one simple example of a German company, I believe they were called GWE, and the thing in German was called Blockheizkraftwerk. I believe this was in about 2013 or something when it came up. And I believe all they did, it was some kind of a box. And I think you only put in water or something. And I think the only thing that came out was also water. And I think you used 80% water, 20% of some kind of oil that you get from some I forgot the proper term now, some kind of a grain, right? And you mix it and it just creates pretty much energy, doesn't really create waste. You don't need lots of input, very effective. Yeah. And made the rounds in alternative media, I think about 2013. And then suddenly they got raided. Yeah. Everything was confiscated and the company was closed. And he was accused, the main engineer was accused of taking too much money and, you know, basically doing all the things the deep state likes to do, right? So scamming people, basically. Even though when he was presenting it, he got many offers from all kinds of people wanting to invest infinite amounts of millions into the project. And he actually said, well, I'm only going to accept, let's say, 30 million now or something. So he was even toning it down. He was like, wait, guys, I'm only taking this amount of money because that's as much as I can produce right now. And then, you know, we'll see in the next round. But it never got to that because he got raided. And then he even got to I'm not sure if he went to prison, but they had this kind of a court case, which was completely, you know, faked up and a complete joke. But he even managed within that court case to enter the evidence with a notary, you know, so officially sanctified that his device actually is working, you know, and is doing whatever he claims it was doing, and he was not scamming anybody. Yeah. And what he also then said is that just before they got raided, he got a visit by the German Nachrichtendienst, Secret Service, right? Or not Secret Service, not for the president, you know, the like CIA version, whatever, FBI, you know, CIA, NSA, whatever, Nachrichtendienst. And they basically told him, well, you know, what you have here is really nice. We would really love to buy it, you know? And he's like, well, you know, I mean, I am in a way an entrepreneur, so I don't mind making money, but I'm also an engineer, so I really want to have good solutions for everybody. So I'm not really interested in you having just buying it. Yeah. And what they had also mentioned, this is highly interesting, is they said, yeah, well, actually, what we would like to do, we would like to take your technology and combine it with this Indian company that does, and now pay attention, wind turbines for offshore. And because there's this whole huge question, I'm not saying that wind energy can't work at all. I just know that there's huge issues with, you know, what materials they use, where they put it, fish and animals dying, and bad electromagnetic fields and all kinds of problems, which could be done a lot smarter. But just with the current implementations, I would really wonder, this was just in my mind, was like, yeah, of course, then I'm putting all these offshore windmills there, and I can pretend that they are so effective and create such great and sustainable energy or whatever, and there's not all of this supposed, if this is even a real story, voltage issues and so on, yeah. I can much more easily do that if I have these wind turbines, and at the bottom or something, I have one of these Blockheizkraftwerke, which are super effective, right? And if for whatever reason the wind turbine is running or not or whatever, I just have this basically sequestered, efficient energy technology secretly built in. And, you know, and I can still sell the power really expensively or whatever I want to do, you know? So, yeah. That's just one simple real life story of sequestered tech and how the deep state or whoever you want to, the control system wants to use it, but not tell you about it. Yeah. Which of course then raises the further question. And I'm not saying I believe this or not, but I'm really asking the question, even today, to what extent is the energy grid really based on the technology and power sources that they claim it is? Yep. I don't know. I can't know. All that I find suspicious is that with the new power technologies, we have these power lines running around the whole country, even in Austria, I mean, everywhere, right? Yep. And if we know from induction, for example, that there is ways to create and transfer energy. And if there actually is some kind of an ether or some kind of a movement within the ether, or lack of a better term, it could also be energizing the system just by virtue of having all of those power lines laying around, for example. I'm not saying that this is what actually happens. I'm just saying that there's a lot of questions here as well, especially if we know stories such as the one I just told you about, that we don't even really know what they actually use in the back end. Same goes, of course, just one small rabbit hole with the whole nuclear power. I had just watched another great documentary. I'm not sure if you had heard of Windsor Galen. the guy who built many of the first nuclear power plants, I believe initially plutonium-based in America. And then he always took a swim in the cooler water. And then for many years he did presentations and eat plutonium in front of the classroom and so on. And basically told people that there's nothing to be afraid of, but there's a huge racketeering scam with insurances for nuclear waste. And everyone's scared of it. And in Austria, even there is a huge political meme or almost foundational principle of Austria that, I don't know, 30 years ago, we had this big vote against a new nuclear power plant, the first and only one that would have been built. Then they had already built it, but they never start operating it because supposedly it's so insecure. Again, I don't know if it's true, but just what I had learned, and the same with NASA and SpaceX, and the same with the current scamdemic. If I am not able to get the proper device, whether a microscope or a telescope, or just be able to get into that nuclear power plant and really understand the science of whatever's happening there, or nuclear weapons, which would be the other scare tactic. If I don't really understand it myself, at the very least, it makes not a lot of sense to be very scared of it, because it may as well just be another artificial threat scenario that can be perpetrated on the masses due to their lack of knowledge. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it definitely does. It definitely does. And yeah, you make a lot of really good points. There's a lot of windmill farms around here. There's solar farms around too. But I think a lot of these programs are just ways to funnel money where they want to. There was back when I initially started Audio Radio. I'll just say a contributor and just leave it at that. Contributed an article to the site, basically looking at. So this is like 2012. So like this was even before I'd had my first time I voted, the only time I ever voted. So like this is way back then. But the person wrote an article on like looking at like the top 25 solar companies that had gotten a bunch of the subsidy money, and like 98% of them are already out of business within like a year. So like it was obvious what's going on. It wasn't for energy independence. None of the solutions proffered by the First Realm, by the Servile Society, will ever be for energy independence. And that's what Sky Helson was coming on here like when Sky was on here a couple weeks ago. He was talking about, or I guess a handful of episodes ago or so. He was talking about how so like the cost of solar panels is going to be to the point where it's cheaper than shingles and such. So like you're going to put solar panels on your house, but like you aren't really going to care how much they're getting, because like it's just going to be like they're just there and they're just generating power. Like it's not your primary. It's just a backup. But like as far as like the way they're rolled out now, like it still requires centralized infrastructure, centralized control, and centralized distribution. And a lot of the solar panels that are being put in, like they're connected to the grid anyway. So like the power company is getting and then the private owners are getting money back for putting the solar panels on. So it's another way to subsidize the power grid the way it is. And then they pay them back probably a small pittance at the end of the month or at the end of the year for power, but they're charging 10x times that, or however much they're doing it. But yeah, it's frustrating, but at the same time it's exciting too, because that's one thing that's like I guess it's still theoretical now. Like there's not really this is all theoretical for me anyway. But like at some point, if we are able to get like the decentralized breakthrough energy, like a setup implemented, the problem comes in with patents. Like Stanley Meyer was doing the patents and such in a very strategic way, so that because he was aware of the New World Order and stuff. So like he was doing it very stealthily. He was just one of his business partners was just interviewed by Amanda Vollmer recently. The only time I'd ever heard anyone connected with him, but some interesting stuff. I haven't had a chance to finish it yet, but he was talking about how Stanley was really strategic with the patents, and they found out eventually. So like I think the way this has to be done is like no patents, no it can't be economic.
I'm just thinking,
it just has to be rolled out underground before they know.
I'm sorry, but if I'm but also if I'm aware of the quote unquote New World Order or control structure or whatever, then I know who runs the patent office, and supposedly there was even, this is just something I'd heard, but even in some kind of initial conflict between the US and the UK or something, one of the things they supposedly raided or whatever in America was the patent office, you know. So, and where did Einstein come from? He was sitting on the patent office, you know, and then he was excluding the ether from all the equations and put us down, you know. It's a huge story itself. So basically all I want to say is I consider it quite naive to believe that you can circumvent the control structure, but you're still going to have any patent in any patent office, you know, like unless maybe it's the patent office of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, you know, but otherwise I don't see how this would not get leaked, you know. So because of course, I mean, it's so simple. I think here it really makes sense in a way. And, you know, maybe this is the issue with being brought up in a culture with computers and video games, but really, you know, seeing it from this point of view, or even let's say it from a Game of Thrones point of view, just basically, you know, not so individualized, try to see the larger picture, right? Try to see it as a system. And then of course what do you need to control? Innovation. Very simple. You just need to control the patent office. And you tell everyone they have to make money with what they do, and it's all a fight and so on, and they need to make sure that it's secured. Great. And in this way, they gift it to you. And this is even official in the US, for example. I don't know how many thousands of patents have officially been sequestered by the DOD and whoever else. And this is not a conspiracy, this is official. And of course, mainly it's energy-based technology, yeah? Energy and medical, of course, because with whatever tech is available in different areas, even with the smartphone and so on, you know, the Black Mirror, they give you this to control you, but they never give you the medical part. And they never give you the energy part, because then you're gone, you know?
No, and it's,
or the communication
and
part even, because this is also centralized.
Yes, and it's funny too, because you look at like George Wiseman's AquaCure, like the way he came to that was it's the same sort of thing that he put on his car to increase his gas mileage. So like the same thing that's incredible for health, the hydrogen-rich water and inhaling the Brown's gas, is also you know, like use the same tech and the same methodology to improve the gas mileage in your car. It's like, what the shit? So yeah, it's
okay. That's cool, because I heard about it for engines. I didn't know that I mean, I know that there is certain things you can breathe that are healthy, but I didn't know that Brown's gas both has health and these kind of technical applications. He sells it's called an AquaCure machine. And the only thing you have to be worried about with hydrogen is if it's over 4%, then it becomes flammable. But he's built this. He's been an inventor his entire life. He has like 6 or 7 built-in safety features. So like it's never happened. He's had it out for a decade, and people have only had incredible results reversing many so-called chronic conditions. So it's pretty incredible what's possible and what's out there. Yeah. Maybe to talk about something practical briefly.
Sure.
Is you had mentioned you were just, and because health is always a great topic, and this is always where I'm like, anybody can have any belief systems they want, I cherish ultimately all belief systems and they all have their validity. However, at least those that wish to be healthy and have a joyous experience, it really makes sense to look into health, and your own sovereignty and self-responsibility and liberation health-wise. So you had mentioned that you were just about to procure or already had gotten a Rife machine. Maybe you want to talk about that, because we have one locally, and maybe we can talk, for a minute about that. This is quite interesting.
Sure. So, it's a donation that will be incoming at some point to the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness. So I haven't had a chance to mess around with it yet, but what I have done already is basically the idea behind it, and I'm sure you've come across this too. But we're bioelectric beings, and just as harmful EMFs and such can bring us out of balance, frequencies can also bring us back into balance. So the right frequency is it's a frequency device where I printed out it's like 30 pages of frequencies. Like it's just a list of conditions, so-called conditions, with the frequency to bring whatever organ system back into balance, or to, take care of whatever parasite or whatever is in question. So, that's basically all that I really know about it so far. I know it's a very, very suppressed technology. There's I printed out another book that I haven't had a chance to read yet, but it's basically just a big book on how incredible this device is for reversing so-called cancer. And obviously, like, what cancer is a story in and of itself, one that I don't really care to get into. But regardless, the imbalance that manifests in the physiological condition that is called that can be reversed by the Rife machine, and also turkey tail mushrooms, which are in the woods, and the aquacare machine could probably be a pretty good tool. And just fixing deficiencies and avoiding toxicity you're going to be pretty well off if you do those things. But yeah, hopefully that's a good enough overview. I'm excited to test around with it. I definitely am. I'm going to begin. As one of the other possibilities for so-called type 1 diabetes is like pancreatic and liver fluke. So they can cause problems in people. So hopefully, it'd be nice to have the Rife machine at the same time, but we'll see if that comes in by that time. But like the aquacare machine, plus I ordered a couple really good powerful tinctures from Phoenix Aurelius, a spagiricist. I don't remember, it's Pau de Arco and like a neem oil, is it? A neem leaf sort of tincture that have been very historically proven for that. So I'm gonna I've got the oxygenation this is the aquacare part of it, and then to assist with the elimination, and then the parasite stuff as taking care of the parasites. So it's I'm gonna try it. It's a pretty prevalent problem today. So I imagine with my childhood, I would probably presume that at least one of the issues I dealt with was probably caused by parasites that may still be latent or still be there, something along those lines. So yeah.
Right. Even here, of course, to play devil's advocate, I haven't gone to the bottom of this yet. There's even the question, because then again, oftentimes we get into this, now the parasite is my enemy, but actually the parasite might just, even if its behavior in some senses may be deemed parasitical, ultimately still can only be a symbiont, because it can only exists to help in a regulation where for whatever reason your own body is deregulated. So just saying even the parasite is not the enemy that has to be extinguished.
Yep, exactly. Thank you for mentioning that. That's an important mindset distinction from the West, but go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, mindset. Yeah, exactly. And then for the Rife machine, just to mention, we have one that is called Tesla Lakowski, but it's also basically a Rife machine. There was a Georges Lakowski who was playing around with this. Tesla, of course, frequency tech. And according to the stories I heard when they started with this, which is also really interesting, is they were looking for cases like early 20th century, and they almost couldn't find anybody to treat initially, supposedly, because all this civilization degeneration hadn't occurred to the extent it had now, apparently. And aside from that, the Swiss company is building them in like a new format by Arthur Tränkle, somewhat successful from what I can see. A device does cost, don't want to say something wrong now, but maybe let's say about $8,000 or something. But I even hear many people could say, it's expensive. And I'm like, yeah, well, maybe it's expensive. I don't know their margins or whatever. But if we understand what even one single treatment of chemotherapy costs and what it actually does, and how many people you could even just potentially slightly improve with a device like this. I'm not claiming it cures anything or anything. This is even so interesting that legally, of course, you're banned from saying these things,
Yeah,
that's
why you're reversing so-called conditions. Yep, because they're copyrighted. It's fucked up the world we live in. It's their copyrighted disease. So you can get tossed get tossed in cages for curing their copyrighted disease. But yeah, as many doctors have found out firsthand. But yeah.
Yes. And what I can just say is that there have been all kinds of different, minor or also bigger ailments, whereas the device that we have here had been used and people just reported success, some kind of an ache, some kind of something else, and even some things that persisted for some weeks. Then they used the device 2 times and they were fine, and we were like, yay, and I was also assisting a few people in using it for a few weeks. And even if there was no, let's say, very particular difference or ailment changed, at least overall, usually the responses were always positive and that people felt energized. The only negative feedback I ever got was once from an older lady, because she had done the double dose. Because I was always like, if you're already here, let's click the button again, go another 15 minutes, and it feels really nice with this device, because you have like a piece of, like this, which you can hold against your body. And the idea is first you put it in the water, and then it energizes the water. And then you put it on you drink the water and you put it on your body, like here, the lymph nodes and stuff like this. And then you're only not supposed to put it in front of your eyes because supposedly some kind of a protein can crystallize and you're going to be blind. Never happened to anyone yet, but that's the one spot you shouldn't put it. But anyway, and then interesting thing is it feels really warm because supposedly the frequency is tuned to the mitochondria of your cells, the power plants of your cells, to resonate them, provide them with energy. This kind of makes sense because we know that by transferring frequency, just like with two tuning forks, you can transmit information or energy. So this is, not too far-fetched for me. It works through scalar energy or scalar waves, which I always say are like a type of waveform behind the standard Newtonian linear propagation waves. So it's almost like it's almost immediately everywhere, this type of waveform. And also I've seen some experiments or whatever where they could show that there is like a field around this device like this. Yeah? But anyhow, so you put it there, and although this thing is just a piece of plastic, and it itself is not warm, but your skin will get warm because of the resonance, and it feels really nice, and everyone basically felt energized, and only this old lady once then said after 2 doses, it was a bit too much. She felt a bit overloaded. Okay, but it was an old lady and she did double dose, but also wasn't anything bad. And anybody else always said, yeah, I feel good. Either I feel energized or I could sleep better or this or that ache went away. So it's really incredible. And the nice thing is here, you just need a bit of energy, where next question, of course, maybe we can get it very cheap or free. Yeah. You press start, and the thing runs, and it can help many people that otherwise would have gone to chemo. So what I'm just saying here is that there's not even comparison in terms of what is the real investment, or what is, how to allocate the funds. Because one last sentence, in terms of health, for a long time, I didn't understand why in America you have privatized healthcare. And in Europe, generally the view is, oh my God, you Americans, you're so poor because you have privatized healthcare. And if you have an ailment, you're going to die on the street, basically, But on the other hand, the issue here is healthcare is completely collectivized and socialized, which means you do not need to take the slightest of care about your diet or your lifestyle or anything like that, because anything in a hospital or whatever will get paid. And also, you're never seeing any bills or you never know what the hospital actually costs you, You never see the price for a chemotherapy or anything like that, in Austria, at least from what I know, or any operation or anything. It's all kept hidden, So basically they use the very bad type of medicine, overcharge you, but they provide it to you for quote unquote free. So everyone keeps using it and is so happy that the state takes care of them. Whilst at the same time, if you count it all up, I guess by now, at least about 80% of the actual value you're generating is in some way, shape or form siphoned off through taxation, social security payments, and all of these kind of jokes. So yeah, just once again to show what a ridiculous system this is, and that it is not built for human welfare or well-being, and hasn't been for at least 100 years.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, it's really, I mean, what I've found, and obviously I haven't gotten back to perfect health, but I'm 1,000 times better than I feel better than I did when I was 16, for example. But like it really isn't that complicated. I mean, you look at the Chinese medicine perspective, it's all about balance. And if you get in tune with your body, and like you can still splurge on things, but like your body will tell you like if it starts to get out of balance, and then you start to pull back, and you might and that. So like it's really about getting in tune with your body, and then just keeping things in balance. Not about being a purist about it. We're here to. I think I'm here to have fun with everything I do. Since my time is my own, I do things that I enjoy and I'm driven towards. So, but yeah. Anyway, I guess we've been going for almost a couple hours here. It's been a fantastic conversation, Raffael. I want to give you a chance to talk a little bit more about. So you've got your your website, Kamensky.at. I guess you got a blog there, and you do some channeling and things. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Right, yeah. All right, so that's another interesting rabbit hole. So to finish the story, in 2013, as I had mentioned, I stumbled across Bashar, and the point for me was I had listened to Krishnamurti, I had seen Zeitgeist and all these kind of things, and found some people I like. I had read some French philosophers and so on, which, as we had discussed on our show on Team Rabbit Hole as well with you, is, somewhat too heady. And here I kind of found this kind of balancing aspect through this channeled material by Bashar, which, again, the past few years, what he's saying in terms of the pandemic and so on, I don't agree with. And there's still a huge question mark for me what actually is going on there with him, or what parallel version he's channeling right now. Because, as I had mentioned, for many, many years, he went on about health and so on in a very much self-responsible fashion, and basically said that 99.999% of disease only occurs basically, because of an overload of toxins, simply put, and lack of oxygenation and all of that. And now he starts talking about masks and all kinds of craziness. And the one thing is to honor the belief systems of the questioners, but it's very strange that what he has mentioned, for over 30 years somehow is not coming across anymore. It's a very strange situation. Anyhow, but for me, this was the first moment when I was like, oh, there is a source of information that is, at least to me, perfectly consistent and uses a framework that's very basic and universal, and that actually within itself allows for, let's say, a minimally viable matrix of creation, that if I assume these basic rules and laws and think them through, I can actually imagine it to be dynamic enough to be able to account for any and all experience. So that was kind of, the basis point from where I started when I did this presentation. And then the same year, through, synchronicity, I came across ayahuasca. And I had already been interested in channeling because I generally do like communicating and presenting, and also did different types of presentations for friends and different capacities. But it was still somewhat too linear for me and somewhat too contrived, or even just doing the same presentation 3 times, I already got bored. So I already felt this attraction to channeling, and ayahuasca basically just helped me. This would be, the bad standard hippie story or something. Oh, you drink ayahuasca once, now you think you're enlightened, haha, now you think you're a channel. The joke in my case was that there was no alien entity or anything coming to me and telling me, now you have to channel, you are the big important guy. But it was more like, what is the most effective and joyous expression of my desire to creatively communicate that I can find? And channeling appeared like a obvious choice, especially because I was so interested in it. And then maybe a few months after that, I started channeling. I did plenty of recordings. They are all linked on my website, like old stuff. And then maybe 3 years ago, I started doing group sessions about once a month locally with, let's say 3 to 10 participants usually. And the whole idea here, or the whole journey here, is because I am aware that ultimately everything is connected. So on the one hand, you could say, oh, who do you think you are? You're claiming some kind of entity is potentially speaking through you. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. This could also just be an elaborate role play, even though I'm not deliberately feigning anything or trying to portray anything in particular. It's a quite intuitive process, and I don't really have so much time to contrive anything. That's also the almost an exercise for myself, and also why I chose it, because I realized I have to go towards some kind of intuitive frontier by engaging in that practice. And that's something I want for myself, for my own balancing, and also something that I just find much more exciting than, for example, spending many hours to prepare a very exact 1-hour presentation, if you can catch my drift. Yeah. So that's kind of how it came to be. And also the realization that if I really understand through hermetic law and principle or whatever, that ultimately, I believe this would be the law of mentalism, all is mind, all is consciousness, all is connected, then how could I be so arrogant as to claim that I am not connected to anything, whatever it could be? if we are really connected to everything fundamentally through the, let's say, fabric of consciousness itself, right? That's the other point of view. And then also in my particular case, I'm not doing trance channeling where my consciousness would be out and not remember, but I do conscious channeling, meaning my consciousness is very much aware of what is occurring, could technically censor and steer, which generally I'm trying not to do and just allow it to flow in a sense. There is certainly some conscious agency, or a lot of conscious agency in a sense, remaining with me. But for me, it's all about this game of, where does my consciousness stop? Where does a higher, quote unquote, or just different consciousness start? Is there a distinction? Where is it? What is it? So while I had started to channel different archetypes from tarot and different alien archetypes, etheric energy archetypes, eventually, maybe this is how I can round out the story, said, because for me, let's say doing predictions or talking about specificities was never so important. It's more about general principle and basically giving those participating, ideally, a glimpse or a sense of the frequency of self-responsibility and self-empowerment and the information through the verbal communication, so they themselves can hone into that frequency for themselves. And then ideally, let's say, after the first encounter or the first contact with me as nothing else but a reflection of their own energy, become aware that whatever, relaxation, insight, awareness, information they may have gleaned through the channeled interaction with me is actually a capacity and energy contained within themselves and perfectly accessible to themselves in each and every now. Does this make sense?
Yep, I'm with you.
Okay, no, I'm just asking because, this is what happens in the channeling state. Often, you're building these lines and then you have to make full circle. So with that basically being my goal, just as you, self-liberation, and in this case in the spiritual sense or in the metaphysical sense, in all ways, I eventually said I would like to receive a name, just because it's easier for individuals to address it, because before it was just the archetype of this or that. And then what I actually got 2 weeks later, just when I was about to lay down, I want to say it came from the side, but it was just obvious for me that this was not, or that this was a specific information. And the name that came up was Ringo. I'm not sure what associations you have with Ringo. First thing that came to mind for me was like, I'm not even really a Beatles fan. Like, what is this, But also I was aware enough to recognize I was asking for a name, and I knew I'm not going to look up different names. What sounds cool? This is what I'm going to choose. But I knew that if I'm asking like this, I'll just intuitively receive the proper answer, right? So I have to stick with it as well. And so first I was confused and a bit like, okay, what is this? And then I found many different correlations. Maybe the most strong one is in that the basic system of numerology I use is Ringo actually amounts to 36. And in numerology, you always do the additions. So then it's 369. So, and then in vortex mathematics, the 369 creates a triangle, which in vortex mathematics, the other figures create a infinity sign. So there's just a lot of synchronicities that occurred for me, which basically helped me to accept that name. And so what I'm doing now is I'm channeling Ringo, and what Ringo is simply a representation of all the aspects that my higher self and those present could potentially connect to. So as I'm imagining it, in a sense, it's like a very large round table, and all the differing entities and aspects, you could even call them aspects of your own personality. It doesn't matter now what kind of framework you would use, but having all of them, including me as Raffael, which is kind of important, sitting at the table, and in a sense, all of them contributing according to whatever is required, let's say. There's a lot more I can say about this, so I'll just leave it there for now.
Nice. Well, that's definitely a fantastic introduction. That's Yeah, I dig the story. I dig the story, and I will. Yeah, I'm thinking about scheduling one of these with you. I did a with Lindsay Schreiman from Rogueways. I did a she did, I guess she calls them soul retrievals. It was a guidance session, is what she calls them. It was so that was interesting. I've done a Vedic astrology reading. I got a 2022 astrology reading from Ross Ben, who I mentioned earlier. So I'm interested. Yeah, I'm interested in trying a lot of these things out. So we'll probably be in contact about that. But before I let you go today, I don't want to keep you too long. I know it's late there. It'd be past my bedtime. I don't really stay up that late anymore. But anyway, any closing thoughts for the listeners? And feel free to plug anything you'd like. I'll make sure to drop any links in the show notes that you'd like me to.
Oh, well, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. Thank you for reaching out. Thank you for finding us through Exertus and teamrabbithole.com, further up and further in. So really thank you very much for reaching out. I'm very happy to collaborate with you as well. We certainly, share the theme of self-liberation, which, at least to me seems ultimately what this journey kind of is about, to allow ourselves to believe for a brief moment in the eyes of the one creator that, we are limited, we are, maybe even slaves of all of this, and then discover all the systems, all the structures, and ultimately pierce through the illusion of those contrived, artificially self-limiting perceptions and belief systems. And I'm glad that we share that theme. I'm pretty sure there's many others out there. I'm very sure that there will be many, many more coming to the fore and engaging in these kind of discussions and exploring these kind of themes, as ultimately I would consider this as a very individualized journey. There is ultimately no right or wrong answer that applies to each and every one, because the main point here being, in my point of view at least, is to really be able to discern your own excitement and then really be able to discern your own path. And here I would just reiterate, which is in a sense my whole shtick, is really trust yourself. Be very, very honest with yourself, but also trust yourself. And if you sense that, just like you had said when you had stumbled across Team Rabbit Hole podcast, when you said you only listen to things that resonate with you. And the one thing, of course, is to be like, oh, I don't want to hear it. It's vibing low. I'm ignoring it, That's one thing, but it's another thing to just be able to discern, just what rings true for you. And maybe one last thing I could mention, one last useful tool that I always like to apply is when hearing anything, anything is just a proposition of a belief system you can adopt or not. But if in any way, shape or form, anyone is ever communicating anything to you and you feel that it is limiting, you feel it's off, you feel it's feeling bad. And here again, I'm not talking about ignoring something you should transform, but I'm basically talking about any type of belief or proposition that would make you believe that you are, let's say, more limited than you feel yourself, less capable, less powerful, less divine, less infinite, less joyous or whatever. And one can always feel that, it feels kind of strange, it's not appropriate. And what I had come to discover is that those negative belief systems, all of them, they are fundamentally always wrong. Just as they say with fear, it's nothing but false evidence appearing real. And anytime one is in those states, one cannot see it, which is, the great illusion of this place that we have built within our own consciousness, that we can actually, in a way, pretend to really believe it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, one can always discover that all negative belief systems that are triggering your scarcity response and your fight or flight response, your fear of your own existence, your fear of your own worthiness, they're always wrong. And if we have the courage to investigate them, we will always discover that they are wrong. And this is also how we can liberate ourselves individually and collectively.
Yeah. Cheers, man. Yep. Yeah. I appreciate all that. Well said. Well said. So thanks again for coming on. I look forward to staying connected in the future and whatever else transpires. But it's been great having a couple chats thus far, and I'll certainly be continuing to listen to Team Rabbit Hole myself. Anything else before I let you go, man?
Thank you very, very much.
Cheers.
And thanks everyone for listening.
All right, guys, and there you have it, Raffael from Team Rabbit Hole. Certainly do appreciate you sticking around. Definitely hope you enjoyed it. It was a really valuable discussion. I know I definitely enjoyed it. But I'll leave you with VonuPodcast.com for all things Vonu, libertarian type publications for any if you're looking for solutions oriented reading material or anarchist agorist fiction. Or I guess we do have ghost pads and ghost phones now if you're looking to step up your security culture in the digital second realm.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Finally, Rayo's thought recent conversation entitled Major League Liberation with former Halo 3 professional gamer, Ace.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
And welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. I'm your host, Shane Rayo 2, coming to you from the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. For more information on this burgeoning parallel network or to join the Second Realm, please visit PAZNIA, PAZNIA.com. Real quick, I just released the first ever PAZNIA General Health and Wellness Guide, courtesy of the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness. Learn about oral health, kidney health, lung health, liver health, best supplement recommendations, and much more. Just visit PAZNIA.com/health and click the button near the top of the page, or alternatively visit PAZNIA.com/wellness-land to download the PDF for free, and those links will be in the show notes. And if you have any questions or would like to schedule a health consultation, please email coordinator at PAZNIA.com, or I guess Shane at libertariantech.com works too. But anyway, over a decade ago, I believe when I was a sophomore in high school, I got my first Xbox along with Halo 3. My brother and I spent most of our free time in the basement grinding through the ranked Halo 3 playlists. We're pretty damn good, especially my brother, and soon after formed our own team and began to take it pretty seriously, with the goal of making it to MLG Orlando in 2008 or 2009, I don't recall. This is the advent of esports, and along with playing, we caught a lot of the Halo 3 tournaments live. And one of those folks I remember watching way back in the day was Ace. And like other elite Halo 3 players, he was a beast. But while also being a pro gamer, Ace is on a bit of a different path than others. After following some old H3 players from back in the day, Ace is one of the few that remains on my follow list. While his peers are promoting what I'd call quack medicine, subservience to authority, etc., Ace has gone deep into spirituality, health topics, psychology, and much more. It's truly a pleasure to see, and truly an unexpected pleasure to be chatting with him. A moment my 14 or 15-year-old self would have never conceived possible or realistic. Anyway, Ace's professional Halo days aren't in the past, though. He still streams, offers coaching sessions, and I think still participates in tournaments, but for Halo Infinite instead. Though if I'm wrong about any of this, he can correct me here momentarily. But without further ado, Ace, my friend, welcome to the Vonu Podcast. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great today, actually. Just finished yoga, feeling really good, and ready to chat with you.
Right on. Yeah, so you just finished yoga, I guess, because I know there's like a lot of different schools of thought in that. Any particular, I guess, variety?
Oh, yeah, that's a long story in itself. But I kind of I've been living in Dallas for about 2+ years and got my started in kind of like a power flow type of studio. That's just kind of like a vinyasa flow where you just kind of flow through and you're doing whatever you want. I mean, not whatever you want, but whatever the teacher is leading. Mm-hmm. But the teacher is very like underground, and his studio owner is very underground style, and he has different types of teachers that work for him. And actually, one of the teachers I just took from is actually kind of like a famous yogi that travels around and kind of has his own style. So I was taking it from him.
Gotcha. Okay, well, that's awesome, man. That is definitely awesome. So, yeah, like I said, it's wild that this conversation is even happening. But then again, since intentionally beginning this journey of spiritual liberation back in 2020, that's my reaction to most things. The synchronicities and full circle moments can get really weird at times, but in a good way. And one of the biggest starting points was operating from a position of gratitude in all things, or trying to at least. And from what I've seen on Twitter, I know that's philosophy you also share too. But yeah, go ahead, Andrew, jump in there.
Yeah, man. I was just I don't know, something about like the multidimensionality of time, kind of, or like the idea that time may not be a straight line is kind of what came to my mind when you were talking about that. Just like the synchronicities and everything like that. Those like situations where you have a dream and then it happens or something like that, right? Where you feel like something so crazy, like a synchronicity happens and it jolts you out of your normal way of thinking, and you're like, wait, what's going on? Type of mindset, right? So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Certainly, 100%. So I think obviously to start it, I gave a really brief introduction a moment ago, and probably a really rough one. I mean, I don't know much about you personally. I know a lot about the things that you look into, and I guess what you talk about publicly, which I resonate with a whole lot of it. And there's also the Halo portion of it, which I guess especially the Halo 3 stuff is pretty underground at this point. It's a pretty niche thing online, on Twitch and such. But I guess could you give folks a bit of a background on who you are and what you do, and kind of maybe kind of your personal journey here, however much or however little you like to share.
Sure. I'll start with just kind of like who I am and what I do. So, I grew up interested in a lot of different topics and sort of, as a studious kid, my parents pressured me to take school seriously. So I learned a lot, what I'm saying? They always made me get good grades, and I was very book smart, right? But alongside with that, I was playing professional Halo, and I became professional when I was 14. And it was just my hobby, right? It's just what I did. And I continued on in college doing that, playing Halo Reach professionally. And then when I was 20 years old in 2013, I ended up winning that big Halo 4 Global Championship tournament for $200,000. And as I continued going through school and college, Halo 5 was coming around for more competitions, more $1 million tournaments. So I ended up dropping out of school with a lot of credits and pursuing more professional gaming. But, during that time, I also, for whatever reason, had an interest in yoga, basically maybe to kind of work on some parts of myself as a teenager or child that I wasn't too proud of or wasn't too happy about. Also just to feel better in my body, a lot of gaming, when I would play with my elbows on my knees, it gave me a cubital tunnel syndrome, which is kind of like carpal tunnel, but in your elbows. And I needed to do something to work on my injuries and my back pain. So I got into yoga a lot, and it started slowly helping me out, Then I continued on with my professional Halo career up until I was about 30 years old, almost ended 29 years old. I was living in Dallas here. I just moved to Dallas when I was 2021. I think I was 29 when I moved here. And the season of Halo Infinite just didn't go too well. Things weren't working out. So long story short, but as I transitioned out of being like a professional Halo player, I also got my yoga teacher training, and have been kind of teaching yoga since, just in studio. And really I'm kind of transitioning out of professional playing and going into just other things. We haven't really, settled too far into anything yet, but right now just teaching yoga. So that's where I'm at. We'll probably go back in that story and talk about a few things, though.
Yeah, sure. Well, that's I appreciate that, because I wasn't sure what you're doing nowadays. I know Halo. I don't know. For me and my brother, I think we kind of dropped off. I think it might have been Halo 4. Halo 4 was okay, but then when I started at jetpacks and shit, a lot of the Halo 3 players dropped off. I was one of those folks, and I really didn't give too much of a thought to it after that. I wasn't sure what are the H3 pros were doing today. But yeah, I guess I guess the question I'll ask to kind of dig more into, maybe, I guess more of the spiritual liberation stuff, because that's kind of the theme of this podcast. It kind of seems like the theme of your path too. I guess, are there any moments you look back on growing up and realize they were critically important, but you didn't realize it at the time? And I could give one example. When I was around age 19, I had a grand mal seizure, which I thought was just a medical incident at a metal show, and went unconscious for a few days. Waking up in the hospital. I don't remember what happened, but I woke up and came back a different person. And that was, I think, that looking back on big things in my life, that was one for me. But I guess is there anything?
What happened during that? Did you have an out of body experience or anything?
I don't remember. Something happened, but I don't know. And I didn't. I mean, it was a decade after that when I started thinking about that more deeply, and looked back into the timing of it. And it was right around. It was like January of 2012, or I think it was January 2011, something like that. So I started looking into the timing to see what was going on astrologically, just out of curiosity. I went kind of deep into it conspiratorially per se, but yeah, I don't know. That was I guess one of those for me that I look back on it now, and it's like, yeah, that was a turning point. I was not going in a good direction really before that, and something happened. I don't know if my higher self dragged me unconscious and beat the shit out of me in the astral realm or something, friendly consensually and all that, but I don't know. Yeah, anything like that resonate with you?
Dude, I think I have a lot of stories that are resonating, but I'll just start out by saying I grew up Catholic, and it's funny because I remember walking around as a child saying prayers and stuff. I'm like, why am I even doing this? I don't know, but it just felt like that was what I should do. And then as life went on with the Catholic Church and stuff, just going to school, I just kind of stopped caring, and all my problems as a child, I was like, oh, I just become atheist. None of this makes sense. I'm not getting my questions answered, so I'm just gonna be atheist and do whatever. And different things started happening to me. But I think this was one of the first things that happened was, I always was struggling as a person to just breathe out of my left nostril. It was just, a deviated septum. Living with that is pretty hard, right? Just being able to breathe through your nostrils well. And my left nostril was always pretty clogged up, right? So I ended up getting a surgery on it for a deviated septum. And I got the surgery. And after the surgery, as your blood is being healed up in your nose, you get Flonase to open up your nostrils a little bit more. That over-the-counter Flonase stuff. And I believe I took too much. I hit it, you would say, 2 times instead of 1 morning. So, right when my nose was healing, I could breathe. I finally, after I did the Flonase, I could breathe for 2 hours. I'm crying tears of joy. Oh my gosh, my nose is open. I can breathe, Mm-hmm. And then after that, I pursued to have a very hard, maybe 3 days straight of being awake and mental side effects. But something that I've never experienced before, where I couldn't sleep, and I guess after not sleeping for a long time, the anxiety. I don't know how to explain it, but you kind of just get opened up into your mind, and it just feels like there's an onslaught of thoughts coming in, an anxiety attack, that you can't stop, and that not being able to sleep for a long time and going to. I remember during that time, I went to the gym. It's my mind was unlocked, and I was lifting way more weight than I could have ever lifted before. It was a whole mental breakdown that I had, and I can't really explain it, right? But it was intense at the time, and that kind of was the first thing that opened my mind up to being okay, maybe everything we think is not necessarily so true in this kind of Western society so far. Maybe there's other stuff out there, and that's besides the point. Over the fact that I just always had interest in other things. It's around the same time that I, as growing up as a teenager, I was binge drinking every weekend, which is not a good habit, I would say, right? And I was getting really, really I guess having hard hangovers, and really just wondering kind of like, what is going on in life, you know? Like, I don't feel like this is the right, like this is everything, right? And that's when I started kind of going down, just learning about, I guess, not so mainstream at the time topics, you know, so like stuff like astrology. I looked at my birth chart and I'm like, okay, this actually does, I mean, I understand that like it can just be general things, but like some of these things do really sound like me, you know? And with going through depression and learning about other things like that, I started to just go down my path. So that nose thing, that nose experience I had with the deviated septum, that was one of the first things that really started switching my thinking. And then I'll throw in another story. Is during the same time I had all this depression and whatnot, I'm competing in Halo 5, and I think it's around 2016 or 2017. I can't remember the exact year, but we were, I had a lot of like I had a hard time sleeping, and we were like just me and two other Halo pros were wandering through California at different motels, just like going to parties of like E3 or something like that. And we were drinking a lot, doing some drugs. And I ended up, you know, I was listening to like YouTube stuff to like fall asleep. And I think I ended up astral projecting out of my body in one morning in that hotel. And that's when I was like, okay, what the hell was that? You know, like something is going on here. Like this astral, like, you know, I had never even really known what the astral was or anything like that up to that point, you know? So I was like, okay, so I'm going to start looking stuff up and figuring stuff out and, you know, trying to start changing my life path, because I'm not really happy with where I am right now, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess I'll mention for some folks, you know, again the Western folks, the astral traveling is the Eastern term for it, but in the West, it's more commonly known as remote viewing, and it's not woo woo stuff. I mean, like you look at back, like was it Operation Stargate? I mean the government they've already done their, you know, their research with this sort of stuff. Yeah, it's yeah. I guess the astral travel is more the Eastern variety, but yeah, that's interesting, man. That's really interesting. I really haven't had any experiences like that, and I guess that's kind of where a lot of my focus is now. You know, Western society is very, you know, very much left brain with you know, all of the science and the logic and all of that. And I guess I have a mentor, and something and he's kind of that same way, you'd think, but he's also I guess he's also one that's kind of a common theme we've been discussing was you know, silencing the left brain. So doing more of the things like yoga, like you can gather and obtain the exact same information, the exact same knowledge, without like the grueling like that grueling approach of like analysis, that mental analysis. You can get the I guess for the modern mind, maybe downloads is a terminology for it, but you can get things through the right brain approach, whether it's yoga, meditation, or any of these things. So yeah, I think that's something that's high on my focus now.
Well, I like to focus on that topic because that's kind of at the beginning of where I see all the problems coming from. You know, I mean,
get into
the left brain is so, like, if you look at school, you know, it's very left brain, like logic, just kind of just going from A to B and completing things. You know what I'm saying? And like, yeah, we need that way of thinking, right? Like you need that scientific way of thinking to accomplish a lot of things, you know, to go to the moon if you could with instruments, you know, to build things, right? To have a society. It's very a masculine like way of thinking, like, okay, we need mathematics, we need science, right? But then that's how I thought, you know, that's how the school system is set up to teach you. That's how the entire West is, right? Is we are put into these boxes and to try to think logically and put into these, like, you know, just wheels to churn out like a result, right? And I thought like that a long time. And it wasn't until I was drinking and just having a hard time that I finally like said, you know, what else is out there? You know, I finally started opening up my kind of, it's a process, right? But you start to like, oh, maybe there's this other side of your brain, this other way of thinking that is more about feeling and more about things that aren't so rational and aren't so logical, right? That there's this realm of potentiality out there, you know, and like that's why I got into something like astrology, which I don't really like. You know, it's not like I've dived deep into it and care about it so much, but I think it has some sort of merit, right? But like just the ways of the East. So you can see how the West is very logical, very left brain, and then the East is very right brain, right? It's kind of like the yin and the yang too, right? The yang is left brain, like masculine. The yin is more feeling, right brain, right? So it's about, you know, people haven't ever opened up their mind. There's blocks almost because of how we are built in the society, right? How we are fostered to even know what the right brain is, right? It's like it's also, you know, it's these are on big scales too when you look at it, the entire West versus the East, right? Or the entire. I've also heard of an article or like a page talking about how, you know, you can say that North America and South America is kind of divided into that way of thinking too. You know, North America is more logical and South America is more like feeling, like right brain, you know, as a collective, right? True. And I didn't know this until I traveled to Mexico or something, right? Where I was living in Dallas, you know, for 2 years, and then I finally went down to Mexico, right? I went to Cancun, I went down to Tulum. I'm like, you can immediately feel the nature and the energy, and you can immediately feel how this area of the world is primarily in their, you know, more of a relaxation state than a hyper competitive masculine like state, you know. So yeah, it's a big thing that a lot of people don't really even know, and I'm happy we got to talk about it. If you want to add anything.
Sure. Yeah. I guess. Oh God. I guess yeah. There. Yeah. A couple directions. I guess the first thing that came to mind, and I think I sent this to you in the tweet, which got us connected. But Rudolf Steiner and the Blood Demons was an episode that I posted, and it gets kind of into, I guess it gets into the Theosophical Society and Anthroposophical Society, anthroposophy, but. I guess Rudolf Steiner talked about it a lot, but talking, you know, East versus West, it's Lucifer versus Ahriman is kind of the I guess the and again it's not like religion would have you view it in those terms, but the East is Luciferic and the West is Ahrimanic. The East being basically disregard the body in its entirety and try to leave the body. Disregard the body, and the West is the hyper transhumanism now, like never leave the body, like like never die, like never leave. So you have those two different polarities, and and that's, I mean, you bring up someone like Walter Russell from the early 20th century. It's all about, like, the universe is based on balance. So it's not that Lucifer or Ahriman is evil. It's that you can't disregard the body in favor of the spirit, and you can't disregard the spirit in favor of the body, essentially. But yeah, I guess that's just the initial thoughts that came to my mind.
Yeah, I first became introduced to Rudolf Steiner from somebody that gave me a book when I went in 2022 when I went down to Mexico. But I mean, I've been studying a little bit of his stuff. And I've been watching actually a lot of G.G. Young videos, who pretty much just translates him. Very interesting person, G.G. Young, talking about Rudolf Steiner. But yeah, I hear you. I had never heard, I don't think, that the East is Luciferic and the West is Ahrimanic. But that does make sense. I don't know if Rudolf, did he compare it to the right brain, left brain? Did he actually do that?
I'm not sure if he did that explicitly. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's.
Can you tell me a little bit about that episode that you talked about? I haven't heard it.
Which episode? The Rudolf Steiner and the Blood. Yeah. So basically, he was talking about so Rudolf, and this is secondhand from I've heard it from multiple people and people that I trusted. I've not read. If people knew how much or how tough Rudolf Steiner was to read, they'd understand. Just give it a try. Yes. It's difficult. But in the 20th century, and you can find where he's like, it's not like it's nonsense, but 100 years ago, in like whenever it was, 1920, or I guess early 20th century, was talking about that there would be a vaccine in like 100 years that would essentially finally sever the connection of humanity, or it would open up whatever, however you look at it, it would sever humanity from Creator, in a sense. And that those were part of it, and that blood, kind of getting into like blood demons, kind of I guess some of the interdimensional stuff, which a lot of people don't like getting into, or I guess in Walter Russell terms, interoctave, but it's so that's the it was just an article posted in a different magazine that I just did the audio of, it's not positive stuff. Not positive stuff.
It's a topic that needs to be talked about, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to throw in I think people shy away from just being a student, to disregard their preconceived notions about how reality works and like what they grew up learning, and just being able to be open-minded and learn and look at new perspectives, and keeping it, maybe not necessarily believing everything you see is true immediately, but at least being open to new ideas, right? And going down the routes of learning what they are, right? And going on the quest for discovery of what the truth is, because I think that's kind of like what we're all doing here. You know what I mean? That's what I identify as doing for a long time, is just trying to figure out, like, ever since around those stories I told you, I want to know the truth. I want to follow the right path.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to, figure out what to do next, right? And I want to know, and that influences where I'm going in life, right? And I think that's not. It's just people are really dogmatic, and sometimes they're too rigid on their beliefs, right? They're not open to change, which it can be hard to change, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, certainly, and I think like one of the avenues for me, I've always been interested in history, and I guess you can go into whether you look at like health history or the history of energy, the centralized energy technology today, and all of the empowering breakthrough energy technologies. I'm not going to say free energy, because if you say free energy, people think that you're talking about like free in cost, but when I say that, I'm talking about like free from anybody interfering. Like there's cost to set up and maintain it. Nothing is free, but you'll have freedom from big oil and things like that. But anyway, regardless of whatever area in your life you're trying to create more freedom, you're going to find technologies that have been at least just in the past since 1900 on. You'll find just endless stuff that's been brushed over, or there have been patents for, or things like that. That don't exist today, but they're real. They've just been covered up. So I think like looking at history can also help to enable some of these things. So I'm curious if you've ever gotten into some of kind of the alternative history topics.
Like what?
Timeline stuff. I guess the big one now would be like Graham Hancock, but you can go further. Further with that, like further than that. The actual history of civilization, like where the pyramids actually before or after Irish traditions per se, like the North. Yeah. Have you ever dug into? Yeah, I'm just curious what you've looked into. What's your
I briefly know about Graham Hancock. I haven't seen his stuff too much,
mm-hmm.
but it does really interest me. I've seen some of the Rudolf Steiner stuff. I've seen some of this other. He talks a lot about Lemuria and what was the other one?
Atlantis, Lemuria. Yeah.
And I don't, know everything. I don't think anyone does, but you can tell that there's something going on archaeologically that is that we haven't put the pieces of the puzzle together, right? There's so much even archaeology that we have yet to do on the Earth, right? And there's even, have you ever heard of that there's ancient civilizations, like just right there in the Indian Ocean, that hasn't even been discovered. I mean, not discovered, but like hasn't really even been excavated a lot because just the resources and stuff. Like there's apparently, you know, pyramids right there in the Indian Ocean, you know, also in the Bahamas area and everything that I've heard before too, right? Yeah, the real story of the Earth, you know, it hasn't came to light yet, right? But I definitely believe in that line of thinking that we, you know, that Earth could be thousands and thousands of years old, like thousands, like hundreds of thousands, right? And you know, there could be some sort of cataclysmic event every once in a while, like 12,000 years or 24,000 years, whatever it is. You know, it's something probably to do with the Earth's rotation around the Milky Way, or that's the Milky, or what is it? Our solar system's rotation around the Milky Way, something like that, right? Also, have you ever heard of the main like area of stuff I've learned about is like the Hindu, the Indian kind of way of thinking. Have you ever heard of the yugas before?
The yuga cycles, yeah. I'm not too familiar with specifics, but I'm familiar, yeah.
Yeah, so it talks about, you know, how people looked, you know, were different and acted different and had different kind of capabilities as different years went on. You know, like, so 2,000 years ago, our state of like consciousness in the average person is different than now, you know, and then 6,000 years before that, people may have been, you know, way different than they are now. You know, people may have been living for more, like people may have been living on average for 150 years or something. Like, we don't know, you know, we don't really know the truth. But I have read something about how some people think that, you know, after Atlantis, and I've actually gone down sort of there's this one anthropologist that I follow. His name is Robert Zephyr, I think. Zephyr. Yeah. Zephyr, yeah, something like that. Anyway, he's really good at kind of piecing like some true anthropology together and true history. And I kind of think that the history of kind of like ancient civilization all started from somewhere in like the Great India Valley is where like people came from initially, you know, talking about like, you know, maybe 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. And then kind of dispersed around from there. But who knows if they were in multiple places, you know? There's a lot of crazy theories out there, man, really crazy theories. Yeah, it's hard to know what's really true, right?
Yep. Exactly.
I think that's, people look at history like, you know, we don't even know what happened 2 months ago in our lives. How is history exactly taken in? So, you know, what we don't know what is true and what actually happened, right? So, in a deeper, bigger sense, rather than, you know, what we do know, right?
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I didn't expect to go down that one, but I like it. I guess to get back onto the spiritual liberation stuff, so one thing about Vonu is obviously like mental liberation is important, like how someone with a free mind versus a slave mind interacts with you know, what we'd call the servile society. It's critically important in terms of mental liberation and also physical liberation, like Vonu shelters. Like how do you develop a Vonu shelter, Vonu home that is you know, as invulnerable to coercion as you possibly can make it, from all sorts of factors. But another component that I hadn't really given too much credence to until again like 4 or 5 years ago is spiritual liberation. So I think this is something you know, with your background and research, what are some practical I guess practical tools is the point, but I guess the question might be what have been your biggest discoveries or tools on your path to spiritual liberation? What are some places you can point people to that could, you know, greatly increase their potentialities in the spiritual realms, which directly translates into the physical if we're talking about things like lucid dreaming and astral travel and such. But yeah.
That's a great question. I would say that I started my dive into the spiritual realm through one of the authors from India that kind of started merging this stuff. His name is Deepak Chopra. He started to make me realize, and I also started fasting. those are the two things. I was just fasting because I saw it like on the internet. I wanted to try it. I wanted to be like, okay, what happens when you just don't eat? You know, what does that feel like? What is that experience, right? And it kind of really, that's one of the first things that can wake you up to be like, okay, everything that we know might not be true. You know, like your body can just survive for days without food, and you just need water. You know, you're fine. Like, as long as you get electrolytes, you're gonna be fine. You know, your fat is your fuel on your body, right? So you've heard from multiple health experts that, like, you know, overeating is a huge problem, and you know, we're not supposed to be eating 24/7, right? Like, you need to give your digestion a break, and it's a different path, but it kind of goes down the same subject as like the amount of like toxins and cleaning products and toxins and cleaning products in like the air, you know, all these different things that we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis that are just like poisoning to us. And you know, how would the body feel if it was really like detoxed? You know, and fasting is one of those ways that you can help detox. But that, so what was I talking about before that? I kind of just went down that path, right? And I started learning about more of the spiritual side. And the other thing I would recommend is yoga and some sort of, you know, I would recommend like Eastern way of, you know, not everyone is drawn to yoga, but they might be drawn to something else that is from the East, like Tai Chi or like Qigong or something that is able to kind of, you know, work through energies, right, in the body. Because I do believe that, you know, we have a lot of these blockages in the body, and somehow, some way, they need to be worked through, right? And through me doing yoga, I started in fasting. I had my own personal spiritual like kind of experiences, and that's kind of like what led me down the path of trying to learn and connect, you know, different religions together, and what the truth really is. So one of the people that I started reading that helped me do that was Paramahansa Yogananda. He's one of the first yogis from the East that came to America, and he actually wrote this book called Autobiography of a Yogi, and that's a very popular book. Steve Jobs had it at his funeral. You know, it's Elvis Presley was reading it in the last movie I saw about him. You know, like it's a big deal, right? And he came over, he talked about all those kind of things, right? There's even a documentary about him called Awake, right? But in that documentary, they don't go into a lot of like the real spiritual stuff that he may or may not have been doing, you know? So that's one of the things that first woke me up to that kind of side of life. And I started reading that. And then, that was a huge influence on me, because there's so many different books that come from that realm of thinking. And it's kind of one of those things that you just kind of, if you want to start diving into the spiritual aspect of stuff, just kind of look for things from different Eastern like masters or like whatever interests you, right? And then start your journey there, and then you'll just be led down the right direction that you need to like see, right? Yeah. So from around the Yogananda time, I was going through like ancient Chinese Taoist practices of like sexual energy cultivation, and you know, whatever they could do to kind of metamorphosize their body into and being able to like control different things and different energies, right? Because it kind of makes you like realize, like, you know, some of these fairy tales that we thought were just like in anime, like may or may not be like real. You know, some of these different things that some of these people are doing in the East, like who really knows what you would have to go there and study it, like a temple, to really know what some of these monks out there are doing in these different areas of Asia. There's just so much to be discovered, you know? Like I just talked to a guy the other day. He was saying how, you know, you can use sound, for example, to heal parts of your body, right? Just like sound healing, if you've ever done a yoga class, or just different frequencies have a large healing effect, right? And that's why like some of these monks are out in temples, you know, praying or having mantras and chanting in different languages, right? That you don't even know what they're saying, but it's having some healing effect on them, and it's obviously doing something for them, and it's something that's been in their lineage and being transferred down for centuries, you know? So there's just so much out there, man, to talk about, really. I'm still on my path of discovering a bunch of stuff, but I really do think, to answer the question, is that you should start with some sort of Eastern practice, right, that you are drawn to, and start there, because that is kind of like the beginning to whatever path probably calls to you, you know.
Yeah, and that's solid advice. It really is. Yeah, I mean, look, the East doesn't have, like, again, like but we're talking about, like I mentioned before, we're talking about balance, and the West has like the Eastern traditions. I had never been introduced to anything from the East, like even something as basic as like reincarnation. Even growing up in like a conventional Christian church where reincarnation was part of the original Christianity, it's not now. Even something as basic as that, I had no idea about Eastern traditions. And then, as we talked about, they had a holistic view, a holistic approach to life, where the astrology tied in with the medicine. It tied in with day-to-day activities. It tied in with like when you're starting a business. It tied in with like every aspect. It tied in with every aspect of life. Everything. It was a holistic approach. Whereas the I guess the West approach is definitely not that. It's one specialty. You major in one thing, and that's and you get kind of the basic I'd call propaganda for the rest of it. And you might have some specialized interesting knowledge higher up, but not on in one thing, but not spread out.
Can I add a point back to what I wanted to say?
Yeah, please do.
I mentioned to somebody named Deepak Chopra, right? And I was a very left-brain, logical thinker until I started reading his books. I started thinking like the potential field, even like, I mean, it's popular now, like Joe Dispenza, people talking about like these meditation and this manifestation stuff like that, right? Mm-hmm. But back like years ago, it wasn't that popular. But it's the first thing that opened my mind up to this right brain of thinking, like feeling, like this meditation, like what really is this about? We're working through a lot of our ego and our chatter mind that is just endlessly, running from one thing to the next, right? It just has to be that way. It's designed that way, right? But back to the point of Deepak Chopra, he started making me think about like cancer and how cancer is more of a problem, like a signifier, than it is, it signifies that your body has a problem and it can't deal with it, right? More than it is like just this random occurrence that comes to you, so it might be you're over intoxicated in this thing or that thing. And, it started changing my way of thinking. So one of the other things, and I'm not gonna be able to, show my research of what article I have right now, but something I started looking at was the sun. I used to be so white and pale, and I would burn when I used sunscreen within 20 minutes, right? Until I started changing up my diet. I got rid of certain foods, and I was fasting a lot, and I felt very like cleaned out in my skin and less inflamed, right? And that was and by going through the sun and building up a tolerance, I was able to get more of a sun tolerance, and just tan more and develop more of like an actual tan that was my block for the sun, right? And I just think that from what all the people that I follow on the internet now and look at, I think the sun is actually, a giver of life. And there's no reason to be so fearful about it, right? Compared to what a lot of people have been shoved down their throat about what we think about the sun. And I think there's a lot of, people don't understand that like a lot of these chemicals in some of the sunscreens that have existed when we were using them as we grew up, those things actually get stuck in your skin and you can't, and then they cause cancer and stuff like that, right? And I'm not saying, listen to what I'm saying, go out in the sun and like burn. If you burn, you're gonna burn. But I think there's ways to naturally make sunscreen. I think there's better ways to naturally build a sun tan and a sun tolerance, like going out earlier in the day, going out at night until you get used to it. Just making sure that you detox.
Starting early in the season, not just like a lot of people do. It's like it's summertime and they decide to start going outside. That's not the
right. And then the whole time, the other seasons they've been inside under blue light and all toxic with different like alcohol and everything else. You know what I mean? It's just it's it's a big topic that you should do your own research about, but I think it's something worth looking at,
Yes, and I'll even toss one other thing. So I think I've seen you tweet about it before, but polyunsaturated fatty acids, linoleic acid in particular, and I noticed this too myself. I used to sunburn, being out in the in the hot ass sun playing sports, growing up, but yeah, there's endless anecdotal examples of people who would burn within 5 or 10 minutes of going outside when they stop consuming linoleic acid. Mostly seed oils is the common vernacular. Then they're magically immune to the sun, not magically immune, but they can be out in the sun for 3 or 4 hours and not have any burn that worries.
Not like you have to take out every single thing. No. When you start looking at the ingredient list and seeing how every single thing has it, you're like, wow, I feel better when I eat real things that aren't using that. And a lot of people are catching on now. You know what I mean? I see it all around now. I just posted on my story on Instagram of a guy that's 60 years old, and he's been doing it for years, living this lifestyle, and he looks healthier than ever. He looks and he talks about how when he's outside, when you're not in the sun for a long time, you can start to feel its effects it's doing on your body. You feel like you're not the same person, right? Until you get back in the sun, you're like, wow, I feel like I'm me again, right? It gives you energy.
Yeah.
Now, everything in moderation, right? Build up tolerance and do your own diligence, right? Go in moderation. You can't just have one extreme, right? It's a balance. But totally agree with you.
Yeah. Yep. Just listen to your body. Yeah, your body will let you know what's going on. So yeah, I guess there were a couple things. Wow. I've been going for about 45 minutes, so not super long yet, which is good. It feels like we talked about a lot. We've covered a lot of ground so far, but I guess just a couple of notes from what you mentioned before in terms of fasting. I'm not sure if you've ever looked into the Essenes, who were pre-Christ Christians, who they were the ones that predicted Christ, coming and all that. But they're one of their spirits. They were very Gnostic in their approach, but one of the things that they were very much into is very radical fasting, 40-day fasts, and I know I haven't been able to do anything beyond a 36-hour. I've got so-called type 1 diabetes, so my it has nothing to do with my pancreas. I don't think it's liver based, but my liver is got some liver malfunctioning. So fasting, long-term fasting has not worked for me. But for a lot of folks, once you get past what a week long or whatever, the spiritual experiences, come in. And imagine doing it for 40 days.
Yeah, so I went 9 days my first time, but I had a lot of fat. Yeah, but yeah, you start to feel different, and I just think it has a lot of significance, right? It's a good practice to it's like a tool, it's something that you should have in your arsenal that if you ever want to use it, and a lot of cultures fast during a full moon or something like that because it's more intense, right? The moon energy acting on you, different astrological, significant astrological events, But yeah, I have heard of the Essenes before. I did read, apparently, the Dead, maybe some excerpt from the Essenes from the Dead Sea Scrolls or something like that. I read a little caption one time talking about connecting to the nature, and yeah, I'm actually reading a Gnostic gospel. This book. It's called The Secret Teachings of Jesus, and it's actually talking about. It doesn't say anything about fasting really in it, but it is the Gospel of Thomas and these different gospels that were discovered in Egypt. A couple.
Nag Hammadi, I think you're talking about.
Nag Hammadi. It's from that. It's translations from that. Yeah, and yeah, totally. I'm a very open mind. If you want to go down the route of religion, I think that religion is very dogmatic in society at this point. And I didn't believe in the spiritual realm until my experiences, and I see religion in a very occult or a very esoteric sense, rather than the dogmatic, left brain logical approach to it, right? Very Rudolf Steiner-y, very if you start looking at Rudolf Steiner, talks about everything. That's kind of where I don't know if Rudolf Steiner is 100% the truth, but I definitely subscribe to the occult way of thinking, or the esoteric way of thinking about all the religions. And when I've actually read a book that basically, that if I could summarize the book into one sentence, it would be all the essentials of the religions are the same, only the non-essentials differ. That's basically the one sentence from the book. So the idea is, treat everyone like you'd want to be treated, and people are going through their things, right? But you want to be able to kind of be a person of humanity, like a higher, like you want to act as like a higher figure, someone that doesn't cause pain to others, and doesn't hurt people, and lives righteously rather than kind of the chaos that we see in the world nowadays.
Yeah, man. Cheers to that. Cheers to that. So the other point, and there were a couple more that popped up there, but I have to stay on focus here. I want to get to a couple other important ones. So you're talking about Eastern yoga, and you mentioned Qigong. I came across something called Drunken Monkey Qigong, which is basically, and I kind of, it's a subjective thing. So like the idea is you just whatever movements your body wants to make, like you don't think about it at all. It doesn't matter if it looks ridiculous. Just whatever movements your body wants to do, you do it. And I work in like 100 push-ups and some other stuff in there too. But it's like whatever your body wants to do, you do it. No matter how how weird it is. And a lot of it's more so a lot of it involving balance, on one foot, things like that. But yeah, so I guess that's the only thing that came to mind with the
so you just kind of use your intuition and go where do you want to go.
Yes, exactly. And it's really hard. I noticed this with myself, but it's really hard to do it for longer than 2 weeks. That's been my consistently, and I'm not sure why. I noticed it myself, and I've heard other people talk about it and bring it up. Like, I get to about the week mark and I can't keep it up any. I think it's so effective that the physical body, like getting rid of some of those blockages, those energy blockages that you're just intuiting when you're doing it. Your body basically puts up a block to make it where you can't you can't do it that consistently. And that might just be Qigong generally, it's not just this variation, but I've found like Qigong is one of those things where it looks and it kind of feels ridiculous, but I think you might be muted if you're talking.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what is it about your physical body that won't let you do that?
Well, it's not physical. I'm saying it's not physical. It's like it must be some sort of mental or spiritual thing. Mental or spiritual block. It's like.
But you're not saying that's you like the motivation. You're saying that you just don't have the energy. Or
no, it's just for some reason you can't get past the 2 week mark of doing it consistently. It's one of those things. I don't know. It's something that's It's very strange, but it's not just a report from myself.
I think I want to say something.
Please do.
Is what someone told me. This information I discovered recently is some of these people that are out in the East. There's different ways of doing things, right? But some of these people, some of these healing practices are so intense that's why people lose their hair. I look at or people, they age faster. Right, because there's so much inner heat being built in the body of healing and stuff that it's taxing on the body doing all this stuff, right? So you can't just go do a bunch of certain yoga in the wrong environment, where it's super cold, or it's you don't want to do a bunch of there's one Eastern practice where you're kind of building internal heat through a breathing exercise, and no one would recommend doing that in the summer of Mexico or Texas, or a desert, because there's too much heat, right? So there's different methods and stuff to work on. Maybe your block is somewhere mentally, or maybe the kind of place that you're going is a huge step for you that you're just not ready for, and that's a good thing that your body is in something is keeping you from that. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I think. I think it's more like a Kundalini yoga block versus I think it's a good block, but I think so. What I'm saying is qigong is powerful as shit, and it needs to be used with respect. Which is it's like the West would say that about like a firearm, and they used to be like, you better be careful with the energies that you're putting out there. So like it's different, but it's kind of the same.
Wait, do you do Kundalini yoga?
I do. I guess back in 2020 when I was more on the Eastern side, it was what balanced as I was going to go hardcore into science when I graduated, so I was super on that side. And when I went down the spiritual path, I went hard into the Eastern yoga and stuff, and I did do Kundalini yoga. I tried to do yoga specifically to cure my so-called type 1 diabetes, which also factored into the path too. That in 2019, I found that from the the Ayurvedic tradition in India, they say that so-called type 1 diabetes, they have 25 classifications for it, but juvenile diabetes, where you get it when you're a child, can be based off of past life sins of yourself or your parents, essentially. So, and at that point, I was super left brain, but I was like, all right, I guess I got to look into astrology. So, here we go.
I believe. I mean, they might say that, but there's got to be something somewhere that you could do to fix that.
Oh, there is. No. There is. Yeah, there is. But that was what started me on it was one of the things that pushed me on the path. Yeah.
That's great though. That you can be able to acknowledge that and look for other alternative ways of healing. That's what people need. Because you already know about the Western medical system. It's just kind of it's kind of just regurgitating, business people, customers that have to keep coming back, right? Mm-hmm. So, it's good to have other ways. Have you looked at? You should look into acupuncture or something like that to help that potentially, Yeah. I don't know, but I'll mention that. So, after doing a lot of yoga throughout my life and doing the fasting, I think I was on a little bit of a fast track of opening up, right? So that's when I had some spiritual experiences. I might not get down to the story too much unless you're interested, but that's when I was oh my gosh, everything I know is not real, And then when I went to Mexico in 2022, I had a sort of a spiritual awakening there after doing Kundalini yoga. So now that's when I was okay, there really is something to this, right? But, this is a huge complex topic, right? That is super, super drawn out, right? And so vast, But yeah, I just think that I do think that everyone really should go down a path of whatever calls them, and the Eastern way of thinking. Also, just living or maybe Tao, Chinese or Ayurvedic way of eating too. I think I'm very, called to say that. I feel like that's very a way to live the most healthily that you can. Or potentially speaking, right?
Yeah. No, for sure, man. There's a million different directions to go on this one too, but I suppose it's been coming up on about an hour. Okay, well, so there was one other comment that you talked about frequential healing. So a lot of the sacred sites, people will claim that those sorts of things happen there for whatever reason. And now that in some locations, a lot of the left brain approach, actually, the testing, with the progression of technology, the testing is getting easier to do and cheaper. So there might be some left brain stuff to the spirituality which might be bringing some of the science folks over to the spiritual side per se. But additionally, so and you can't see this, and for some reason Jesse won't show my video, my secondary video for you, but we've got a rife machine behind us.
Yeah.
which is frequential healing. We've got the AquaCure behind me too, which is mostly molecular hydrogen, along with like monoatomic hydrogen and oxygen, and it just overloads your body with electrons or energy in the best way possible. But this also has what's it called, like wave modulation, frequency wave modulation, whatever the technology is called, and you can tune the water to whatever frequency you want to, using the right frequencies. So if you want like a liver thing, you put it on 880, or you can put it on like a universal frequency that's basically just all healing, or you can do one of the more specific ones. So yeah, and then to go to the less technological part of it. My wonderful free wife got me for something, Christmas or birthday or whatever, Tibetan medicine bowls, which with the sound healing is the exact same thing as what you're doing with some of the, like, it's frequential healing. However, whatever the medium you're doing it through. So you're talking about low tech versus high tech. But at the end of the day, it's the exact same thing.
I love that. I just was in Thailand and I was looking at all the Tibetan bowls, and I did a sound bath there, and this guy had like $350,000 of equipment, of sound gongs and bowls and stuff, and I mean it's an experience. So, I was also learning a Vedic Thai style massage out there, and yeah, man, I highly recommend if you have like a health problem to try to like get out of your day-to-day lifestyle and look for other ways of healing. I do a lot of sound. I listen to a lot of the solfeggio, like they're called solfeggio frequencies.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure you know what they are, like
432 hertz.
Yeah, 432. Mm-hmm. And those things, I swear by those things. They have saved my state of mind in more than one occasion. They have saved me from a lot of hard times, right? So they're absolutely necessary, and they absolutely have power to heal and have an effect, right? Which is not a very left brain way of thinking, right? But it is definitely worth getting into,
Yeah, certainly. So I guess we've been on for about an hour. I don't want to keep you too long. A couple other questions will kind of slide away a little bit from spiritual liberation,
Sure.
But so physical liberation. And I guess this would, like when I was talking earlier about there's physical, mental, and spiritual liberation. Well, like physical is like, well, how are you going to defend your physical body from the coercion that exists in the world, essentially, or make yourself more invulnerable to it? Things like the financial system are major enslavers today. They made people's financial requirements, quote unquote requirements, a few years ago made them make drastic health decisions. So these things all tie into each other. But the question is, I guess, in terms of like your physical, you're doing a lot, obviously. So not even just even like that. You're talking about some of the I guess the money from some of these tournaments. Like you've had some financial independence for some time, which is far more than most folks today. So that's obviously like one thing there. You talked about some of the ways you're making yourself invulnerable health wise, not being a chronic patient of Babylon Pharmaceuticals, as I call it. What other I guess is there anything else you're doing? I guess what else you're doing in addition to yoga? You're transitioning over to yoga. I guess yoga now versus and out of the gaming stuff. I guess what's your overall approach to physical liberation then? Beyond those things, or is that it? Are you doing anything else? Anything in the pipeline? What's coming?
Yeah. Right now, I just have been doing a lot more yoga. I got more into Kundalini yoga because I feel like I'll mention that there's some, it's not even popular where I live in this city right now. It's popular in a couple cities around the world, but I do think that it's a good way to like get through like mental subconscious blocks and stuff like that. And that's kind of like something I've been really consistent with lately. And just I just wanted to mention, like, I like how you talked about the drunken monkey Tai, what's it called? Tai Chi or Qigong?
Drunk monkey Qigong, yeah.
And you said that it was kind of just like moving wherever you want. And lately I've been kind of like I'm good enough at yoga to like not necessarily just listen to the teacher and follow him along, but just kind of like go based on how I feel. You know, if I need to go stay somewhere, I'll stay longer and I'll breathe deeper, you know, rather than just kind of being so cookie cutter with like the directions. You know, I think that's such a underrated thing to talk about. It's like you need to listen to your own body and intuition and go to where you know you need to go. You know, sometimes you don't need 30 seconds in this, you need 2 minutes or you need less, you know, in this pose or this position or doing this thing. And maybe in general in life, you need to slow down in order to speed up. You know, maybe a lot of times I think in Western society, we're running from one thing to the next, thinking it's going to liberate us. Like the next thing is going to like help us, when in reality, like, you know, we're stuck in the same loops, like a hamster's in a wheel. You know what I'm saying? And like you're in this dealing with the same problems, and maybe the answer is to slow down and just really slow down and try to listen to yourself in the silence and figure out from there where to go. So something that I really do lately a lot is grounding. I go you can sit under a tree, you can hug a tree, you can just sit with your feet in the grass, but whatever you're doing to find, you know, stare at the stream or the river, stare at the sky, and just like let the energies disperse and cleanse. I think nature is like, I've heard it in multiple different places too. It's like you're having a bad day, or like, you know, your boss yelled at you or something. You might just need to just sit and let the energy of the earth or something dissolve the energy, you know, and reset yourself before you start doing too many negative, like downward spiraling things, you know. I think nature is a good way to disperse the energy. So that's one of the things I do. But yeah, man, I've been looking into massage. I'm trying to actually, you know, I'm trying to find more things that I can do to earn money that isn't kind of costing me physical or spiritual health, right? Physical, mental, or spiritual. Like, trying to make money that isn't at the cost of my physical, mental, and spiritual health, right? I think everyone agrees with that too. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, there's always trade-offs, right? And a lot of people are stuck in their jobs because like it's a good paycheck and they need it, right? And they just don't have the means to quit and find something else, right? So for a while now, I've been in discovery of like, what else do I really want to do? And I don't necessarily know if anybody listening, you know, has good ideas or something, but I've been trying to discover that, right? And follow my intuition on what I really want to do, right? So, besides actually just today, I think one thing people can do to kickstart their health in a sense is to get out into nature, or maybe go on like a retreat or a yoga retreat, and if they have the means to, at least, and that could be something that could kind of kickstart their healing process, right?
Yeah, agreed, brother. Agreed. 100% agreed. So, and I want to maybe as one way towards that. I mentioned PAZNIA a little bit in the pre-chat and kind of what we're doing. But so it's a vetted parallel network. It's not open to the public. There's smaller gatherings. But this year, Vonu Fest I is happening from September 30th to October 7th. An hour and a half northeast of O'Fallon. Just to give you a specific location. But anyway, there's no a lot of like freedom festivals that I go to. There's like speakers with a schedule and stuff. There's not really any of that. But we basically, in addition to just getting together with like-minded folks who are going down these spiritual paths to self-liberation, or physical paths or whatever, trusted folks who have forsworn the use of coercion. I guess long story short, would love to have you out there. There's it's going to be a lot of breakthrough energy stuff this year. It's pretty much the only tiers I can provide. But hopefully there will be another individual there that might talk more about some some of like the I don't know. I'm not even going to tease it at this point. But anyway, it's going to be a great event. And would be honored if obviously like you're invited if you'd ever want to come out for this event or any other to meet other self-liberators, like-minded folks. And again, we're trying to build a parallel network. So like we've got a homestead here. We don't do business with normal society. We bring our sorts of folks to us, and then do business here. And that's what we're trying to build, throughout the U.S., throughout Mexico, throughout there's even PAZNIAs over in Europe. So if you want to get connected with a network, we're building something here, man. And like I mentioned before, you were one of the ones that stuck out. Like I'm in resonance with you, my brother, and you're always welcome out here. And be honored if you want to give a talk or whatever. You're welcome out here. So.
I appreciate the invite. If that aligns with my schedule, I'd be happy to come out. And if I have space for it right now, if not this one, then another one at some point.
Every year.
That sounds like a great idea. I think we need to be, as a collective people, need to be doing a lot more of these things. Yeah, and I hope we figure it out soon because it feels like the pressure is mounting. Out there.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. And I guess I said talk. Maybe it'd be you'd put together a yoga class or something like that. Whatever happens to be anything. But it's been over an hour. I don't want to keep you too long, man. I know you've got others. I'm sure you've got other stuff going on. This was we packed a whole lot in an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, we did.
And I don't want to overwhelm the audience too much. The spiritual self-liberation stuff is somewhat newer territory. For the podcast. So I certainly appreciate you coming on, man. And it is just amazing too that we're having this conversation, and the origin point of this was me playing Halo 3 and also watching you professionally play Halo 3. So like for those that say video games have no purpose whatsoever, you're wrong. There are everything can have a benefit. Nothing is purely bad or nothing is purely good. Just the way in which you used it, I suppose, right? But anyway, I guess Ace, any other closing thoughts before I let you come in? You got any other thoughts for the listeners? Final tools or tricks, or any important closing thoughts?
Something that I think that is super crucial. I just kind of heard it today in my yoga, and I've been agreeing with it. Is allowing yourself to surrender, allowing yourself to slow down and figure things out. I think it'd be more of an effective way to get things done than trying to force things. So finding places, finding time to meditate, finding time to get control of your mind and align with the life that you really want to live and that you're meant to live, I think is the one of the best takeaways, I guess, for the day and for the talk. So finding what practice you can do that's for you, that's going to help give you peace of mind and a more fulfilling, healthier, happier life is what you should be trying to find, But besides that, that's it. And if you want to connect with me and connect with me on either X or Twitter or Instagram at Aaron Ace Elam. Maybe you can list the things for people to have, but that's where I'll be doing stuff. And I might be offering yoga classes online or on my Twitch channel, or we'll see what direction I'm taking. But I definitely want to move into this world of like service to others and helping people out, rather than just continue playing like video games for myself.
Yeah, brother. Well, it's been an honor and absolute pleasure. I'd recommend everyone. Everything will be in the show notes. Follow Ace, and you've got. I guess the last thing you just started within the past week, I think, like Abundance Chat on Twitter. You want to talk about that real quick before I let you go?
Yeah, that's a 30-day challenge of someone that I found doing it too. It's just a little meditation challenge. If you want to be a part of it, you can hit me up with a DM about it on Twitter. But it's just another way to meditate and experience new ways of thinking, and hopefully, try to improve your life because of that. So if you're interested in it, you can reach out to me But yeah, I wish everyone the best, and I wish everyone the most perfect, happy, future that they can have.
Cheers, brother. All right. Well, Ace, it's been an honor, pleasure, as I said. For the audience, thanks so much for tuning in. There's so much in this podcast. There's for everyone. There's something of value, I'm sure. But regardless, thank you so much for tuning in, and hope to see anyone here at Vonu Fest or here at Veritas in the future. Go Days. I think you got one other thing, maybe.
No,
I
just want to agree with you, man. That was a lot of fun. We should do it again sometime, and I hope to see you, connect with you more down the road. So,
yes.
Thank you for having me on.
Certainly. Cheers, brother. Cheers, brother. All right, guys. Until next time. Cheers.
And there you have it, my friends. The first Sacred Sunday is now in the books. As for the next transmission, we are unsure, but please stay apprised by bookmarking PAZNIA.com/radio, or subscribe wherever you happen to find us, Rumble, YouTube, Telegram, or Odyssey. Harkening back to the first interview with Keturah and Andy, please do consider picking up her and Grandpa Lamb's book, The Family That Doesn't Exist. Regardless of what you feel about one's particular spiritual/religious beliefs, it's always amazing and empowering to see folks thriving, despite living unconventional, alternative, and in many ways, less comfortable lifestyles. You can view our full schedule of shows, show notes, ways to listen, the future roadmap, and ways to support/donate by visiting PAZNIA.com/radio. There, you can make a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. You can become a stakeholder and reap the benefits of this burgeoning parallel network, and you can also find embedded video players to stream directly from the website. I would also recommend checking out the large selection of PAZNIA merchandise now available: shirts, hats, mugs, beach towels, flags, pens, and more. Just visit PAZNIA.com/shop, again PAZNIA.com/shop. From the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, thank you so much for being here with me. Sending joy and liberation. DJ Brian Freer Robot, out.
Do not preach Dağdan kestiler heze, bozuldu tüyüzeyim. Dağdan kestiler heze, bozuldu tüyüzeyim. Ben sanmaz bir ozanım, derdim vardır bilirim. Ben usanmaz bir ozanım, derdim vardır bilirim. Ben bir tür ağacıyım, ne tatlıyım, ne acıyım. Ben bir gönül ağacıyım, ne tatlıyım, ne acıyım. Ben Mevla'ya duacıyım, onun için dinleyeyim. Ben Mevla'ya duacıyım, onun için dinleyeyim.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the